everyone, welcome to our Power BI full course by Simplilearn. Now Power BI is everywhere today. From small startups to large companies, everyone is on the lookout for people who can turn basic data into smart decisions. And guess what? Learning Power BI could be your ticket to a great career in data and business analytics. So here's what we will cover in this video. First, we will explain what business intelligence really means. Next, you will create your first Power BI dashboard, that too within minutes. We'll guide you through cleaning and shaping your data using Power Query and understanding star schemas. And don't worry, we will keep it very simple. You'll also get hands-on experience with DAX formulas and learn how to make your dashboards smarter using Power BI's AI features. If you want to automate your task, we have got a Power Automate tutorial for that. Plus, we will also cover the top 10 business analytical skills, important Power BI terms every analyst should know, and even how you can prepare for Power BI job interviews. And by the end of this course, you will be able to turn raw data into valuable insights. So let's get started. Just a quick information, guys. If you're interested in becoming a business analyst, Simplilearn offers the perfect certification program to help. Now with this course, you can learn how to solve complex and gain essential skills, IB standards, including CBAP and CCBA certifications. You'll also earn valuable certifications from IBM, attend Harvard Business Case Studies, plus you will master tools like Tableau, Excel, SQL, and even cutting-edge generative AI tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, Gemini, and Midjourney. You'll also receive support for certifications like CBAP and CCBA to further advance your career. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
It is no surprise that business analytics and business intelligence are two of the fastest growing markets in the world. Organizations today are generating data at a rapid rate. There is a need to use this business data and make smarter decisions. Companies are looking for methods and tools to turn business data into actionable insights. This is where business analytics and intelligence can help play a critical role. Business analytics is the process of collecting, analyzing, and drawing valuable conclusions from vast volumes of data available. It helps to improve business intelligence, or BI, is a technology that enables data preparation, data mining, data management, and data visualization. It allows you to analyze data with queries and create reports and dashboards with the help of charts and graphs to be used by business leaders. Business analytics and business intelligence together create capabilities for companies to compete in the market effectively. Consider this example. Suppose you sell homemade chocolates through an online store. Business intelligence provides meaningful insights into the past and current state of your business. BI tells you that sales of your milk chocolate have spiked up in Texas the past 2 weeks. So you decide to manufacture more milk chocolates to keep up with demand. Business analytics asks, why did sales of milk chocolate spike up in Texas? By scrutinizing your website data, you learned that most traffic has come from a post by a food blogger based in Texas who liked your milk chocolate. This insight helps you decide to send complimentary chocolates to a few other well-known food bloggers throughout the United States. Using cutting-edge business analytics and intelligence tools such as Microsoft Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Tableau can enhance customer experience, improve efficiency, conduct competitor analysis, and accelerate growth. With this basic knowledge of business analytics and business intelligence, let's look at the topics we'll be covering in this video. We will start with learning the need for business analytics and the responsibilities of a business analyst. Then, we will look at the top business analytics skills and learn about business analytics and intelligence with Microsoft Excel. After that, we will see the basics of business intelligence and get an idea about Agile and Scrum methodologies. Next, we will learn to create reports and dashboards in Microsoft Excel and understand in detail how to visualize data with top business intelligence tools such as Power BI and Tableau. Let's get started. We will understand the importance of business analysts with a short and interesting story. So meet Rob. He runs a cafe in a small town far away. His cafe is one of the oldest and most popular eateries in town. Rob's cafe was hugely popular amongst customers and it was doing very well until the onset of the deadly coronavirus. Due to COVID-19, like other eateries, Rob was forced to shut down his cafe too. This took a heavy toll on his business and subsequently he lost his customers. None of his customers visited his cafe, and this resulted in a huge loss for him. He knew he couldn't afford to close his business forever, as it would take time for coronavirus to be eradicated. But he was lost. This situation was new to him, and he didn't know how to reopen his business amidst this pandemic. After a lot of brainstorming, he recollected reading about business analysts. He remembered that business analysts are professionals who enable a change in an organization. He felt like a business analyst could help him sort out his current business problems. Hence, without wasting any time, he set out to hire a business analyst. He hired Ted, the business analyst, to help him with his ongoing business problems. Rob entrusted Ted with reopening the business. The first step Ted took was to have a discussion with Rob and understand the business problems and the objectives. That is ideally the first step a business analyst would take. On discussing with Rob, Ted learned that the business objective was to reopen the business and get at least 80% of the customer base back. In addition to that, Rob also wanted Ted to look for sustainable ways to reopen and continue the business in the long run amidst the pandemic. Ted studied the case and he came up with a few suggestions that he thought was fit for Rob's business. His first suggestion was to develop an exclusive home delivery app for Rob's cafe. This way, Ted knew that business will improve as customers prefer home delivery in the current scenario. Next, Ted suggested that Rob has work from home meal boxes added to his menu. Many professionals are working from home currently, and having work from home meal boxes would be a good pick for such professionals in the middle of a busy day. Ted's third suggestion was to bring down the selling cost by providing discount coupons that can be utilized by customers. Having a discount will enable more customers to order from Rob's cafe. Of course, it was not possible to get the customer base back without any sort of price cuts in the current situation. Finally, Ted suggested that Rob's staff would facilitate home delivery orders. This way, he didn't have to lay off his staff and at the same time get the home delivery running. So these were a few suggestions given by Ted. Yes, depending on the situation, business analysts can take up different approaches. So after the suggestions were accepted by Rob for the app, Ted began to make sure that the development went well by collaborating with the IT team. Ted became the intermediary between the IT team and Rob. He provided suggestions to the team, checked the app through user interface testing, and made sure that the requirements met well. The same applied to the other business requirements and changes as well. Ted held regular meetings to gauge the progress and also kept Rob in the loop and updated him with the status of the project. Attending regular catch-ups helped Rob gain an insight into the progress and give his feedback from time to time. Ted made sure that the entire case was well documented. By doing so, he could always refer to the documents in the future with similar cases as well. Ted made presentations that showed Rob the business growth after implementing the changes, and Ted always supported his presentations with data. Rob was very impressed with Ted's business approach. Such an approach not only helped Rob reopen his business amidst the COVID-19, but also helped him get 80% of his customer base back. Ted successfully brought about a positive change in Rob's business, which was highly beneficial. So that is how Ted, the business analyst, helped Rob make a business sustainable. This was the importance of having a business analyst in Rob's organization. Don't you think every organization should have a business analyst? Well, yes. Depending on the business domain and the situation, their roles and responsibilities may vary.
Let's start off and have a look at a day in the life of a business analyst through a small story. So meet Angela, who is working as a business analyst in an application development firm. Her firm builds applications for clients depending on their requirements. Our next character is Rob. He is a budding entrepreneur with a vision of setting up his own e-commerce app. He plans on selling several electronic gadgets like phones, laptops, cameras, etc. on his app. So what is Rob's first step? Well, he approaches Angela's firm one day with the vision of creating his e-commerce app. Angela and Rob start talking business, and Angela promises to help Rob with his app creation. She assures him that she will look into his business requirements and coordinate with him to get the app running. Rob is happy about it and agrees to cooperate with Angela regarding all the business requirements from his end. Angela, as we know, is the business analyst. She starts planning Rob's project, and without any delay, she embarks on this project's journey. She has a set of planned steps that will help her fulfill Rob's requirements. But what are the steps she takes? Is her approach going to be effective and quick? Let's find out the answers to these questions now.
Up next, you can learn about Angela's approach that helps her deliver Rob's project smoothly and without any hassles. These steps that we are going to look at are the typical roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Here, we will understand these roles better with respect to Angela's and Rob's story. First and foremost, Angela understands Rob's business objectives, problems, and requirements. Without understanding this, do you think Angela will be able to proceed? No. Hence, a business analyst like Angela understands the problems related to Rob's business and comes up with the right solution to achieve the goals of the business. She brainstorms around what is best suited for an e-commerce app focusing on electronic gadgets. In the next step, Angela gathers all the necessary requirements. Here, she understands Rob's requirements and makes sure that they are on the same page regarding the project and its goals. Both of them together arrive at a stipulated deadline for the project completion. She gathers relevant information based on security of the app, the payment setup, ways to login, cost of the products, and style, to name a few. Once Angela has an in-depth understanding of Rob's project and gathers all the necessary requirements, she starts allocating resources by keeping in mind the budget of the project. Here, she recognizes and allocates tasks and resources to the development team. BAs work closely with the development team to design the solution for a problem. Angela ensures that the development team doesn't spend their time understanding Rob's requirements. In this step, along with the development team, she finalizes the software and tools required to build the project. Angela doesn't rest until the project is delivered to Rob. She continuously monitors the progress and constantly provides her feedback to the development team with respect to the app's layout, design, and other features. She gives them suggestions in order to improve the application. In the next step, Angela collects feedback of the prototype version of the app from the users. She notes down if the prototype is fine or if it requires more work. BAs validate if the project is running fine with the help of user acceptance testing. They verify if the solution being worked on is in line with the requirements and ensure that the final product satisfies the user expectations. BAs also assess the functional and non-functional requirements. After collecting feedback, Angela moves to one of her most crucial duties, and that is building reports. Data visualization is a key skill for any BA. In order to gauge the performance of the app and get valuable insights from it, Angela builds reports using various data visualization tools like Tableau, PowerBI, and QlikView. Reports can be general reports such as detailed reports, or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized reports with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. It is not uncommon for issues to crop up amidst this entire process. Hence, Angela conducts regular meetings with the development team and Rob to solve problems quickly. Having these meetings will help Rob understand the status of the project, and it will also help the teams proceed in the right path. Throughout this project phase, Angela makes sure to maintain transparency. On completion of the project, Angela documents and presents the project findings to Rob. Generally, business analysts present the project outcomes to the stakeholders and clients along with maintenance reports. Angela notes down all the project learnings and details in a concise manner. This will help her take better decisions in the future, and these documents will save her time while implementing the next project. Now that she has completed all her duties and responsibilities with respect to Rob's project, she is ready to deliver the final e-commerce application to Rob for use. Rob is rest assured that the application developed by Angela's firm is apt for his business and just what he wanted. Angela's streamlined approach made it easier for the project to be delivered within the stipulated time period. Rob is happy, and I'm sure he will come back to Angela's firm for projects in the future. So those responsibilities that we saw Angela carry out are ideally the roles and responsibilities for any business analyst out there. Yes, some may vary depending on the company you work for and the project you're working on. Business analyst is a professional who is responsible for bridging the gap between IT and business teams. They use analytics to evaluate processes, determine requirements, deliver data-driven solutions, and generate reports to executives and stakeholders. Business analyst is an individual who is a part of the business operation and works closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They also help in assisting in integration and testing of new solutions. Growing a career in a field with high demand such as business analysis could be a challenge, and competition for business analyst positions can be intense. So you should have a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. A BA should successfully identify and recognize the organization's business objective. They should understand the business problems and think of a lucrative business solution. They need to understand and collect the business requirements from clients and stakeholders, allocate the right resources, and improve the existing business. Documentation of business findings is another important key role of a business analyst. BAs interact with the development team to design the solution for solving a particular problem. They often need to spend a certain amount of time in meetings in order to save the development team from spending their time in understanding the stakeholders' requirement. They often give feedback on the layout of a software application as to what all features need to be added and what functionalities should the application contain, and also implement the newly designed features that a business needs. While BAs identify the needs, define the features, write use cases, uncover business rules, and manage issues, they should also gauge the functional and non-functional requirements in a business. Business analysts run meetings with stakeholders and other authorities. Hence, discussing issues with the client face-to-face can do wonders and even help in solving problems quickly. They engage with business leaders and users to understand how data-driven changes to products, services, software, and hardware can improve efficiency and add value. They verify and validate if the project is running well with the help of user acceptance testing and the solutions are in line with the client's requirements. They also ensure that the product delivered satisfies the user requirements. Finally, BAs write documentations and build visualizations to explain all the findings and draw business insights. They also deliver maintenance reports. They need to develop informative, coherent, and usable documents for the success of a project. Business analyst skills are a combination of technical as well as non-technical skills, often referred to as soft skills. The skills for a business analyst are not only acquired through training, but through experience and combined with the ability to understand situations and the motive behind the problem. So let's have a look at the top skills to become a successful business analyst.
The first skill we have is understanding the business objective. For a business analyst, it is important to know the goals and objectives of the business. It is advised that business analysts should have a good knowledge of the business operations in his or her organization. A business analyst should understand the problems related to the business and come up with the right solution. Business analysts should resolve the problems that have been identified and not avoid them. They work on individual actions and tasks that will build towards the achievement of the goals of the business. Objectives of the business can be to expand customer base in order to increase sales, scale up production so that it is in line with the revenue growth, improve revenue streams through increasing perceived product value, or increasing marketing budget according to the revenue. Business analysts should have the natural curiosity and determination to continue learning and figuring out how things fit together. Even as business analysts become managers, it is important to stay in touch with the industry and its changes. The next important skill a business analyst should have is analytical and critical thinking. Now there is a famous quote by Thomas Alva Edison which says, 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Business analysts are paid to think. A business analyst should be able to analyze and interpret the client's requirements clearly. Business analysts require good focus in order to collect and understand the needs of the client. Critical thinking involves evaluating several options before arriving at the desired solution. In certain situations, a stakeholder may give a requirement that's not necessarily tied up to any business value, but rather to their own increased convenience. Applying critical thinking demands not taking all the statements of the stakeholders for granted. Critical thinking allows the business analyst to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a low priority. A business analyst must be creative in order to reach stated goals where resources are limited and the conditions are non-ideal. The third important skill for a business analyst is communication and interpersonal skills. Understanding and being properly understood is key to any profession. If you are unable to clearly specify and communicate requirements to any stakeholder, then you may not fully understand the requirements yourself. Being a business analyst is like being multilingual. You have to speak several different languages while conveying the same message. Business analysts apply communication skills at every point. They use communication and interpersonal skills when the project is launched, while gathering requirements, when collaborating with stakeholders, and also while validating the final solution. Listening, reading, and writing skills are very critical for a business analyst. They should be capable of facilitating meetings. Business analysts use verbal and written communication to convey ideas, concepts, facts, and opinions to a variety of stakeholders. Non-verbal communication skills enable the effective sending and receiving of messages, but not limited to body movement, posture, facial expressions, gestures, and eye contact. Effective listening allows the business analyst to accurately understand information that is being communicated verbally. Fourth in our list of skills, we have negotiation and cost-benefit analysis. Being a successful business analyst requires working with and interacting with many people. These people include clients, business leaders, project team members, project stakeholders, vendors, private sector representatives, industry leaders, and so forth. Business analysts negotiate at every turn during the course of a project. At the initial stage of a project, negotiation skills are used to determine what should be included in the vision of the project. As details emerge, negotiation skills are used by all parties involved to determine which requests become requirements and which requirements have higher priority. As the project progresses, negotiation skills help to determine the functional design which fulfill the requirements. Technical decisions also require negotiation skills. Business analysts also perform cost-benefit analysis to conduct an assessment of the benefits and costs anticipated in a project. When organizations undertake new projects, it is advisable for business analysts that they use cost-benefit analysis to establish whether such projects should be embarked or not. Business analysts should be able to achieve a profitable outcome for your company while finding a solution for the client that makes them happy. This balancing act demands the ability to influence a mutual solution and maintain professional relationship. Up next, we have our fifth skill, that is decision making. The quality of decisions made by business analysts is what matters a lot because it has a direct impact on the company's business. Thus, it is important for every business analyst to think from all aspects before presenting their decision or strategy. They must be having good problem-solving skills as well. Business analysts should have a knack to think out of the box and find a solution to problems. Majorly, a business analyst follows 5 major steps while making a decision. These steps are: define the problem, find and define the alternative approaches, evaluate the alternative approaches, make the decision based on these approaches and test, and finally implement the solution. While some may argue that the technical team is responsible for designing the solution, the business analyst still remains instrumental in ensuring that the design conforms to the requirements that have been approved. Now that we have reached halfway through the skills, I would like to ask all our viewers to please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Moving on, we have another really important business analyst skill, that is idea about programming languages. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming knowledge for performing better and faster analysis of data. Knowledge of R and Python is highly beneficial. Business analysts can help solve complex problems by writing efficient codes. Both R and Python have a vast collection of libraries and packages for data manipulation, data wrangling, data visualization, and data analytics. Some of these libraries are NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, tidyr, ggplot, and matplotlib. In addition to these, it is good to understand statistical software like SAS and SPSS. Using these programming languages such as Python, R, and SAS, you can analyze and visualize large datasets as well as create machine learning models for making future business predictions. The seventh skill in our list is creation of reports and dashboards. Now, business analysts should be proficient in using various business intelligence tools for creating reports and dashboards. Reports created by business analysts can be general reports such as detailed report, grouped report, cross-tab report, column report, query report, data entry report, etc. Or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized report with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. Dashboard reports are developed by business analysts to solve business decision-making problems. Different from the tabular interface of the general report, the dashboard report adopts the canvas-like operation interface. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI and ClickView are required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Now the eighth skill in our list of skills is database and SQL. Business analysts often work with data that is structured in nature. Hence, to store and process this data, they should have knowledge of relational databases such as Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, MySQL Database, as well as NoSQL databases. Also, having hands-on experience with SQL is a must for a business analyst to access, retrieve, manipulate and analyze data. So they should be able to write data definition and data manipulation commands such as create, update, delete and insert. Microsoft Excel is the ninth skill in our list. Excel is one of the oldest and most popular and powerful analytics and reporting tool used in the industries for working with data. Business analysts use Excel to perform various calculations, budget analysis and data analysis to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. They sort, filter and create pivot tables to summarize the data. Business analysts can also create different charts and graphs using Excel to generate dynamic reports related to a business problem. Business analysts can use Excel to create revenue growth models for new products based on new customer forecasts. When planning an editorial calendar for a website, business analysts can list out dates and topics in a spreadsheet. When creating a budget for a small product, they can list expense categories in a spreadsheet, update it monthly, and create a chart to show how close the product is to budget across each category. Business analysts can calculate customer discounts based on monthly purchase volume by product. They can even summarize customer revenue by product to find areas where to build strong customer relationships. And finally, in the list of skills we have documentation and presentation. You could have all the industry experience in the world, but if it's paired with poor business analyst practices, you could be more of a risk to the organization than a business analyst with no industry experience at all. A business analyst must be able to document their project learnings and results in a concise and compact form. They should also be confident about presenting their findings and conclusions in front of the stakeholders and clients. Organized documentation will help you communicate technical concepts to non-technical employees. It is important that a business analyst notes down all the details that they learn from their projects. This will help them take better decisions in the future. Also, if similar problems arise at a later stage, they can implement the same solution, thereby saving a lot of time and unwanted problems. While business analysts are generally not responsible for making decisions regarding project solutions, decision-making skills are still important for understanding, gathering, and presenting relevant information to assist decision makers with selecting the optimal solution. With that, we have covered our top skills for a business analyst. If you have any questions related to the skills that we covered, then please put it in the chat section. Our team will help you solve your queries. Now, let me tell you how Simplilearn can help you grow your career in business analytics and help you become a business analyst. So let me search for Simplilearn here. This is the Simplilearn website, and on the search bar, let me look for business analyst. You can see there are a few courses related to business analyst. So let me open these two courses. So let's go to the first course. So this is the business analyst master's program. Now this program is endorsed. Education provider is IIBA. Now if you look on the right, we have the different courses that will be covered as part of this master's program. So there is Introduction to Business Analysis, Certified Business Analytics Professional. You'll also learn about Agile and Scrum. There's Business Analytics with Excel. You'll also get training in SQL. There's Tableau training. And you'll also get to work on business analyst capstone projects. If I scroll down, now here are the tools that will be covered as part of this course. So there's Microsoft Excel, Zira, Tableau, Power BI, PostgreSQL, then there's Planbox, Target Process, and others. Here you can see the program advisors, and if I scroll further, this is the entire course content we have. These are the different courses that you will be learning in this course, and After you finish the course, you will receive a certificate which will look similar to this. So please go ahead and enroll to this course if you want to start your career in business analytics. Now let me take you to another program. We have postgraduate program in business analysis. Now this is in partnership with Purdue University and endorsed education provider is IIBA. If I scroll down, you can see here the key features of this course. You'll get Purdue postgraduate program certification, alumni association membership, master classes from Purdue faculties, enrollment in Simplilearn's Job Assist. There's 170 plus hours of blended learning, 11 plus hands-on projects, custom projects in 3 domains. If I scroll further, on the right you can see this is the Purdue certification that you will receive after finishing the course, and you will also get the certificate received by International Institute of Business Analysis, that is IIBA. Let's scroll down. You also have the advantage for enrolling to Simplilearn Job Assist program. So you will get IIM Jobs Pro membership for 6 months, resume assistance and career monitoring. You'll also have interview preparation and career affairs. Now here you can see the program details. So you will learn about an introduction to business analysis, certified business analysis professional, there's Agile and Scrum, business analytics with Excel, Tableau training, business analyst capstone project. And you also have the opportunity to enroll for some electives. So we have Purdue University Business Analysis Masterclass. You can also enroll to a Power BI course, and there's Agile and Scrum Foundation. If I scroll down, here you can see the skills that will be covered as part of this program. So there's business analysis, there's elicitation and collaboration, requirement analysis, planning and monitoring. Let me click on view more. You have strategy analysis, dashboarding, wireframing, there's data visualization, statistical analysis using Excel, SQL database, there's requirement lifecycle management, and lots more. So these are the tools that will be covered in this course. We have Microsoft Excel, Zira, Fogbuzz, Planbox, that's Rally, Power BI, PostgreSQL, that's version 1, target process, and others. And now this is the important part. These are the industry related projects that you will get to work on once you enroll to this course. So the first project is canteen ordering system for Unilever. We also have library management system for Stanford University. There's WhatsApp Pay, and you can see the description of these projects mentioned below. And you also have hospital management system for Mayo Clinic. They are our course advisors for this course. Now they are directly related to Purdue University. If I scroll further, there's the learner's profile and how the industry trend has been for business analysts. So please go ahead and enroll to this program if you really want to start your career or you want to grow your career as a business analyst.
Now here is a quick roadmap that depicts what a fresher needs to possess to become a business analyst. First, they need to have a graduation degree in a related field. Then, knowledge of SQL and relational database is very important. Thirdly, a fresher should have good hands-on experience with programming languages, and that's a prerequisite. And finally, they need to have good communication skills to nail the role of a business analyst. Up next, we have the roadmap that depicts what an experienced professional needs to possess to become a business analyst. Firstly, they should have good knowledge of the domain they're currently working in. Next, they should know how to write SQL queries. An experienced professional should be good with programming languages. In addition to that, they need to have good communication and negotiation skills. Finally, they should be good at creating interactive reports using business intelligence tools. In addition to that, having a certification offered by International Institute of Business Analysis, such as Certified Business Analysis Professional, would be highly beneficial.
Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine, and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server, and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps, and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution, and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I've prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment, and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI Dashboard is a single page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas, and each of these are called tiles. So on the top, you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI Desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI Service. Here, you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI Desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI Service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI service. Now, let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS, and Android platforms.
Have you ever wondered how companies use data to make important decisions and improve their operations? Well, that's where business intelligence comes in. Business intelligence, also known as BI, is a set of tools and processes that help organizations analyze data and make informed decisions. It's like a crystal ball that helps businesses see into the future and make strategic decisions based on the data analysis. But how exactly does BI work? Well, it starts with collecting data from multiple sources like transaction data, customer data, and social media data. This data is then processed and analyzed using BI tools like dashboards, reports, and analytical models. The insights provided by BI helps organizations identify trends, patterns, and opportunities that they can use to make better decisions and drive growth. So in this video, we are going to take you through the core concept of what business intelligence is and why is it so important. But before that, if you enjoy watching such videos and find them interesting, then please subscribe to our channel because we bring the best videos for you daily. Also hit the bell icon to get notified whenever we drop a new video. Data present in this world is never ending. So are the jobs for people working on this data to make proper insights.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse, serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their careers.
Hi, I'm Gordana Vujic. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and working as a business analyst at Ravature. This is my second job since I completed the postgraduate program in business analytics at Simplilearn with Purdue University in December 2021. My experience with Simplilearn was great. The live classes were my favorite because they were very interactive and I could connect with the instructors. I have many small gaps and short employments in my career. I even have a huge 2-year career gap due to some health issues. However, I think the dark times are now behind me. It doesn't matter how challenging the path may be. Keep upscaling and one day you will achieve success in life.
The next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
Let's do some practical hands-on demo with Power BI. So this is how the Power BI desktop interface looks like. On the left, you have the report view, the data view, and the model view. The report view is where you visualize your data with different charts and graphs to build reports. The data view allows you to view the whole data, while the model view is where you check if there are any relationship between the tables. On the right, you can see the different visualizations that you can build. We'll quickly run through all of these in our demo. So here you can see there's a finance sample data that will help you draw insights about the sale of products in different countries. We will create a report to visualize different charts and graphs and analyze those sales. So let me go to my Power BI desktop. First, we'll import our data. So let me go to our Get Data tab and choose Excel as my data source. I click on Excel. So here is our finance sample data. We'll select Sheet 1. You can see the data here. Click on it and then select Load. This might take some time to load the data. Now if I go to my Data tab, you can see the entire data set. It has fields such as segment, country in which the sales was made, the name of the product, the units sold, and the sales price, and many more. Let's start building our report now. I'll go to my report view. So first let me create a text box. Let me resize it. Let me name it as Finance Dashboard. We'll increase the size of the text. We'll use font Consolas, center it. we'll also add a background to this. We use blue color, change it to white, and increase the size. Now, let me first show you how you can create a matrix. I'll go to visualizations and click on matrix. Let me resize it. From the datasheet tab, I'll select sales and drag onto values. So you can see the total number of sales that were made. Now, let me do some formatting. So I'll go to the format tab, click on column headers. Let's add a background color and let me increase the text size to 20. Similarly, under values, we'll increase the size of the text to 20 as well. We can also click on border and choose the color of the border. May take as, let it be black. So this is a simple matrix that we created which shows the total number of sales that were made. Similarly, let me choose matrix once again. Now we'll drag on the units sold onto values. We'll continue with the same drill. Under column headers, we'll add a background. This time, let's choose some other color, and under values, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Even for the column headers, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Again, we'll switch on border. Let me resize a bit. So here we have two matrices created for our report. The first matrix shows us the total sales that were made. The second matrix shows you the total units that were sold. Now let's move ahead and create a simple bar chart. So under visualization, I click on clustered column chart. Under this, we'll drag the date column onto axis and the sales onto value. Let me expand it. So it shows you the sales by year. This is the sales that were made in 2013 and this shows you the sales that were made in 2014. Now there's a drill down option which gives you more granularity. This depicts the sales by quarter. If I drill down further, you can see this shows you the sales by month. Also, you have some options like sort by and sort by sales. So you can see October month made the highest number of sales. Moving ahead, let me now create a pie chart where we will see the sales by different segments. Under visualization, I'll click on pie chart. Let me first resize it. Here, I'll drag the segment column onto the legend and the sales column onto the values. As you can see, we have the sales made by different segments. Government segment made the highest number of sales with 44.22%. Now let me add a border to both the visualization. I'll click on the pie chart and go to the format tab. I'll switch on the border. Similarly, for the clustered column chart, I'll go to the format tab and click on border. Now let me resize a bit. Alright. Next, we'll create a very simple table that will depict the total sales made by each product. So under visualizations, I click on table. Let me bring this below. So from the data sheet, I'll first drag product onto values. You can see the different products and then sales just below it. So this depicts the total sales that were made by each product. And finally, it displays the total value of the sales that were made. This is same as the one shown here. Now let's do some formatting. Under format tab, I'll go to values and increase the text size to 15. Let me expand it. Also, under column headers, I'll increase the text size to 15. Then let me go and add a border. Now let me create a map that will show you the sales that were made by each country. So first, let me create a new page and under visualization, I'll click on map. Now I'll drag the country column onto location. So you can see we have our map ready and we'll drag sales onto size. You can see the different countries and the sales that they made. If I move the map, you can see the sales made in the Europe region. Let me resize it. I'll add a border to this. Now let me go ahead and create a donut chart that will show you the profit by each segment. Under visualizations, I'll click on donut chart. I'll move this to the top. Now from the data sheet, I'll add profit onto the values and segment onto the legend. If I expand this, You can see government segment made the highest amount of profit with 65.04%. Let me resize this and we'll add a border. Okay, in the final visualization, I'll show you how to create a tree map. This tree map will tell you the total amount of sales made by each product. So under visualizations, I'll click on the tree map. Let me expand it. I'll drag sales onto values and product onto group. So here you can see our tree map and the sales made by each product. You can see now we have our report ready. We have created two separate canvases to visualize our data. Now, if you want to change the color of these bars, you can simply go to the Format tab and under Data Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. In Power BI Desktop, you have an option to switch your theme. This will make your dashboard or the report look more attractive. So now we are under the default mode. Let's try out different themes. That's Frontier, it's Temperature, Solar, which is a little yellowish. The one which I like is Tidal. I hope this was helpful in making you understand the basics of Power BI and how it works. You learned the various features and the components of Power BI and looked at the architecture of Power BI. Finally, you saw a demo to create a report using finance dataset.
Now, let's get started by how to install Power BI in Windows operating system. To install Power BI, go to Google and search for Power BI Desktop Download. Now, click on the first link and then you will be redirected to the official web page of Microsoft Power BI. Here, you have to scroll a little towards bottom and select your language, which is English, and then click on Download. This will give you two options. So based on your processor, select one. My system is 64-bit, so I'll be selecting this one. Now download. The file will be 558 MB, so it might take a little time. Now you can see your Microsoft Power BI is getting downloaded. So if we go into the download section, you can clearly see it. So here it is getting downloaded. It might take a little time. Now the file has been downloaded. Just run the file and you can directly go to next, since the default language is English. And in case if you want to select a particular language, you can go to the select language option and select your particular language you're searching for. It might take a while. There you go. So the installation process has been started. Now you can click on next. And now you can read all the terms and agreements and click on accept. You can change the location if you want, but I'll be keeping it as default. Again, if you want to create a shortcut, you can on desktop. I'll keep it as it is. Now install. It might take a while. So Power BI has got successfully installed. You can see the desktop icon there. Double click on it and you can start Power BI. So firstly, it is open source. If you want to have a licensed version of it, just get the license or buy now option. And for now, let's use the open source version. So this is the Power BI window and those are the charts. And these are the data connections if you want to get connected to your data sources. You can also have shortcuts to that.
Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as publish to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google Sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right? Now the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my, okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me. It's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now, after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again, I'll choose the option text/CSV. And now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it is identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now, so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like, you know, customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import, is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQL live tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there, like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQL live tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee. and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That is, this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave, of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight, Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn sales, if you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there: web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions, we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this column, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend, gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select these two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory and subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
What is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool to visualize your data and share insights across your organization. So when we talk about BI, it came into existence as a self-service BI tool. and it does have different components which can be used. Now, before we get into details of Power BI, let's understand what are the different components or what are the different ways in which you can work on your Power BI. Now, one of the main challenges when it comes to organizations or users is that data is scattered in different places. It might be in different formats, and everyone would want to use that data to basically perform some calculations, create visualizations or dashboards which could be interactive, and that's where they would want to bring all the data in one place, might be transform it so that you can filter out and not load huge amount of data in your system, and you can work on selective data. So when it comes to Power BI, it helps us in ETL, it helps us in data modeling, it helps in data storage and reporting. So what are the benefits of Power BI? Here are some of the benefits. So extract intelligence rapidly and accurately. So that's basically transforming your enterprise data into rich visuals and accurate reports for enhanced decision making. Now, one thing we already know that when we talk about data in raw format might have a lot of hidden information. If we look at different data sets, which I'll show you in the process, it might have a lot of meaning, but then the real meaning comes out of the data if we can create visualizations, if we can create relationships between different data sets, and thus that can help us in enhanced decision making. Now, Power BI supports advanced data services. It integrates seamlessly with advanced cloud services like Cortana to provide results for the verbal data queries as well. When you talk about seamlessly integrating with existing applications, that's one more benefit of Power BI. So it adopts analytics and reporting capabilities easily to embed interactive visuals quickly in your applications. You can build rich personalized dashboards. So it basically provides a unified user experience with customized dashboard and reports that meet your exact needs. It also has a way where you can have secure way of publishing your reports. So you can set up automatic data refresh and rapidly publish reports, allowing multiple users to avail the latest information across your organization or across your working community. So Power BI can connect to different sources. We'll see that in a while. So basically you have an option which says get data, and that basically opens up a window where you can find different type of data sources such as Excel, your CSV or text, JSON, PDF, getting data from databases, or directly accessing data from databases. Now, before we get further into understanding how Power BI looks like, it would be a good idea to share information in how you can set that up on your machine. So when it comes to your Power BI, and let me open up a notepad here. So for example, I bring up a notepad. Let's say when you talk about your Power BI components, so you basically have Power BI desktop, and that's mainly your playground, or that's mainly used for any kind of development activities. You have your Power BI server, or you can say service. Now this one is where you would make reports online and share or make them available to different BUs. Now that's one more component of Power BI. And then you also have your Power BI mobile, which is mainly for viewing the information, or I would say viewing reports. So these are the three main components. We can also look at the licensing information of these. So these are the main. So Power BI Desktop is something which you can set up on your laptop or on your machine. Power BI Server is where you can log in with your user ID and password, and Power BI Mobile is mainly to view your reports. Now, how do you set this up before you can explore or start working on Power BI? So here is a link which you can basically use. So if you look into this, so this one basically says service, self-service, sign up for Power BI. It says sign up of Power BI service as an individual. Normally, when you would want to use Power BI, you can use a website called HTTP, and then you have basically app, and let's say I think it's called app.powerbi.com. Now this is the place where you can basically log in. Now if you see here, I have created an account, and if you look at my account, it says auatl.onmicrosoft.com. Now how do you get this kind of email? Because when you talk about Power BI, it will expect you to have a official ID, and it does not take IDs which are from common domains such as Google or Yahoo and so on. So this particular link gives you an idea how you can do that. So basically you have what is Power BI, basic explanation on that. It says signing up for Power BI service. So Power BI Desktop, it's a totally free download. And then you have mobile apps, also a totally free download. And here it says that what kind of email addresses it supports. And if we look into this, you have to either sign up, because that does not accept your private email IDs, or you can go for this one which says enroll US government organization, and this is where you can basically sign up for Power BI. So it basically says try free. If you go to the website, say powerbi.microsoft.com, or you could go into this one which I was saying, http://app.yourpowerbi.com, and this is what you can use. Or as mentioned, you can go to powerbi.microsoft.com. For example, if I open this in a different tab, it takes me to Power BI Microsoft. I can say start free. I can click on this. It says try free. But then when it asks you to sign in, this is where some of us face problem, because it does not take your private email ID. Now, how do you tackle that? What you can do here is on this page, which says learn about alternate ways to sign up, you can basically open up this link. And in this link, it says sign up for Power BI with a new Microsoft 365 trial account. And what you can do is you can basically click on this link, which takes you to the Office 365. And what you can do here is you can search for something which says, say, 365 E3, and here you have try it for free. So in my case, it is translating. Okay. So here you have an option which says try it for free. Click on this one, and then basically go ahead with your sign up process. Now, once you do that, you can basically create an account or give a email ID. So it asks you to give an email ID to check if you already have an account. And once you do that, it will guide you through the process where you can create an account like I have done. Now, once you have done that, so for example, we can go into this page, which I said http://app.powerbi.com. Now, once you have created an account, you would be asked to log in. Now I can click and log in here, and then basically give in my password. And once I do that, it takes me to the Power BI server or service. Now, on the top right, it might say that go for a trial version. I have already selected that, and this is a pro trial which is giving me validity for 60 days. So this is the service which I can use. Now what it means is I can be using my Power BI desktop, which would be also installed. So once you log into this page, you can basically click on apps. You can basically search for something like Power BI, and that will show up an app and you can install and download on your machine. Now, once that is there, you can basically bring it up. So for example, in my case, I can just say Power BI desktop, and that's the app which I have installed on my machine, and basically that comes up. So that's your Power BI desktop which is coming up, and it will still ask you to sign in so that you can share your information through Power BI. So you see here on the top, I'm already signed in, and here it also shows you some tutorials and videos which basically helps you in getting to know something more or what's new. So you can always browse that. So you would have your Power BI desktop which would be set up. You would also have your Power BI service which would be running, and then basically whatever you have developed on your Power BI desktop, you can share that through the Power BI service. Now, usually when you talk about licensing, I can give you brief insights here. So you basically have your Power BI service, as I said, licensing. So you have the Pro version, which is basically your $9.9 per user per month, and basically it has some kind of limitation. So it has, say, max 10 gigabyte. You can work on some features like incremental refresh is not allowed. You can always look onto the Microsoft website for more details, and in those kind of cases you usually go for the premium account if you are a extensive user. And premium account basically is conditional based, so it depends on your requirements, and then basically you pay for the service what you use. So that's mainly about your servicing. Now when you talk about your server and service, as I said, it is basically making your reports online and sharing and making them available to different BUs. So that is the highlight. So when you talk about sharing reports, that's one of the things. You have anomaly detection, that's also possible here. You can talk about automation of reports. You have security, that is, you can go for role based or role level based kind of security implementation. All those are some of the features of your Power BI server and service. So it is good to know and basically have your desktop and Power BI service set up. Now once you have that, then you basically have your Power BI. Now when you talk about your Power BI, it basically helps you with various things. So this is how easily you can have it set up, and then basically you can explore this. So for example, as I was saying, Power BI can connect to different data sources. Now I do have an option here which says get data. I can click on this and that shows me all the different data sources. I can even click on more if I am interested in looking what more Power BI desktop tool helps me to do. So it shows me all the different ways in which you can get the data. You see here the servers, so the database services, your folders, your different formats. You can click on file formats or databases. You can look at Power Platform. So if basically you are connecting to a platform and getting some services, you can connect to the cloud, that is Azure. You have online services, and then you have other options. So these are all the ways in which you can get your data. When you talk about visualizations, you see a lot of visualization options here which can be used once your data is loaded, and I will explore and explain more about this. So you have something called as insert, wherein you can go in for different visuals or different types. You can also get into, say, transform the data. Now that basically is going to pop up and bring a Power Query editor. Now that's where a lot of your ETL works happen. So when you do a transform data, it opens up Power Query editor, which we can use to transform the data or change the data or modify the data as per our requirement before loading all of it into our Power BI. So you also have option here which says modeling, wherein we can create new tables, or we can work on our data where we can manage relationships. So as of now, we don't have any data, so it does not show this one as activated, but that can be activated. This is where you can view your reports. So this is, in short, exploring your Power BI. We'll see what are the different options which we can use here. So it basically supports different kind of data. So when we look at the visualization pane, that basically allows us to create different kind of visualizations here, and we will understand that. So you can basically visualize on your different data and create different kind of charts, graphs, maps, and basically derive insights from your data. Now, when you talk about data models, that's where you can basically establish relationships. So when you talk about data models, it is basically used to connect multiple data sources to build a relationship. Now, we might have different data sets, or we might have data coming in from different tables where we may want to basically get insights or get data from multiple data sources for our purpose. Now, in that case, data models do help us. So for example, if you have two tables, let's look at the standard tables. So you have products lookup table, and you also have the sales table. Now, usually what you have in any kind of scenario is, if we basically say you have your data tables, so that's basically where your data resides, and then you have series of your lookup tables. So usually you might have, say, your data tables here, and this is what I'm talking about, which might have some data. For example, let's say sales is one of them. You might have some other data table which might be, for example, let's say budget table, or might be something else. And these are your data tables. Now at the other end, you might have your lookup tables. So basically you have various lookup tables, and these lookup tables, for example, let's say this one is customer, this one is territory, let's say this is product, and let's say this one is a calendar. So these are basically my lookup tables. So we can basically, as I said, your data might be coming in from different sources, let's say database, or let's say some kind of files, or let's say some kind of systems what you have. So your data might be coming in from different places. Now you might want to transform the data. So this is where I could say there is your query editor, which I was explaining. So you have your query editor, which basically allows you to edit the data table, or basically allows you to edit the data before it is loaded, right? You can hide a column, you can add a new column, you can modify your column. So your query editors would be basically used to work on the data which goes into your data tables. Now you might have a lot of lookup tables, as I said. So let's say these are my lookup tables, and these are my data tables. So what we need is, sometimes we information based on our lookup tables and data tables. Now that's where data modeling comes into picture. So basically, if I would want to extract information from here, so I can notice that there is a product key here, and there is a product key here. Now this is where we are already talking about, say, foreign keys, or we are talking about your relationships. Right now, when you talk about relational databases, you have something called as foreign key constraints, which is in Power BI terms, I would say it's not exactly a constraint, but it is more of a filter propagation instead, which is used to basically connect your different data sources. And you could have basically cross filter directions. You can go for single or one to one or one to many or many to many kind of relationships, which basically allows you to work on the data. So we will learn more about data models when we are doing a quick demo there, where we can talk a little bit about normalization and denormalization, the way the data exists, right? And then you basically would want to gather insights from your data. So when you talk about your two data sources, as I said, so you have a products lookup table, you have a sales table. Now if you would want to calculate the total order quantity of each product name, which is, we are talking about the order quantity as a information here, and you have product name here. Now how do you get that information? What we see here is we would want something like this, or we would want more information. So how do we do that? So what we can do is the order quantity for each product is basically showing us the same value. Now this is because the product and sales tables are not connected and there is no relationship between them. Even if you would want to take two sources and just get information out of them, Power BI would complain that there is no relationship established between them. So what we do is we create a data model. So what we do is we build a relationship between both the tables using a common key column, which exists in both cases. As I said, there is a product key here, there is a product key here. So that basically allows us to have a relationship between these two. Now that could be one to one. This could also be related to other tables. So it could be one to many. You could have many to one. So all those relationships are possible. So product key is basically used to create a relationship. You see the arrow mark, and then there is also this star, which can basically mean one to many. Now when the product key is used to join these two tables or form a relationship, then we can look at the product names and the order quantities, which basically gives me a total. Now that's the basic use of your data models. Now what about this DAX? So basically data analysis expressions. Now that's a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI Desktop. Usually when we work on our data sources, when we would want to connect them, it automatically shows us these data analysis expressions. However, this gives us extension. It basically gives us more power to work on our data. Now, sometimes instead of working on DAX or DAX expressions, it would be good to go for better data modeling and have the relationships established better. And sometimes when the relationships are established, you could use your DAX, which basically gives you more power on working on your data. So your values are calculated based on information from each row of a table. It appends values to each row in a table and stores them in the model. It increases the file size. So that's what happens. Now you can right click on any column to add a new column. And for example, in this one, it shows that there was a quantity type calculated column, which was based on the calculation what we see here on the top in the expression bar, which says what kind of calculation was performed. And that basically gives us the value for quantity type, and that is basically added here to our existing data. So that's the power of DAX and Power BI. So you also have something called as measures. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So basically here, if you see, we are working on AW underscore sales, and then we have selected quantities sold. And what we are looking at in the report is we can basically right click on any table name to add a new measure here. So we have added what we call as quantities sold as the measure. So values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report. We will see this, how this can be done. And that basically here, the measure does not increase the file size. It does not create new data in the table themselves in comparison to what we were seeing earlier, that is your calculated columns. So these are your type of DAX functions. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So you have date and time, which basically allows you to work on date and time data or fields. You have logical functions which allow us to create new filters or add more filters to our data. You have text functions which basically allows us to say transform the data into a lowercase or an uppercase, or basically get the length of a string, or concatenate two fields, or basically do a filtering based on some criteria, or replacing some content. You also have statistical functions which can be used. You have information functions which can be used. So these are different types of DAX functions which we can use in Power BI. So we will learn more on Power BI through a quick demo where we can use some data sets, and those data sets could be found on internet, although I can also upload that on a GitHub link and you will have access to those data sets. So let's learn about Power BI through a quick demo by uploading some data sets and playing with those data sets. Let's look at a sample data set and let's upload it. And as I explained, while uploading, let's also transform the data so that we can have selective fields or selected data loaded here instead of loading the complete data set. And then let's see how we can visualize this, or how we can use the information in this data set. Now what we can do here is we can click on get data, and then we can choose one of the data formats which we would be looking for. So for example, I can go for Excel and basically click on this. Now here are some of my data sets. So let's look into the folder here, and these data sets are also available on my GitHub link, which I'll share with you later. So here we have something called a superstore. Let's click on this, and here I already have a data set which is global superstore, or I also have selective data. So let's select this one, click on open. Now that's basically connecting to my data source, and that will show me what does that Excel sheet have. So it has different tabs, which is orders, people, and returns. So let's select orders, and that basically gives me a preview of the data which I have. And if you scroll all the way to right, it shows me city, state, and then country. And if you see here, we do see information of all the countries. Now this can be huge amount of data which we would want to look into. But say for example, my use case is that I'm interested in looking for the data for United States and as a country and all its states. So we will do that when we do a transform. Now we can also select the returns tab, and that shows me these three fields. However, the first row should have been the heading of this particular data set, and we will transform that. Now I can go ahead and click on load, but that will load all the data. So instead of that, let's go for transforming. So let's click on transform data. Now once you do that, it brings you your toolkit, that brings you your Power Query Editor, which allows you to transform your data. So for example, we have data from returns tab or returns data source, as you see here. So we see column 1, column 2, and column 3, and that also shows the type of the data here. It also gives me a quick small option here. Let's select this, and then I can say use first row as header. Now there are various other options which you can do. You can add a custom column, you can add column with examples, you can keep the top rows, you can remove the top rows, you can keep errors, keep duplicates. So there are different ways, and you can also do a merge query or append query. So as of now, let's just say use first row as headers. And that basically shows that now my first row has become the header. You also see in the applied steps, it basically tells me if I have changed the type of the data. If I have made any other changes, those steps will get added here. So it basically shows me the name as it returns. It shows me applied steps where I've changed the type. And now I basically have this information. Now this is something where you can change the type, or you can basically set it to a particular format. However, we are not doing anything of that sort right now. So we can do that for any of these columns. So this looks good. When it comes to orders, let's click on this. And as I said, I would be interested in selecting for country as United States only. And let me just work on that data. However, we can work on all the data. So let me scroll all the way to right. And here I have the country. Now there are these filters which we can use. So basically I can click on this and that shows me all the countries are selected. Now there is also something called as text filters, which we will see how we can use to select particular data. I basically have other ways of filtering the data. So for example, now I will just uncheck this select all. And what I would be interested is in United States. So let's type it here. That shows me as an option here. Select this and then basically say OK. So that should basically now filter out, and it shows me the data is United States only, and then you have different states and rest of the data remains. So if you look at the applied steps, it tells me that there are filtered rows. Now we have done the basic transformation for this data set on these two data sources, that is orders and returns. So here you have an option which says close and apply. So close the query editor window and apply any pending changes. You can click on this and it says apply. So for example, I can just say apply for now, and that should basically apply the changes which I have performed using my query editor. That is, I have transformed the data so that I can have selective data uploaded in my Power BI. Now it's doing that. It shows me it is working on both of these data sources, that is orders and returns. So that's done. And now basically, if there are any other pending changes, we can just do a close and apply. So that basically has closed, and now you would see the data appearing here. So I have uploaded the data as per my preferences. Now if you click on the data tab here, so it basically shows you your data fields. It might take some time to populate, but if you see in the country field now, even if I click on the filter, it just shows me United States. Now that's what we wanted. So we have already uploaded this data in orders. You can always expand the option here, which shows me all the fields which are there in this. Might be this is an aggregation, might be that's an order date. So this is again some kind of aggregation. We can change the data types. So we are looking at all the fields in my orders table, or basically coming from the orders data source. I also have returns, which shows me 3 fields, and that shows me the data which is returned, order ID and region. So the column names are applied correctly as we want, and that basically looks fine. Now we can also look at your model. So when you click on model, it shows me these two. However, there is no, as of now, relationship established between them. So it says under properties, select one or more model objects to set their properties. So right now, these are not related. There is no relationship established between them. So if I would want some data which relates to orders and returns, then that would fail because it would say there is no relationship. Now I can go to the first option which says report, and we have not created any report here. Although we can create a simple report, we can look at the data. So we have our orders field. Now we can basically pull out some information from here. We can choose what kind of report we may want to create. So for example, let's go for the table option from visualizations. You have various options here which we can use. This is where you can do a formatting. This is where you can select the fields. This is where you can search and filter out the data. You can also add data fields here. So first let's click on table, and that basically gives me a table. Now this table as of now does not have anything, so you can use the filter and slices option here, which will affect the visualization. Or basically what you can do is, now since we have orders here, so this is my orders and I would like to work on this. So let's say for example country is, I can select country as a field, and if you say, it shows me country is all as of now, and it says the value is United States. What I can also do is, I'm interested in the states, so I have state. Now I can basically drag and drop it here, and then the state gets added here. So I can basically say select all, and that should basically take care of my state field being added here. So state is all, country is all. Now we can basically look at something else. So might be, let's choose sales, and I can just drag and drop sales here. So that basically says if you would want to have any kind of advanced filtering, which says filter type, so go for advanced filtering is less than or equal, or you can also go for advanced filters. So that's fine as of now. So we have added some fields here, and that's basically my data here. So let's go for filters here, which basically should select all my fields. Now if you see, the visualization shows my country, sales and state, which we had either by selecting the fields and dropping them here, or you can in this section where it says fields. So you can, for example, let me show it again. So I can just delete this. I can click on the table option. I can just drag it here. I can basically make it bigger, and I need to add data to this one. So it says add data fields here. So now let's say country is what we are interested in. We are also interested in states. So let's drop that here, and let's say sales. So this is also what I'm interested. So I'm looking at one specific country. I'm looking at sales per state. And when we look at sales, it basically tells me that this is a summation. So you will basically get the total sales which have happened. Now we are looking at this data here. We can always go to formatting. We can click on grid. We can basically increase the font here. We can change the grid color. So for example, let's make it, for example, blue. So I can just select this, and it should basically allow me to have the grid color as blue. Now I can go in for the grid thickness. I can go for row padding, outline color. So we can basically make it a little bit more readable. And then we can basically increase the font size here to look at the information. And you have other options here. So what would you want to do with column headers? So I can basically have the font color, background color is fine. Do you want to have an outline? Do you want to have a change in font? What is the text size? Might be we can make the heading a little bigger. And then basically you also have the field formatting. So all those could be done. You could go for background, and all these things can be done in formatting. So now we already have our data here, and this basically looks good. And this is basically one of my visuals which I have here. And this has given me some information for sales, and basically I can scroll this. I can also make it bigger. So I could select a particular field if I'm more interested in looking at the information for a particular state. Now I can add more fields to this. So this is my one of the reports which I have created. Now what I can do with this report is I can basically have more data fields. I can add filters to this. I can basically look into all the data here by just clicking somewhere in the grid, but somewhere outside. If you select a particular row, then that data shows up. Here you have an option of focus mode, which you can go for. You can look at the other options which says export data. Now, if this is the data which you are interested in, you can export it. You can always do show as a table if you are interested in. You can do a sort by country, sales, or state. So for example, let's do a sorting by state. And that basically gives me the data which has been sorted by state information. Now we could obviously have the information here, so I can then change the order so it shows me alphabetically. This is the information which I have. So I've created a simple visualization using the data which I have. And what I can do is I can click on save. So that basically asks me to save this as a Power BI file which has an extension of PBIX, and I can basically call it my report. So let's say first report, and here I can say country, or I can say state wise sales in USA. Let's say USA, and that basically is my first report. Now once you have saved this report, you can always look on your machine. For example, if I go in here and if I go into this folder, might be I should look on desktop, and this is where I should have saved it. So it shows me first report state-wise. That will open up in Power BI, and we have created a simple report which we have basically used by taking our data. Now I can also do is I can publish this if I would want to share this information. So publish this report online in Power BI service. You can basically select your report, what we have here, and I clicked on publish. So it says what's the destination. So you can have different workspaces. I will choose the default, that's my workspace. I can click on select. Now it says publishing first report statewide sales in USA to Power BI. You can create a portrait view of your report and you can do all that stuff. So let it publish, and then we can basically look into our Power BI server. That's our service where the information is already shared or published, I would say, which can then be shared with different resources. So we can come here and basically I can look into the Power BI, and this is where I will be able to look into my workspaces. And let's look in my workspace. So it says this is the place where I had initially downloaded Power BI dataset. It says your dataset is ready. Let Power BI help you explore your data, right? So you can always do this. You can click on view dataset, which basically allows you to bring out your workspace and first report state wise sales. Now that's the report which we have published. So let's first check in our desktop if that's done. So it says success, open first report in Power BI. Now I can click on this one straight away, and that takes me to my service. Now once it takes me to the service, it shows me the report which we created, which we published, and it basically has the option where I can save it as a different copy or give a different name. I can embed this in a website or a portal. I can publish to web, embed this report for public access by anyone on the internet. We can do that. We can export it to PowerPoint. So we can do all these options. You also have an option of view where you can change the view. You can basically also edit report here. So you can do that. If you are interested in something specific, you can do a sharing to teams. So if you have your teams or groups set up, you can share it with them. You have an option of common panes. You can basically view usage metrics report. Now that can be sometimes helpful. You can basically go ahead and go and subscribe a particular report. So if there are new changes made, you will be the one who will be informed. You can click on share. Now if I click on share here from my service, it says only users with Power BI Pro will have access to this report. Recipients will have the same access as you unless row level security on the data set further restricts them. So I can grant access, and this is where I will have to give the email IDs of the people with a message that I would want to have them look at this report, right? You can also allow recipients to build new content using the underlying data sets, and you can send an email notification to the users. As of now, I don't have any other groups, so I'll not be sharing it, but I have created a simple report. Now let's also look at edit report. Let's just to see what it helps us. And when you click on edit report, it basically brings up this one which says your file, view. It gives you the filters. It basically allows you to add data fields to this. So it is basically giving access to these data sets which were in my desktop. It is basically allowing you to give or create different visualizations. Now here we have the data which we are looking at, and if say for example somebody is interested in filtering the data, so you could do that. So you could click on filter here, and that basically applies. This is the filter we have. Now country is fine, sales might be, I can click on sales and I would say okay, let's look at sales which is more than a particular amount. So we can say is greater than, and might be I can give a number here, so I can say 30,000, and basically I can say apply filter. So right now I'm applying filter, and I would look at the values, which also shows me the total value is changed. So you have not only created a report, you have published it, and now from the service you can edit it. So I'm looking at particular data here, and then basically I can click on file and I can save it, or I can say save a copy of the report, and let's say I will call it the same name. So I'll say first report underscore state wise sales, and I will say modified. So let's do a save, and the report has been saved. So now you're looking at the data here. So that is basically giving you information. So when I click on my workspace here, I can click on reports, and that does show me my previous report. It shows me the modified report. It gives me an option of looking at the usage metrics report. So say for example you want to click on this one, and it will basically give you the usage metrics. So let's click on this one, and that basically shows me the report usage metrics which is generated. So views per day, unique viewers per day. You would want to look at the different platforms, who was using it, views by user, and this can be sometimes useful if we would want to look into this one. Now I can go back to my workspace, I can click on reports, and that basically took me to usage metrics. I could be sharing it, I can analyze in Excel, I can look for quick insights based on this data what we have. You can basically look at the related information. You can also look at the settings of this one. And basically this is how you have your data report here. Now that also shows me the data sets option. So which basically gives me the data sets which can be used to create further reports. And we have our data here. So for example, if I click on create report, it basically gives me these data sets, and we can continue working on this. So this is how I have a simple report created without basically working on two different data sources, but I have selected some data here, and then I can basically add details to this. So for example, now if we look at orders and say, for example, this is the data I have, and say you would want to add some fields. So let's go to returns and say, for example, I would be interested in looking at the products. So might be what I should do is I should replace the report here. Instead of country, it would be interesting to look at the product which we have, or basically customer ID. So we can look at customer ID, we can look at the order ID, which would be interesting to see if there is a particular order, what was the sales which was generated, and if there were any returns which were happening on that. So for example, here when I have these, let me cut out country as a field, and I will basically take order ID and place it here. So now if you see, my data has been easily modified. So I have my order ID, I have sales, and I have state-wise information. So you have basically all the information, but this is now order ID, state, and so on. Now, what if I would want to also see based on the order ID, if I say I would want the returned field. So for example, I would want to take this one and let's drag and drop it here. Now that says cannot display the visual. Now why is that? So if you click on see details, that says cannot determine relationships between the fields. So it cannot display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. And how do we fix that? So for example, if I click on fix this, now it says there is a missing relationship between these fields. Use auto detect to search for relationships or create them manually. Now I can click on auto detect, which will try to search for fields which exist in both the data sets, or basically I can create relationships. So let's click on create relationships, and that basically takes me to this page which says there are no relationships defined from table to table and so on. So I can click on new. Now here it says select the tables and the columns that are related. Now I can say orders. Now those are my fields where you have order IDs, and it automatically shows that returns also has an order ID field, although all the values might not be same, but this is how you can create a relationship. And it says the cardinality says many to one, so you can have basically many to one relationship. You are saying cross filter direction is single, so make this relationship active, and it has already helped us basically identifying the field. So I can say okay. So it says now these two tables should be related or should be connected based on order ID. So here we have this, and let's basically say close. Now once that is done, if you see, I have order ID, I have returned, I have sales column, and I have state. And if you see in returned, I do have a value of yes, which shows this particular order ID had generated some sales, and it was for state Alabama, and it was returned, and the value is yes. So if you scroll down, you basically see all the values. Now we can add different filters where we can say I would want only yes and no. Now this is again an interesting report. So let's go in also into the formatting, and what we can do is we can look at, say, the grid option. If we would want to basically say vertical grid, and let's say on, and it says vertical grid color. So let's select this. Might be I can try doing a black here. It puts it in the right nice table format, and that basically looks good. So you have sales, returned, and so on. And this is basically the order which I'm seeing here. So for example, if I would want to change the order, and if I'm saying okay, I would like to look at sales and returned and so on, So we can be doing that. We can come here and say, for example, I have sales and returned. Let's try moving the sales column over here. Might be state is an information which we would want in the beginning. So let me also move the states all the way here. So it gives me state, it gives me the order ID, sales, and if there was a return which was happening on that particular product. So easily I've modified my report. Now what I can do is I can just save it, and I can do the same thing. So I can publish it, I can basically continue using it, or I can work on a new report. So let's continue learning, and now here we will also see how you can load some data and perform some transformations and basically get multiple results or multiple tables or multiple data sets which can be then further used for reporting. So Power BI does give you a lot of options. Now here you have an option, as we saw earlier, that is get data, or what you can do is you have an option where you can create new data also, which says enter data. Now this is something which can be easily used if you have relatively less number of fields. So you can basically add more columns here, and you can basically add values. So for example, if I would just call it something like scientist ID, okay, and then I can say scientist name, and then basically I can say domain, and then I can say, for example, let's say year of joining, and I can keep adding the number of columns here. I can delete the columns, right? And I can give this, and I can say country. So that's it. And now we have created these five columns, which we have given some names, and we can start entering some values. So I can basically say, let this scientist ID be 2234. I can give some name. So let's give Peter, let's say domain, and I can say biotechnology. I can give year of joining 2011, and I can say Germany as the country. And I really don't want this particular column, so I can go ahead and delete this. Now I can come here, and then I can give something else. So I can say this is scientist ID. I can give John. Let's say this scientist is mainly working in physics, and then I can say 2018, and let's say France, and go back here, and let's say 4567, and let's say Marie, and let's say she does her research in molecules, and let's call it 2001, and let's say Italy. Okay, and you can continue adding data in this way. Now you can say if the data is already here, so I can say, for example, no, I do not want this particular row. I do not want this particular row. So you can basically keep adding values here. Now you can say edit. So here we have to give some names. So let's say scientists. Okay, and then if you choose edit, it basically brings up your Power BI editor, which allows you to work on these fields if you would want to make some changes. Now we can make some changes here. We can see what are the number of rows. We can basically perform any kind of transactions here. So this one basically tells me what is the data type. So here we see scientist ID, and this clearly tells me this is an integer. However, we will not want to do any kind of computations here. So we can as well change this. So I can just do a right click, and I can work on this particular column. What I can also do is I can just click on this, and this tells me that you would want to change it to date time, or you want to change it to some number. So I can just say string, because we are not going to perform any computation here. So on the ID column, so let's say text, and I'm changing it. So it says replace current, add a new step. So selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing? So I will say replace current. And now the data type has been changed. It is of a string. And if you see, this step has got added here. So it says that the change type is the kind of transformation we did here. So that's fine. Now what we can also do is, we have the scientist name, but we don't like the column name here. So it would be good to change this. So there is something called as remove or remove columns and so on. So when you do a right click, it gives you a lot of options in applying filters or doing some transformation. If I just click on this one, so what I can do is I can look at the date time, and let's go here. So we have an option which says, do you want to change the type? Now we could have done that here, or like I said, you could choose the time and do it. You can just say transform, and how do you want to change it? So do you want to change it to uppercase? Well, you can do that, and changes all the values of this one. What I can do is I can again do a right click, and I can choose, basically, if you would want to clean up the data, or if you would want to convert to lowercase, you want to capitalize each word. So let's choose that. And if you see here, the steps are getting added. Now to undo any particular step, if I just cancel this, then I'm back to this. If I cancel this, I'm back to my original form. So you can anytime undo your changes, and you can basically work on this. So we are working on this particular column. Now there are various other options that you can look at. So for example, this is some of my data, but it does not have much information. It would be good to load some bigger data set and then use these transformations, or basically working on changing the data types, as I mentioned. Or if you would want to do a filtering and remove certain fields and only select particular fields, if that's what you're interested, doing a right click where I want to create a copy of this, and then basically I can use that particular copy. Now what I can also do is I can add column from examples, I can duplicate column, and then I can make some changes to that. So this is my duplicate column, and say for example you would want this one to be changed. So we can say remove duplicates. We can basically, if you're doing some kind of change, you want to change the format here, you can do that. You can use for other things like filling up and all that. Now I can just call it rename, and let's say alias scientist name, right? And I can continue adding columns, or I can do some transformations. And once you have done with these transactions, now this one, if you see, it shows as integer, but is it an integer? No, this is an date format. So I can go for modeling and change the formats. What I can also do is I can select this, and it says it's not a decimal, it's not a fixed decimal, it is date time, it is date, it is date time and time zone, right? And you can select any one of these. So for example, let's make it date, which makes it more meaningful. But then what happens is, when you do this, it is going for the default dates or the older dates. So I don't like that. So what we will have to do is we will have to basically transform this. And here we have transform, you have change type. So you have date and time, you have date, you have time. So let's choose date and time. And if you see here, it gives me some default timing based on these values, which we do not like. So again, filter it out. But what we can do is we can just make sure that this is changed, or you want to make it a string. because we are not going to do any computation here. So I can keep it as date, but then if I have more fields like month and days and so on, then you can do that. So here it also has the option. So when you have selected this, you have an option called transform, and transform also has various options which allow you to work on these. Do you want to do some scientific calculations? Do you want to work on the date field? So as of now it is just integer, so we can use one of these. We can do a group by, but obviously we don't have much data here. So as of now, let us retain this. I can just change this to text, and that's okay, because we are going to look at this later. We can add more data and work on it. So as of now, once we have done all these changes, you can go back to, say, home, and here you have close and apply, and I can basically say close and apply. So the changes will be applied, and then my new table, which we just created by entering some random data, performing some basic transformations, will be available. So if you look into this one, so that's where my data is. It shows me the columns, but there is no aggregated column as such here. You don't see any summation mark. You just see the field names or the column names. You see the values. Now obviously if you go into modeling, there is no existence of a different table which you can join these tables, or you can perform some transactions, come back to the data set. So this looks good, and we have it here. Now obviously we have not created any visualization based on this, which we can, and we can continue working on it. So here, this is my data set, which is a small table where we have created some data, and we can use it anytime. Now, let's work on a bigger data set and see what kind of transformations we can do. We can then also see on modeling, or basically using some smarter ways of working with the data. So what we would want to do is we would want to load some data here. So let's go into home, let's go to get data, let's use our old store data, and I'm going to take the global superstore, which is huge data set with all the countries and the products and the sales which have happened. And we can take this data, but before loading it, as I suggested earlier, we should basically transform the data. So that you don't end up loading everything and you don't work on all the data. I mean, unless you really want to. So here this Excel sheet which I'm talking about has two different tabs. We have used it before. So let's use orders, let's use returns, and that basically shows me the data what we have. So I can do a load, but that's not what we would want to do. So you can do a load and you can get all the data, but let's go to transform, make some basic transformations before we load the data. So our Power BI editor allows us to work on this. Now here we have, it says this preview may be up to 9 days old. So I can do a refresh. I can select this and I say, first thing is use first row as header, because that's what I want. So it is basically setting the first row as header, which looks good. And we have some order IDs. We have the returned, if the product was returned. So let's look at the filter here. So it just has yes values, which we are looking at. So it says list may be incomplete. Let's say load more. And let's see what are the filters here. So either there might be a product which is returned, or it might be blank field. So that is chosen. So that's fine. We have order ID. We have region, which is basically showing me different regions here. Let's look at orders, and orders is again having your row ID, order date, ship mode. So you have quite large amount of data here for your different countries. Now in earlier example I chose United States, and then I was only focusing on the states and city in United States. So we can do that. Now I can basically work on refresh. So whatever preview was stored in the memory, we are just refreshing it. Now here we have this row ID, and if you see, the row ID is an integer. Obviously we will not be performing any kind of computation here. So here you don't have any row ID, but here we have row ID. So let's make it from integer, let's make it string, and I'll say replace current. So that looks fine. It's a row ID which we will use to search, but we are not going to perform any computations unless you want to find on an average on row ID or anything else. Now you have order IDs. So what we can do is we can filter some values. We can rename the field as we desired, right? So for example, let's go in here, and what we can do is let's go into customer ID ship. Okay, and here you have, say, state, you have region. Okay, now at any point of time, if I would want to filter out the values, the easier option is that you can select on this one, and here you can do some text filtering. Okay, or you can basically select the values from here. So for example, if I say let's get rid of select all, what we will be interested in, say United States and UK, that's the data we want, and then I can basically say okay. So it is basically going to filter out the data which is for United States and UK as of now. Now what we can also do is, how about doing some more filtering before we basically work on this? So let's go in here, and we are looking at United States and UK related data, and let's look at, it is sometimes good that you can basically work on the data here. So for example, I go into orders. Now what I would want to do is I would want to look at the fields. Okay, and we have not yet loaded the data. So if you look in the background, I just have my scientists, because we have not applied these changes, we have not loaded, we are still in the transformation stage. Right now what we can do is let's go for, so we can do segment, and all these kind of fields can be used for grouping the data. So we will see that whenever you have a data set, you would already know there are certain fields which have repeated values which can be used to group the data. And we can do that. We can change any kind of values which are not going to be computed on. So for example, I have postal code. I can use this, but again, we are not going to find a postal code which is greater than something, right? So integer is not the valid type. Let's change it to text. Okay, and if for example I would want to look at this, so I have done some changes here. Okay, and this shows me null. So for example, let me just revert this back, and let's make it a whole number. Okay, so there are certain columns or rows which do not have some values, and we can basically get rid of those values. So as of now, we can do a filtering here. So let's keep the postal code as integer, or let's change it to text, do a replace content. And now what we will do is we'll scroll all the way right. Might be I'm interested in technology category, so that's what I'm interested in. So what I can do is here I can do some filtering. So I can basically choose technology. Now the easier way would be, since these are categories and there are only 3 categories, we really don't want to go and apply text filters here. But if you had something like an office supply and office inventory, then you could have done some text filters. So let's not do some text filtering here. What we can do is, I would be interested in technology, so that's the field I'm interested in. So now you are only having data which is related to technology. Okay, and you have some product names. So this is where we want to do some kind of filtering. So we can rename the field, we can select some fields. So let's, for example, let's go for any of the field which I think might have more entries here. So for example, let's go for Canon wireless or Canon image, right? So let's go for product names, and I will say let's go here. Now I could have done a transformation, but that's not what we want. We want to do some filtering. So let's go to text filter, and here I can say begins with, I can say ends with, I can say contains. So let's go for contains, and it says enter a value here. So you would want to keep the rows where the product name contains something, and it gives you some suggestion, right? So where you are seeing in some values here. So for example, if I would have selected this, then it applies the complete thing, but that's not what I want. So I will get rid of all this, and I will say it contains Canon. Now I can go for advanced filtering also, okay, wherein you can select advanced, and then you can give different columns and what do they contain, what kind of values you're looking for. So you can do that, but we will not go for advanced in one step. Let's go for basic, and let's say okay. And now I should get all the products which are Canon, and you have different products. So this is one kind of filtering I've done. It tells me what is the category of this. It is machines, it is copiers, it is obviously belonging to the technology category. We are looking at the market which is for this particular data. When you look at the country, we are still focusing on United States and United Kingdom, that kind of data, right? So we have filtered the data, we have done some selection based on the data here, and what I can do is I can then basically rename a particular field. So I can do that. I can say I'm interested in sales, which is the data here. We can basically look into the quantity. So sales is something which we are interested in, but might be we are interested in sales which are more than a particular value. I'm not interested in lower amount of sales. I would want to look into United States and UK data, but I'm interested in sales, or I'm looking at if the discount percentage was something, or if the profit was more, right? So we can apply different kind of values here, but what we can do is with these changes, because you don't want to transform and make changes all here, you want to make the changes once the data set is uploaded. So we have selected some data, we have done some transformations. We can basically break a particular column into multiple columns if that's what we want. If we see that, we will do an aggregation based on year, or we will do a aggregation based on the country or year and order ID, right? So we can break this data into multiple columns. So we can do that, but for now let's do a close and apply, and let's apply this. So that's going to apply all these changes. It's going to load my data, but remember, now we are having selective or selected data which gets loaded. So that should be available here. So it takes time sometimes, so you have to wait, and then you can go ahead and check here. So for example, now I'm looking in tables. Let's basically minimize this. Let's go for orders, and this is the data I have, which obviously row ID, if you see. So you have all the row IDs, and again you can do filtering here, but this is where you have already loaded the data is available, and then you can start working on the columns here. So we have this. If you closely see, we see this summation mark, and this basically means that these are my aggregated columns, or these values are measures which can be used for calculations. So we can see that we can create our own aggregations. So we can do that, We can rename the field as we have seen. We can filter out the data, so we have all the fields showing up from orders. And let's also look at the returns, which basically has the columns, the order ID, and your region. So it basically shows the region here, where was the product returned from, and we have this information. So what we are doing is, when we were doing a text filter in the previous example, remember it was case sensitive. Okay, and you have to take care of, when you're doing a text filter, you have to give a field which exactly matches as it exists in the content. Now, okay, this is the data we have, and let's look at the order column. Right now, what we can do is we can do some quick transformations here, and we can basically look for more data here. So let's say we have some filtering to be done. Now I can do a filtering based on my products. So we had all these products, but now let's do a filtering on product. And then products, you have copiers, you have machines, so you have mainly two categories, right? And when you look at machines, it basically talks about your PC, something. So let's look for machines, and here we have basically the copier fields, which are more. So I can basically go for filtering here, and that's the data we have. So we don't want to really unselect any of these here, but what I'm doing is I'm saying text filter, and let's go into this one now, and let's say contains. Okay, so I'm saying contains, and then I can basically say let's say copier. Now that's what I'm interested in. And show rows where product name contains copier. Okay, now you can give a and condition here. So if you would want a specific copier, if you are interested in, okay, let's also say contains, and let's go for laser also, laser, and let's say okay. So you see the data gets filtered out here, and we have the sales which we are seeing here. So let's go to sales, and we will be interested in anything above 500. So let's go to sales, let's go for number filters, let's say greater than, and I will say, for example, 500, oh sorry, 500. Okay, and let's say okay. So that basically filters out the data. And then I am also interested in quantity, where I would want the quantity to be more than 1 or more than 2. So for example, so let's go in here, and you can basically choose what is the filter you want. So you can apply any number of filters. Now you have the filtering here. You can always click on the filter, and if you want, you can just do a clear filter, and the filtering will be gone. So you have all the data, right? And this is the particular data we have. And here I have, say for example, product name. Now I can keep the filter because I'm interested only in these values, or I can filter out. So this tells me that when we did a and, it is basically going for laser and copier, right? So let's say, for example, clear all filters, the thing is gone. What we can do is, let's go here, go for text filters, say contains, and here I will say it can be a copier. Okay, or, so last time we did a and I'll do it contains laser. So let's choose this. That gives me more entries. So either the product name has copier, or it has laser, it has the quantity, it has the product name, and we have all this detail here. Now what we can also do is we can do some transformation on the product ID. So for example, you have product ID or order ID. So order ID shows up as looks like the country name, the year, and then the order ID. So we can basically split it up. So I can select this, and here I have option of, let's go to home. So when you have selected this column, so you have an option of transform data here. So use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So if you really want to transform the data here, if I basically select this, if I just do a right click here, now here it just tells me, do you want a new column? Do you want to create a copy of this column? Okay, you want to create copy table. So this is your transformed data what you have. And for example, let's create a copy table, and let's come in here. So you should be able to see your copy table now. So let's go in and select this one. And what you need to do here is creating a copy of this or copy table would not be the right option. What we can do is we can work on transforming this rather than doing it from here. So you have this option of adding a new column, going for a new measure, renaming it, right? So that's okay. But what we can do is select this particular column. Let's do a home. And first thing is, let's go to transform. So I want to transform the data. Now let's select this one, and it brings up your Power Editor again. Here we were interested in orders. So we are looking at our data here. Now if you see, my country is United States and UK, so you can confirm that. If you look at category, it is technology. Product name has copier and laser as we selected. So those things are retained, so you have not lost any changes as of now. So this order ID column what we have now, as I said, you can be doing a filtering. Okay, you can select this particular column, and then you have other things which can be used to transform here, like you want to change the data type, you want to use first row as header, you want to replace some values. Okay, you want to run some merge queries, you want to do some analytics. So all these options are here. Now what we can do is, while this column is selected, I can do a right click. Now there is an option called transform, which is basically going to help me in changing the data here. Okay, now I can basically duplicate the column. So I really don't want to work on this column itself, but it would be good to have a duplicate column on which we can work on. So I can do a split column here if I would want to, but let's create a duplicate column. So let's say duplicate column. Now that gives me a duplicate column, so we can rename it later. So now I will not work on my original column, but I'll work on a duplicate column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically transform or split this. So again, do a right click. Now you have a split by. So we can say split by delimiter, or by number, or by characters, or by position. So by lowercase and uppercase. So you can do all of this. So let's go for by delimiter. Now, if you see, it basically identifies the delimiter, which is hyphen or dash. Now you can go for split at leftmost identifier, leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence of delimiter, and that's what we want to do. You can look into advanced options where it says split into columns. So do you want to split that into columns? Do you want to split that into rows? Because that's more or less like doing a group by. And you can say number of columns to split into. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So that looks good to me. And let's do, say for example, if I choose 3. So I can choose 3 and then split using special characters. So you could do that. So let's, for example, let's say okay, and let's look at the data, how it looks like. We can anytime delete the data, we can keep it the way we want, right? So what we did was we created a copy of the column, then we did a split, and what we have seen is we just have 3 columns. Now, if you see the fourth bit is gone, fourth bit doesn't show up, right? Because I just did a 3 as the resulting column. So I have the order ID. Okay, and we can check if there is already an order ID column. So we have order ID, but that has the complete order ID, year, and the relatively product ID. So you can see the customer ID. You can look at this one. So it basically has your order ID, and then let's look at the fields here. So we have the product ID, which says TECMA. I'm looking at the first one, 3700, and that has in no relation to the order ID, right? So we can make sure that there is nothing which is conflicting with our entries. Now, once that is done, so we have order ID, which can be used to categorize the data. You have order ID, which is basically the year, okay, and you have order ID, which is basically having some more value. Now I can keep this data as I want, so I can basically click on this. I can go for renaming, and I can say let's call it order ID, and let's say IDs. So let us, in case there is a particular column and you would want to look at, so just give the name correctly. Now order IDs is fine. So here we will also rename this one. So let's call it order year, and that's going to be order year. So we can again change this to string. Okay, and here you have the order ID. So let's rename this one, and I have my, let's call order number, right? So we are seeing all the steps which we have added here. We just split the data based on the delimiter, and we have now 3 new columns which have got added to our existing data, which was already filtered. And we have done some splitting up of data by creating a duplicate and then renaming it, right? So if you go and look at your transformations, now if I would have done a split here straight away, then my original column would be gone. But probably we want the original column, because sometimes you may want to search order ID with a consolidated information. Sometimes you may want to segregate it based on year, right? Now we have the year field or order date field here. You have the ship date, right? But then might be you want to just aggregate based on year. You don't want to really spend time in aggregating or extracting the month and day and so on. So these 3 columns can be useful. Now what I can also do is I can merge the columns if I want. So we have split the columns, but what I can do is I can say select, select, select. So using your control, and now do a right click. So you should have an option called merge columns, right? Now this is something which is we would want to merge. So let's say merge columns, and let's say, do you want to keep a separator? So yes, I want to keep a separator, but might be this time I will give my separator is a colon, and then what is the merge column name you want to create? So let's call it something like order, okay, year, and then let's call it num, right? So sometimes renaming the fields to a name which makes more sense or based on your naming convention is good. So let's do a merge, and now what I have done is I have done merging of those columns. So I split the data, I merged the columns, and now if you see the columns which I had created, those columns are gone because you did a merge. You did a merge, and now you have the fields which are either earlier you had something which is separated by a hyphen, and here you have something which is separated by colon, right? Now anytime if you want, you can unmerge this by removing this step, right? And you can get rid of this merge column. So if, for example, I would do that, so I have my data back, right? I have my data back. So what we could have done is we can select this, okay? And then what we can do is like what we did earlier. So you can basically go for removing the columns, okay? You can do a merge column, okay? You can select one by one and create duplicate of those, and then you can merge them, right? So all the possible options are there. So you can, the best option would be to create a duplicate of these columns and then basically merge them as per your convenience. So might be you can say order IDs and order number is the pairing what you want. Year is something which you don't want, right? Because we already have the date field. So I can basically say remove, and this one is gone. Now I will select this and this, and let's go for merge columns, and I want to give a separator which is might be without the year, and you have space, or you can go for custom like earlier we had, give a symbol, and then what do you want to call it? So let's say order specs, okay, right? So this makes more meaning because we already have the date field. So why do I want the year into my order ID? So I can always be doing a segregation now based on order specs, right? Now this is some simple transformations what we are doing here. We are seeing the data which we have. Okay, now what I can do is I can basically first apply these changes so that all my changes what I have done are applied, right? Now once these changes are done, we can basically go ahead and save this file. So I can just say save, I can go for save as. I have different other options. So if you would want to keep performing your transformation, then you can just do this. You can add a column, you can view the data. So for now, our transformations are good enough. And what we can do is we can basically go back to home. We can do a close and apply, and we will be back to our data set, which has been modified. So we can see if the data what we have has been transformed. So we have order specs here. That's good. We did not do any filtering, or we have the filter left here, which basically tells me that there are these different fields. We have not removed them, but what we are doing is we are just applying a filter to choose copiers and laser printers. So that's what we have here, and this is good enough. Now what I can do is once this is done, I can basically save it. So I would want to call it some kind of report if you would want to create. Okay, so let's call it as let's say second report, and here I will say country and technology specific info. Let's save it, and now basically I have saved my data. So what you can do is you can go for creating other report, or basically having this information published if that's what you want to do, if you want to go for visualization. Because right now what we are seeing is we have a lot of data here. It shows me there are these tables or data sets which we have worked on. that shows me here in the models, but there is no relationship in them. If you go into visualization, then you don't have any option, or you have not created any visualizations based on this data. But if you go here, now based on the data what we transformed, if you see, we have order specs, right? Now that's what we chose. We basically have other fields, so you have ship date, you have aggregated columns which can be used for visualizing, and we can work on this. So I can come back here, and what I would be interested in is this data set is fine, but I want to do some grouping. I want to basically have some selective data in this, and for that what I can do is let's go for ship mode. Now this is something what we have. So we are in this data field. Now we have this transform. So let's go back to transform again, and let's choose our orders. So that's the data we have. And now if you see here, this is, huge amount of data. What we want is we want to group them based on the shipping mode. So here you have an option called group by. So I can select this. I can go in here. I can basically work on, okay, get rid of duplicate values, but that's not what we want to do. You want to do a group by. So as I said, you can do a group by from here, or you can choose from the transform option above and you can do a group by. So let's do a group by. Now, how do you want to group the data? So I'm saying I want to group the data here based on shipping mode, or which is the other column you want to use to do a group by. So let's go for shipping mode. And what is the new column name, right? So we want to basically find out that you want to go for ship mode, but that's not enough. I mean, I can do a ship mode and I can do a grouping by, but you want to just count the rows? No, that's not what we want to do. So let's go to advanced. So ship mode is fine. So that's your grouping, right? But then what we also want to do is we want to do a grouping based on, say, sales. So here, for example, let's go for sales. Okay. And what should we call this? So might be we can say shipment wise sales, whatever you would want to call. So you can basically get the operation. Do you want to really count the rows? No, we want to basically do a summing, or we want to might be find out an average price, right? So let's do a sum. Okay, and here I would want to do a summing based on, say, for example, sales. So this is what I'm going to use for getting a count of the sales. Now grouping by might be we will change this. Instead of sales, we are using a ship mode. What we can also do is let's go for a segment, and that would be valid grouping. So it will take a combination of ship mode, segmenting, group the data based on that, and then get me the sales, which is basically, let's call it shipment wise sales. So it gets a sum. So let's do a okay, and that's my more relevant data which I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the ship mode, I'm looking at what is the segment, and then I'm looking at what is the total sales there. I'm looking at again the ship mode, standard, and home office. So always remember, when you are choosing multiple fields or multiple columns for grouping by, you are basically having a combination of two fields. So that has to be unique, and your grouping is done based on that. So now you're looking at the sales wise, and this is something as an important information what we have. So we have done some transformation, and what you can do is you can use other ways, like you can use pivot to get individual values from it. You can run on merge queries, which is basically running some merge queries and merge the query with another query in this workbook if you have. So you can go for this. Now I can basically go for apply and close. So just to add to the group by step, what we did was, if you see here, I have removed the group by filter, which we just did couple of minutes back. And what I have done is, instead of transforming your complete data set, you can basically create a copy of it. So for example, I can just do a copy and then I can come here and do a paste, and I have done that and I'm calling it order summarized, but this is my complete data. Now what we will do here is we will basically go ahead and do a grouping by, again, like what we did earlier, based on your shipment, based on your segment, and based on the sales. So that's what we are looking for. So let's go for the ship mode and we go for group by, and here you would want to go for advanced to ship mode, and this one I will go for segment. So that's fine. Now we want the new column name, so let's say shipment wise sales. So I want to do a summing, not the counting of rows, and I want to do a summation based on sales, like what we did earlier. And then you say okay, and that basically gives you the data here. Now what we have is we have the resultant data based on the data which is coming in from here. We did the same thing just 1 minute back, but we worked on the original data set. So what I did was I created a copy and now I'm working on this one. So I'll say close and apply, and now we are back to our desktop. So it is applying these changes where we have done some transformations, we have done some grouping by, and what we can do is, once we have the data here, we can anytime look at our data sets or tables. So this is my original one. If you see, now I have order summarized. I can just pull out this information. I basically have my returns, which we have not really touched, and we have the scientists. So we have all the 4 data sets here. Now what we can also do is, let's look into order summarized, and we just have this data here. So this is fine, and you can continue working on this. You can basically merge columns from 2 different data sets, and then you can get the merged column and you can rename it. So you can obviously do that. You can basically do a uncheck whenever you're working on these data sets. So what you can do is, if you would want to work on transforming, for example, let's go back here and say I want to do some transformation on it. So how did we do it? We just did a transform, and you can go back to transform. So you have this data here, and the data what you have, you might be interested in transforming this into something else, and then you don't want to maybe load this data. So you have this option where you are selecting orders, and then you have something called as enable load, which can be unchecked. So when you do a uncheck, what will happen is, whatever changes you perform, only those changes related data set will be loaded, and they will still be available, but this will not affect your, it will not affect your original one. So for example, let's say copy, and let's go in here. I will do a paste. Let's say orders. Oh, I did a paste. I need to rename this. So let's do renaming. Let's say orders, and here I will say summarized, and I will say US. So I'm renaming it. Now let that get loaded. We can perform some transformations on it. So I have here, where's my country? So let's look for country. Yeah. and let's look for country. So here I will go for only United States. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. And then I can choose, well, I'm interested in just central US. So I can basically go for just the central US, and I can get rid of all of these. So now I should have only central US data, and this is fine. And this is the data might be we are focusing on right now for doing some visualization, might be looking at sales, might be looking at the product names. So you have the product name. Now remember, you don't see any filters here, right? Because the filters are coming from the resultant set and your transformation. So if you have any filters, you would be seeing in the top row. Now this is the data we have. Let's not restrict it to region would then reduce my data, but that's good enough for us. I can just say no, I'm clearing off this filter. I'm still looking at United States, but I want to look at all the regions. Yeah, we would be interested in category, and that's anyways chosen as technology, which we had chosen when we were loading the data. We have copiers and machines, right? And we can basically keep this. Now this is fine. I can apply the changes. I can apply the changes based on this one. And what I can do is I can just say for now apply. So that's going to apply all the changes which you have done in orders or summary or the new one, right? And what I can do is now I can choose order, and I can say don't enable this in load. So it says disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visuals that use its columns will be broken. We are not creating any visuals as of now. The table will be removed. So that's fine. And now I will say close and apply. So what happens is you are loading the data based on the changes. Okay. Now you have your order summarized, you have returns, you have scientists, but you basically do not have orders anymore. So that was not loaded. So I only have this one, I only have this one, and you have returns, you have scientists, you don't have the orders column, right? Now that particular data set was not loaded at all because we did not choose that to be loaded, right? Now while I'm in this orders, which is, let's see here, and actually you can drag in, yeah. So you have order summary, and this has basically kind of data which I'm looking for. So I really don't need the orders table. So you can do it in steps, and you can aggregate this. You can have aggregated data. You can have all the data which is filtered, transformed, grouped by, and then basically just load it. And the original data set which you used, that's no more being loaded here. Now at any point of time, if I really want, I can go back to transform data, and remember, it is still here. It is still here. It's not gone, right? So you can basically select this, and you can say enable load, and you will have the data back, which you can continue working on, right? So these are some quick transformations which really help us in working on the data. Now, obviously, if you have data, you want to perform some left joins, right joins, you have inner joins, outer joins, so you can always do that. You can take two different data sets. Might be I'm interested in taking the orders summarized, which talks about standard class, consumer, shipment wise sales. And here, if I look at order summary, I have other details, but the thing is we need to make sure that these have the values. These have the values. Say for example, the segment column here and the segment column here can really be used to join these two tables. So if I create a relationship or if I create a join, I can basically merge the data. So this is how you work on data. We will also see some more examples on might be modeling the data using some expressions to work on the data. So we already looked at creating a report, selecting particular fields, and then publishing the report onto your Power BI service. Now this is the report which we had created, which says state, order ID, sales, and then I also added this returned field, and that was basically by creating a relationship between order and returns, which we can also have a look in model. So this is the relationship which is created. If you just place your cursor here, it tells me that we have a relationship between order ID of returns and order ID of orders, and that basically allows me to join the data, bring it in my one report. Now this is basically your data sources you can look at, and if you click on your visualization, so that shows you your report. Now what we can also do is we can make it interesting. Now we would not want to scroll through the fields to see wherever or what was the order or what was the order ID which was returned. Now I can do a sorting, I can filter out. What I can also do is I can use this option which shows slicer here, and that basically allows me to work with this data. So we have this report here, and basically, as I said, you can click in here, it shows the data. Now what I can do is I would want to filter out information or slice the information using your returned, either being yes or having a field which has no value. How do we do that? So basically I can drag and drop the returned here as a field which comes from returns. Now that basically shows me only the value as yes, but I do know that there are some fields which are blank. Now how do I add filter to this? So I can click on this one, and then I can click on slicer. Now once that does, so it basically pulls out all the different values. So you have either yes or you have the blank field for returned. So what we can do is we can select yes. You will see only the orders and their IDs and sales where the products were returned. So that gives me 108,118, and I can select blank. So that will basically get me all the orders or products which were not returned. Now this is a simple way wherein I can add a filter to or a slicer to my report to basically give viewers a choice of selecting different fields, and you can add any number of slicers. You can basically say I would want particular kind of information. So for example, if I go into orders, and we know we have the state. Now I do have the state information here, and basically I can, if I would be interested, I could filter this out in my report itself. I can sort it, I can look it in a different order. What I can also do is, how about bringing in state here and basically dragging it here? So that gives me the state option. It is giving me a visual, which is basically giving me a geographic location of all these points. So yes, that can be good. What I can also do is I can keep this, which basically shows me the state map. Might be it can be useful. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at specific information here, you can drag and drop here. So that's fine. What I can also do is I can again take the state and bring it here, and that basically can be, instead of my map, I can go for slicer. So that gives me all the values here, and which basically allows users to choose the fields or the states which you would be interested in looking at. So for example, if somebody is interested in looking at the data for Georgia, just select this one, and you see the map automatically shows you where in the map that's the place, and it shows me all the sales for Georgia state. Now I can also basically select yes, and that shows me which were the orders which were basically returned. So that gives me a quick overview of state wise, what is the geographical location, if the orders were returned, or maybe I can just click on blank and it shows me the non-returned orders. I can again go here and uncheck the Georgia option, and that shows me all the states. Now, once you have done this, this looks like a comprehensive report which can be useful for the viewers, for your management team, and so on. So we can just do a save, and that basically is saving my report. So I have this report. Now, what if I publish this report? So I can just do a publish, and when I publish, it says, okay, workspace. So let's say select, and then it says replacing this data set may impact 2 reports. You already have a data set named by this one. View the impact. I would say replace, or I will say view impact. So that basically takes me to the Power BI service, because sometimes we may have some reports which we have already uploaded, and updating an existing report might basically affect my existing report. So it basically shows me the impact analysis. It shows me one workspace. There are 2 reports. They have not been added to dashboard, but these are the ones which will get modified. So let's, for example, as of now, go ahead here and let's look into my Power BI. So go back to your desktop, and I'll say no, I don't want to replace. So click on cancel. So I do not want to publish it. What might be what I can do is I can try saving it as a different report. So let's say save as, and now I will basically say additional filters. Okay, let's save it. So now you see the name on the top changes to additional filters, and now it's saved to publish this. And now I can go ahead and publish it. Select your workspace, and basically it says this is the report being published with our additional filters, with a map which gives a geographical area showing us the information. And then basically what I can do is, once it is done, I can look into my Power BI service like we did earlier. You can do a filtering. We can basically query this data. We can share it with other users who might be interested in looking at this particular data. Now this says it is done. So it says get quick insights, and might be it's a good an option to look into what kind of insights it gives you. So click on that. See the beauty of Power BI, where it tries to search for any kind of insights which it can gather from the kind of report which you have built. Now, once the insights are ready, it will let you know. What we can also do is we can come in here, click on view data set. So you see now it shows your additional filters, and here you have option where it should be showing your report. So let's say view, and view is fine. So, and if it doesn't show up, sometimes it might be taking time for refreshing. So you can always go here, and then you can click on your report, and that should get populated. So this is the report. These are the filters which I have. Gives me an option of choosing all the states, and basically allows me to edit the report and look at all the information here. Meanwhile, we can see here it is still trying to gather some insights from the data. And now you see there are some insights here. So it says sales, which is coming up, and a subset of your data was analyzed, and the following insights were found. So you're looking at sales by ship mode. So it says standard class, second class, first class, and same day. So there were different shipping modes in our data, and that's what it shows me, the sales, which one had the majority. It shows me the profit, so which city or state had more profit. So New York City has noticeable more profits here. Average by shipping cost, by subcategories. So there are these different subcategories which we can look at, such as copiers and machines have noticeably more shipping cost. Profit by product name, and you can basically look at the row ID and quantity. So this is where you're looking at a regression analysis. you're looking at row ID and quantity. So there is a correlation between row ID and quantity. So these are two different variables or fields which are related. You're looking row ID by category, row ID. So it says California has noticeably more row IDs, sales, your profit, count of region and count of returns. So there is a correlation again between two different variables. Average of shipping cost. Now we would have taken a lot of time building all these visualizations, but Power BI has already helped you in gathering all these insights, and then you can basically select which one of these is what you're interested in. You can focus and look for more information based on all the fields. It has given you good amount of insights which will help anyone who is looking at this particular report. So that's your quick insights here, and we have this information. Now once you have this information, this is basically where you have your focus mode. So it says subset of your data was analyzed, following insights were found. You can basically say download, and here you have other options which allow you to work with your Power BI. So let's look at this one. So this is where we have our report, and we can continue exploring it more. One more interesting feature which Power BI has, other than having your insights ready to use, which is basically in your workspace, and you can basically use these insights. What we are looking at, various options here, and basically you have this option where it says spin the visual. If you are interested in a particular insight, you can always pin it, which you can always go back and look into. What you can also do is you can also click on edit report here. Now that's a report which has already been published to your Power BI service, not yet shared, but that can be shared or that can be subscribed. Now once you click on edit report, it has option of reading view, mobile layout. You have basically an option which says basically options for navigating through the data set. You can go for how visuals on the canvas interact with each other. You have all these options, and one of the good options is ask a question. So you can always click on ask a question, and that basically says some suggestions. Now you can open this and it says, okay, ask a question about your data. Try one of these to get started. What is the average sale? Sort orders by order date. Sort orders by product ID. How many ship modes are there? Compare quantity and discount. So do not worry that your report has only 4 fields. So it has state, order ID, sales, and returned with some filters. But what about you looking at how many ship modes are there? So it is already looking at your data. So if you click on this one here, and you can see what are the different fields what we have, and you have ship date and ship mode. So this is one of the fields which it is showing you to ask a question. Now what you can do is you can say how many ship modes are there. Let's click on that. Let's ask this question. It says 4 ship modes. And do you want to add this to report? Yes, you can. You can let it be as it is. So you can basically keep this question here. And here you have an option. The visual is showing number of ship modes. When you place your cursor here, if you see here, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual. And let's do that. And basically it is saying number of ship modes. Right? So now that's the power of your Power BI, which has basically allowed you to ask a question and quickly add a visual to your report. Now what we can do is we can basically save this, or you can say save as and give a different name. So might be I'll just say save, because I would want to have this information and the report is saved. So in this way, you can basically not only create smart visuals, you can not only relate different data sources using data models or relationships, you can add maps, you can add filters, you can add quick questions. You can basically just go here and say, for example, you would want to ask a different question. Now we see the fields here. How about looking at the shipping cost, right? So here I can say what is the highest shipping cost, and that shows me some suggestions. Let's select that, and that shows me the value, which is great. And I can keep it as it is. I can basically convert this to a visual. I may want to keep the question because might be this question was asked and you would want to see the result here. Might be you can move this somewhere here, and that gives me some kind of question which was asked, and we can do a save. And that's my report, which has been saved in my BI service. The data set is still there. You can basically go ahead and share this.
How to connect different data sources with Power BI. So in this session today, we will see how can you connect different type of data types, data sets like Excel, PDF, CSV, etc. to import in Power BI for your data visualization needs. So what's in it for us today? We will be learning how to connect to data, different data types, data files like Excel, PDF, then what are the different data importing modes, and then I will also show you practically different sets, how to import them in Power BI and use it for your visualization purpose. Now what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as published to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my, okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc., right? And I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me. It's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it is identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I am using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I've done is I've created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQLite tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQLite tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is Now you can see this is the data, the customer's data, which is lying in my SQL server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That is, this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight, Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there, web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions, we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation, transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this column, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select these two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization. Data modeling in Power BI. Now today we will discuss how to create relationships and different kind of data models within Power BI based on the structure of data you're importing. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data, and after you imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you are from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact, and customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product, so probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table, and even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course, this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model, and this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First, we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There is no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay. Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these four types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically, many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order, one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship. And from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way, this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now, many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case, we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end, when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many to many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. So my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customers data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly because unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI is detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is now you can make this is by default active. So we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grade out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293, 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product, you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI, you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now, 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1 and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address, okay? So there's a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that, I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many, because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here, and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist: one to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example I have the example of territories. Now in which particular territory the sales was done, so I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship, because territory is my master table where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key So automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many, because as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model.
With today's topic, which is about how to create Power BI dashboard in a few minutes. Yes, you heard me right. You can create a complete Power BI dashboard, or also known as a report, in just a few clicks and a few minutes. Now, in this particular video, we are minimizing the time in creating dashboard, because sometimes data cleaning process, you already know, if you're an expert or if you're a beginner in data analytics, you already know there are steps in data report or a dashboard, right? First, you load the data from a source. It can be cloud, PDF, Excel workbook, CSV, or anything. And after that, you do some data cleaning, right? You split the columns, or you eliminate some blank rows, blank columns, and some irrelevant data which does not fit, or some for more reference on data cleaning, you can also refer to the video, which is linked in the description box below. And so, right, that's the process. So basically, you import the data from the source, clean it, transform it, and then load it, and then create a dashboard, right? So in this particular video, we have the completely cleaned data set, which is really available for creating report, which will be also linked in the description box below if you want to follow us along. So with that, let's get started, right? So that's how it goes. Now let's have a look at our data. So our data has some row ID, order date, ship date. So basically you can totally understand this particular data set is about sales report, right? Let's say I'm working with XYZ company, which is based on data analytics, and I get an email from my client that he or she wants to know how exactly the sales are performing, in what exact states or countries, and what exact regions, and what category of products or subcategory of products, and what's the sales quantity, order, profit, right? So let's say you have a one category or subcategory or a product which is giving you high number of sales and profit, right? You want to improve more, you can increase the price. Or let's say you have some product which is not performing so well, right? So you can offer some discounts, let's say like 50% off, so that you can move out the product from your store, right? So some basically, if you analyze the data and you come up to a decision where which product is performing in which region or state or country, and which product is performing in not performing in which region, state or country, right? You can come up with a strategy for sales and improve your revenue. So that's the entire process, right? So with that said, so this is the data we have, and let's quickly jump onto Power BI and get going with creating a report or dashboard within a few minutes, right? So here we are on the Power BI desktop. So here, absolutely, you can see you can import data from Excel, you can import data from SQL Server, you can import data from a blank table, or use some sample data. Apart from that, you can also get data from a different sources as well, right? See, we will be trying to do some automation, right? So regarding the automation, we can also go through another video from Simplilearn, which will help you understand how to automate the process of data transformation, cleaning, and uploading. So you can just give the file location here, the folder. So I'm going with the folder here. So it will give me a new window. You can go to browse, and I think I have my folder in downloads, and Excel datasets. Excel. I think I'll be having that named as sales report. Yes, just click OK, and you have the sales report here. You can have a quick preview of the data. So here you have the options: combine, load, transform data, right? You can just directly load, because I've said you that this particular data set is completely clean and is ready for reports, right? So you can just select the data you want and just load, right? I'm doing it this way because let's say, for let's not let's say, we have the data here in a form, in such a form that the data is from last 3 to 4 years, right? So let me select it this way. So in this case as well, it will take the Excel file, and even if you add some more data to it, it will apply the changes to it, right? So let's say we have the data for the last 4 years: 2020, 2019, 2021, 2, and 3. And since 2024 is not completed yet, we are not taking that data. Let's say we enter into 2025, then the new data for 2024 gets updated and loaded onto the same data table. And you don't have to process the data once again, clean it, transform it, load it. No, that's not gonna happen. You can just load the data, you can just drop the data on the Excel spreadsheet, and your dashboard or report will reflect the new changes automatically just by refreshing your dashboard, right? That's the automation you can do. So what exactly automation is? The process where human effort is not involved, and the computer or your any tool does the job for you, is called as automation, which reduces a lot of time of yours, and you can use that valuable time to plan on the strategies to improve your revenue, right? That's the overall motto of data analytics. Now that's the preview of the data. I'm just going to directly load it. I'm not going to transform it because it's completely clean and transformed data and ready for reports. So here you go, and you can close. If there are minute errors, you can just close it. And if you want to check your data, you can go to your data here, and you can have the sample data right here, right? If you check the R date, not ship date, sorry, ship date can enter into 2023 as well, right? So here you have 2020 and the other dates, right? So you will have, okay, let's go to the data filter. So you basically have 4 years, not 2024, right? So that's the way. If you just add the 2024 data, it will automatically reflect in the visualization. Now, all that we need is create a dashboard or report which will help us analyze some data, right? So let's get started. Just double click on the report section, and here you'll have icon or wizard which will ask you what exactly you're looking for. Preparing Q&A. So I want region-wise sales, and I want it in a bar graph. There you go. You have the region-wise sales in bar graph. Press on OK, and you have it. And you can place it somewhere in the corner. Then if you want another one, double click, and you want category-wise category sales, and let's take that in pie chart. Category sales pie, and here you have it. Press on agree and accept, and you have it over here. And year-on-year sales in a line graph, sales by date, or sales by date line graph. Here you have it. Accept that, so that you can identify which is the peak performance year or peak performance date for us, which gave us the highest number of sales in a certain region, right? So here we have it. You can place it, you can customize it, right? And now let's go for subcategory. Double click, and subcategory. I think we have a hyphen or space there. Sales. The type of chart you want, you can go with the donut one. Select that and agree. So you have a subcategory wise sale, and now let's go with region wise. I mean the country wise, right? So let's go to the data again here. So here we have segment city, state, country. Okay, let's go with country now, right? Country sales map chart. So whenever you have a region or state or a country involved, go with map charts. It's the best way to represent, right? So we have considered European nations over here. So for that reason, we have the European states here. And now we can let's go with the data once again and have a look what else we can do. And shipment mode, right? So you have the shipment mode as well. So you can identify what type of shipment mode customers are majorly preferring. Shipment mode, bar graph, agree. So basically, I think we have three types of shipment mode. Let's check the column name of shipment mode properly. Ship mode. It's not shipment mode, it's ship mode, right? So let's type again. Ship mode, bar graph. Okay, shipment mode sales, bar graph. There you go. So agree, accepted. So you have standard shipment is the most preferred one. Now we have this, so let's add some KPIs here. So KPI of sales, you will adjust that, agree, there you go. And let's add a KPI for profit, and you have it, agree. KPI for revenue, double click. Let's check if we have a column called revenue. Quantity, discount, profit, right? So let's go with quantity and discount. So revenue is not added, so it's okay. So you can identify which product or subcategory is highly selling in number of quantities. So you'll have the sum of profit, sum of sales, sum of quantity, and what else we left? The last one, discount and rate. Sales, discount, profit. So let's identify if we have offered any. Okay. So let's add a KPI of rate as well. If we are completely focusing on a single product, a single category, we must be having a KPI for rate as well. Double click somewhere, KPI on rate. There you go. Accept it. And you have the completely formatted dashboard or sales report ready for a meeting. Let's close all these so that we have a better visualization, and you can just go to the slideshare mode or fit to the page mode where you can have it. That's good. So this is how you create a completely fully functional sales report or sales dashboard just within a few clicks and just within a few minutes. Let's say I want the sales report only for central region. Click that and it's completely interactive. And let's say we don't want that, click outside and you will have everything back to the normal, right? And let's say I wanted to focus on a particular category, technology category alone. I have the sales happening and the subcategory of sales and what are the products over here, right? You'll have that, and which is the country happening to ship the most of them, and what's the shipment more preferred by them, and highest performing date or year. So here you can see 2022 June was the highest performance for sales, and the lowest one is somewhere here in March 2020 or something, right? So that's how you can create a fully interactive dashboard or report based on sales data in a few minutes and in a few clicks. And that brings us to the end of this tutorial on the topic how to create a completely functional sales report or sales dashboard in a few clicks and in a few minutes. Today we will learn how to use Power BI with AI. For that, let's consider a small problem statement, or in other words, a simple use case. So here it goes. A business chain's data analysts use Power BI to generate sales performance dashboards across multiple stores. Due to manual data cleaning, report structuring, and repetitive DAX calculations, the process takes several days, delaying the important decision making. Analysts struggle with errors and inconsistencies due to high data complexity. By integrating Power BI's AI features like Smart Narrative and AI Insights, they automate trend identification and anomaly detection. Now, analysts quickly generate visualizations by simply typing questions, reducing manual effort. AI-assisted data modeling ensures cleaner datasets and accurate relationships, enhancing efficiency. As a result, report generation time drops by 50%. Dashboards are more insightful and stakeholders receive actionable insights faster. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, as discussed in the use case, let's imagine a similar performance analysis dashboard. Now, what exactly is AI in Power BI? So AI and business intelligence are two technological spheres that when combined offer a powerful toolset of transforming raw data into actionable insights and making data accessible to everyone. Similarly, AI features in Power BI can analyze user behavior to customize reports and dashboards to meet individual data needs using the raw data. Now, let's imagine this. Suppose there is a significant growth in business and you wanted to identify the reason behind it and replicate the same idea across all categories. Or maybe reward the team which is responsible for that. Or let's say there is a significant drop in business and you wanted to understand the reasons behind it and pinpoint on the one which is responsible so that you can resolve and improve the overall business growth and pull out some revenue out of it, right? Now, if you are doing it manually using Excel datasets, or even if you're doing it with Power BI datasets, you might end up creating a lot of Power Queries, tax expressions, and also if you're working on Excel, then you end up creating a lot of pivot tables, and it might be a manual task and will consume a lot of time, right? Or in case if you're in help with AI, then the matter of days could turn into the matter of minutes, and you will have the exact data or information you're looking at, and you can resolve it in a matter of minutes or hours, maybe after a business decision has been made. Now, let's go through a practical demonstration on Power BI for this. So before that, let's have a quick look on the dataset that we will be using today. So this particular one, which is the auto sales data for 2024, is the one we will be using today. So we have all the columns: order ID, order date, and delivery date, state, dealership, pin code, region, and the names of the products, and the fuel type, leads, revenue, profit, and cost to company, everything, right? So this is the cleaned data that we have today for our data analysis. Now we will be identifying the key areas that led to the quarter-on-quarter growth, or if you drill down a little bit more, then we can also identify the month-on-month growth, or in case if there is a drop in month-on-month or drop in quarter-on-quarter, we can also identify what is the reason behind it, where is the loss coming from, which car product or which dealership, or what might be the reason. Is it about the season or the customer or the dealership? We can drill down a lot of information from it, right? So this is the overall idea of how to utilize AI in Power BI. Now let's quickly switch to Power BI. Now we are on Microsoft Power BI and we have already loaded the data, which is here. This is the preview of the data that we are going to work on. Now let's go back to the report view and pull out a visualization. Now I'll be trying to proceed with the bar graph. Now let's pull some data. So I'll go with the order date and drag and drop it to the x-axis. Now let's go with the orders, and that will be in our y-axis. Here you go. Now if you drill down a little bit, this year will be turned into quarters of the year. Now if you kind of drill down again, now you have month on month. Now let's try to do some modifications to this data, set all the data visualization and add some improvements. Go to the view tab here, go to the customize current theme and go to text, and now here you can increase the font size, maybe 18, to have a better visual. And after that, if you go to the format icon here, You can also add data labels if you want. What is the total number of sales that we made? Now we have a perfectly functional chart here. Let's eliminate this. Now let's begin with the AI for identifying the drop trends or the growth trends. Now here you can see the month of August in 2024 has gave us the highest sales, which is 2,618 orders. And you can see there is quite a good growth here. Now, if you wanted to find out what is the reason behind this growth, then just click that bar and right click or double click and go to the option called Analyze. So this is similar to the Excel's what if analysis, but with a little change. Now here you can see that Power BI will automatically give you a lot of charts and visualizations like this one here, which is a waterfall model, and this will indicate you what was the reason of the growth. And here you can see we have received 11 orders from Andhra Pradesh. This is a state-wise analysis, and also you have decrease. So there is a decrease in Mizoram and a few more regions like Karnataka and everything. So this is something behind the reason for growth or drop. And here you can see the product-wise analysis where we have some growth from cars like 8 Series, Wellfire and others. And after that you have some dealership data as well. So there is a good orders that is received by Prime Auto, Elite Auto and a few others. And there's a drop in Asian dealerships, etc. And here you have the status on delivery. So this is also good. And now let's say now you wanted to identify what's the reason for drop. Now what you can do is you can just click on the month which showed you the maximum loss or the least orders received, and you can go to that. So the least orders is practically from March, and here you can see there is a sudden drop from August. Let's say you wanted to compare with these 2 months, and then what you can do is you can just same procedure, you can just analyze and now explain the decrease. Now you have the reasons behind the decrease here. So we have a couple of cars which are not receiving good amount of sales, and after that you can also see state-wise a drop in orders, and after that you can also see the type of car which has stopped receiving orders. You can see sedan class has drastically stopped receiving orders. That's the reason behind it. And after that, most of the orders are in transit. So you can filter out the in transit ones because this will be delivered to the customer. So the overall, sales will be or the overall orders number will be increased once this transit becomes to delivered, right? And here you have delivered as well, right? So it might be a drop in delivery numbers as well. And compared to the previous month, the number of orders delivered will be low. Or if you had to talk about the in-transit, I think this is about the in-transit one as well. So previous month had a lot of cars in transit, and this month compared to that number, it is a bit low. So that can be the reason. And after you drill down a little bit more, you have region-wise analysis. Now, this is also another way to find out the drop analysis. And let's say you wanted to compare 2 different months of a quarter, right? So here you have quarter 1, the highest performing month of quarter 1 happens to be the the January one, and you wanted to compare that with the highest performing month of quarter 3, which is August. In that case, you can just hold control and select the first month from first quarter, which is the highest performing one, and you can compare month on month. Going to the Analyze button, explain the reason between the increase here. Now you have the entire report. Now let's say you have a brilliant looking chart over here and you wanted to present that to your stakeholders. Now all you can do is you can just select this particular chart and select the option which says plus, which will automatically get added to your dashboard, which is somewhere here, and you can set it in the way you want. Now you almost have a semi-functional or mini dashboard for you, which explains you the decrease or the gain in orders and also the month-on-month performance. So you have a fully functional report in front of you, which is explaining the comparison between the highest 2 performing ones. So this is how you can make use of AI in Power BI for data analytics. Today, we will learn how to use Power Automate in Windows. Power Automate will help you to automate the mundane tasks like rolling out reports, emails, presentations, and many more. For that, let's consider a small problem statement, or in other words, a simple use case. So here it goes. Let's assume that you are a business unit head working with the top brass of your organization. Your routine might include a lot of tasks like setting up roosters, scheduling scrum meetings, writing down emails, common data entries, and a lot more. These might not sound much of a task, but definitely consume sizable amount of your working hours. The time that you prefer to be more inclined to utilize for resource planning and setting up growth strategies for business development. If only there was a way to automate all these processes without having to hire another resource. Yes, that can be done with help of one of the most recent Microsoft Office tools called the Power Automate. With Power Automate, the time for all these tasks will be dropped by 50% and you have a lot of time for productive utilities to build better business strategies. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, the first question. What exactly is Power Automate? So Power Automate is a cloud-based service that automates repetitive tasks across apps and services. It's designated to help users optimize business processes and focus on more strategic tasks. Now, it is not just confined to Microsoft products. It can also be attached to Google or any other applications as well. If you want to roll out some emails via Gmail, or if you download some files and store it onto Google Drive, Power Automate will always support it. Now, let's proceed to take an overview of how to use this Microsoft tool. So, some of the mundane tasks like sending out an email, scheduling some roosters or meetings, or some points of the meeting, it'll always be a lengthy task that consumes a lot of your time. Now, for a sample task like sending out daily emails, we will try to automate this task. Now, we have logged into the Microsoft 365. So here, you can have some apps over here and you can check out the app for Power Automate. Now, we can just go to all apps and here you can just scroll down. And here you can see the option that says Power Automate. There are other ways as well. You can just search for the Power Automate app and find it out in apps here. Or now you can just find it here. You can just log into the Power Automate app. So Power Automate already has some templates for it, right? So you can just navigate to templates and there are many uses of Automate. So if you want to do with some email attachments, or if you want to trigger a Power BI data-driven alert, or if you want to, set up something in your Microsoft Office, or you want to put a notification, or if you want to download all the attachments from your email directly to your Google Drive and connect your, X or Twitter, you can do that. So there are multiple people who have already used Microsoft Power Automate and they've already delivered some templates for the ready for use purposes. And if you want to go with some topics, you can also go with this. Or if you're working with remote work kind of style and you wanted some applications or some automation things you are looking for, you can also look at the templates which are remote work related. You can just go through all these templates and go ahead with that. Apart from that, if you're looking for some data collection type of automation, you can also do that. And if you're looking for an email automation, you can also do that. And if you already have created some flows, you can just go through this and find the flows that you have worked on. So I've got one flow already ready here. I've set up an email, that you can be sending out to your reportees, or you can send out this email to your fellow developers or fellow colleagues. And if you have some approvals, you can also do that. So there are a lot of things. So as we discussed before, we will go with the automation of sending out daily reminders. So I'll just type down get daily reminders and I get this type of automation here where you'll just send out an email reminder to the outlook.com email, which can be about an email to check the numbers, check the reports, and hand it over to your fellow team members, right? So or it may be about a scrum meeting or a roster meeting or roster setup. So I'll go with this one. And here you have the recurrence in Office 365 Outlook. So this is my email and I'll just continue. And here is the flow. So here you can just click and you can give out an interval. Maybe if you want to give it every day, or if you want to give it weekly or bi-weekly, you can set it up. So I'm going to go with every day, and here you can set up any prescribed or if you have any type of time zone that you want to select, you can go ahead with that. So I'll go ahead with anything here. I'll go with Alaska maybe. And you can also provide some time, and it's not a mandatory one. And apart from that, here you have some hours you want to select. Maybe I'll go with 10 a.m. in the morning, and also I want another setup at 6 p.m. which might be the logout time. And yeah, this is the one. And apart from that, just go back to the flow once again, and here you have to set up few parameters. So let me give out an email here as well, the recipient email. You can add multiple, but I'll go with one. So I'll add one email recipient address here. That's the one. And apart from that, subject could be about Scrum call. With report updates or with numbers, with number updates. You can give anything according to the business needs. And you have a reminder. And I think I'll add the same subject here. There you go. And you can also provide the importance. So I'll go with high importance one so that the recipient will understand. So far you have set up the flow. I think it's fine. So you have no more notifications here. This says the flow is completely fine. Now you want to save this flow. And once the flow is saved, you can proceed and test it. Just click on this. It's saved, and you if you want to try and test it, you can also do it. Just test it, and it can happen in both the ways, automatically or manually. I'll now go with the manual one so that I can just cross verify if this is happening or not at the current time. Right? We set a timing 10 a.m. in the morning and 6 p.m. in the evening, right? So it only happens twice. But now if you want to run it at this particular instance, you can also do that by just testing it, right? I've tested it. And I have sent out the, yeah, it finds good. And now if I select run flow, then it will run the flow. Now it has already done. It's successful. No problems here, and done. And you can now just, kind of log into your Outlook or email, and then check the email, right? Just a second while I log into my inbox. There you go. Now we have this particular email that we sent right now. You have a reminder. Scrum call with numbers update, and you can just reply or forward it. So this is how you can just automate the emails with your Power Automate, and you can just send out email reminders to your fellow developers or teammates on a regular routine. And that's how you automate a lot of simple things as your daily tasks. And I've already created 2 here. And if you go to templates, you have a lot of other templates here, most are picked. Or if you're looking for a dedicated one like data collection, email, calendar, mobile, etc., you've also found them there. And if you're still in confusion, maybe you can just type down and find the templates which are in match with your requirements.
Hey everyone, welcome to today's video on Power BI DAX. So here's a quick question for you. Have you ever felt like Power BI is like a cool looking dashboard, but you just wish you could do more with your data? Add those custom calculations or get insights that are a little bit outside the box. Well, that's exactly where DAX comes in. Let's think of Power BI as your data playground. It helps you visualize your data with charts, graphs, and tables. But what if you want to take it up a notch? That's where DAX, which is Data Analysis Expression, steps in. It's like the magic behind the scenes that makes Power BI not just a visual tool, but a powerful data crunching machine. So what Power BI DAX is used for? Well, it is used to create custom calculations if you need to calculate total sales, average profit, or even something more complex. DAX is your go-to tool. You can also build dynamic reports if you want your reports to change based on the user input or the time period. DAX will make it happen. You can also dive deeper with your data. With calculated columns and measures, you can explore data in ways that are more meaningful at your specific needs. So in this video, I'll walk you through how DAX works and show you how to create those custom formulas that can truly unlock the power of your Power BI reports. So let's get started.
Hello and welcome to Simplilearn. In today's session, we are exploring one of the most powerful features in Power BI DAX, or data analysis expressions. Whether you're a beginner or looking to deepen your Power BI expertise, this video will help you master DAX and unlock advanced analytics for your reports. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. It's a formal language used in Power BI Excel, and other Microsoft tools. DAX lets you create powerful calculations, data models, enabling you to extract deeper insights from your data. In Power BI, DAX is essential for building calculated columns, measures, and calculated tables, which are the backbone of custom analytics and reporting. The purpose of DAX in Power BI is to analyze data and create custom calculations for better insights and reporting. With DAX, you can go beyond simple aggregations and build metrics that answer complex business questions such as year-to-date sales, growth rates, or profit margins. However, you must be thinking, if you're following up with the previous video where we have learned about interactions and different type of charts, we haven't used any DAX there. However, we still had meaningful insights. Why is learning DAX is so important? DAX is essential for advanced data calculations and custom metrics in Power BI. It also enables time-based calculations such as year-to-year, quarter-over-quarter analysis, and helps to create custom measures like profit margin or growth rate. Ultimately, DAX empowers you to transform raw data into meaningful business insights that drive business decisions. Let's look at the types of DAX expressions you will encounter. So within Power BI, first we have predefined functions like aggregate functions, logical functions, date functions, information functions, user functions. Then we have DAX statements. These control the logical flow of calculations such as if and switch statements and more. Variable and written, very commonly used statements. Then we have data retrieval functions, which we called as queries. These will help you to pull data from your model. It is often used in Power BI's query editor, like evaluate or define. First, we will explore predefined functions as most of them are similar to Excel. DAX functions come in several categories. First, we have aggregate functions. Like you can see sum and average, minimum, maximum, count, standard deviation, variance, and more. Other are date and time functions. You will find them very similar to Excel, like year, month, end of week, weekdays, and more. Another are logical functions, like if, and, or, switch. We'll see multiple conditional logical functions here. Other than these three types of functions, we have information functions, reference functions, parent and child functions that are very specific to DAX. Most utilized DAX functions are common date functions like year, month, quarter, or looking at difference between two dates. Other are time series functions where we are trying to calculate year on year as variates and written using the year functions, date functions within these statements, figuring out year till date, quarter till date, which is calculating any numerical like sales, profit, till, year to date, month to date, and quarter to date. These are the time series functions. Other most commonly used are aggregate functions. Even when we are not explicitly defining a function, implicit calculation, as soon as we drag any numerical variable into the canvas, immediately it converts into sum of that particular amount. So if it is sales amount, then it will be sum of sales amount automatically. That is implicit. Yes, we can go ahead and create the explicit sum of sales, average sales, aggregate functions within Power BI. Other most utilized functions are user functions. User functions like calculate are where DAX gets really powerful. Calculate allows you to change the context of your calculation. For example, summing the sales only for a specific region. This gives us flexibility to answer very specific business questions. And logical functions like if and switch let you build conditional logic into your calculations. If checks a condition and return different results based on whether it's true or false. Switch is like a more advanced if, letting you handle multiple conditions easily. Let's create a calculated column together We'll label each sale as high or low based on the amount. In previous examples, we have been using one or two predefined functions nested within one another, or simply one function or a statement to calculate one single column or an aggregate value. DAX really shines when you combine functions. For example, to calculate profit margin, we have to go ahead and utilize sum of sales minus sum of cost that we divided by amount again. This uses both sum and simple arithmetic function to give you a critical business metric. For time-based analysis, you might use dates YTD to calculate year-to-date sales, or compare this year's sales to last year's. We can use same period last year. We can also use previous year, previous quarter, or previous month. These time intelligence functions are essential for any business that wants to track performance over time. Let's go ahead and see some time series based calculations with DAX in Power BI. As we have already seen few examples of Power BI DAX. Before we move on, here are some best practices for writing DAX. First, keep your formulas simple for better performance. Use measures for calculations, reused across the reports. Instead of adding a calculated column, it is always better to add a measure. Measures are easily reusable across multiple tables within the data model itself. Plus, measures are not the part of a data model. Measures are created when they are utilized inside a report. So measures are always recalculated. So these are always updated if your data is updated. Third, always check how filters and relationship affect your calculations. If you're applying a relationship, it means within our data model. If you're applying filter or the slicer, it is going to affect the DAX calculation results into the report or the visual we are creating. In the next section, we will explore one of the most important concepts in DAX, that is context. Understanding row context and filter context is key to mastering DAX and building dynamic interactive reports. Let's dive in. Let's explore some most used DAX functions in Power BI. This here is Power BI desktop application. In this application here, let's import our data from Excel. We can import it right from here. Or we can click on Excel workbook right here. We are getting a auto sales data set. Let's click on open here. We'll have our navigator window. We can highlight sheet 1. We can look at the data set right now. Let's check on that. We have order ID, order date, delivery date, how many days we took to deliver, which state did we deliver it to, dealership name, regional details, then we have customer details, product details, then we have here fact details that involves what was the traffic, quantity sold out, leads converted, orders placed, and then the revenue, profit, and cost to company. Let's transform data here. It will take us to Power Query Editor. Within Power Query Editor here, let's check out. This is our order ID. It is at data type 1 to 3. We have order date with the date, number. Let's check the data types for state. Everything is in text properly. Now if we look at the numbers are in the proper date format too. However, if we want, we can change revenue, profit, and cost to company into data type fixed decimal number. We'll add a new step. Let's rename this to, this is our auto sales data. Currently we are ready. We'll close and apply. Our objective here to explore DAX measures here. In the auto sales data here, we have dimensions and measures. Dimensions and measures. Measures are numerical values here. We can see wherever the summation sign is there, these are numerical values. For example, first we have here is cost to company. Cost to company, the summarization here we can see is sum. Similar customer ID, since Power BI understands customer ID is an identification of a customer. It is a unique ID provided to the customer. The summarization here will automatically be count. Similar pattern we can find in other columns too. Let's go ahead and create calculated measures. Simple functions first. For example, we'll create a simple table first. In this table here, we would like to explore that how much quantity we have sold out in each category. If we check on category here and quantity, we see by default sum of quantity here. This sum of quantity is implicit calculation. Implicit calculation here means this calculation is decided by DAX. Now when we go ahead and define the calculation by using modeling, that will be called as explicit calculation, where we are going to use DAX functions and statements. Let's see difference between both. To add the measure here, we can add the measure from new measure here. We can also go ahead and right click on table and click on new measure. We can also click on modeling and add a new measure from here. So let's go to the table, right click on a table, and let's add a new measure from here. When we click on new measure, observe here, a formula bar is opened up where it is directly writing measure equals to as a name. In the data pane, on the right hand bottom corner, we have a measure here. This measure is getting saved in data pane on right hand corner here. We can see the icon is a calculator right there, right here. So let's rename this here as total quantity. Make sure, as a standard practice, we do not leave any spaces. Later on, if we are trying to reuse this aggregate calculation, and if there is a space in the name, we will not be able to reuse it in any other calculation. Now we want to sum. We'll use the predefined function, aggregate function, sum. A simple sum function here. If you want to read more about it, you can expand it from the arrow. It will give you a simple explanation. This is true for any of these functions here. We select the sum from the drop down here. As usual, we can see the parenthesis will open up. It will give us the syntax right here. We have the syntax and the arguments right here, and we have the options to choose from below. Now we want to go ahead and calculate quantity. So we will simply go ahead and type Q in the drop down. We have quantity with the help of tab in our keyboard. We can simply use quantity right there. And since we are in Power BI, remember to close the parenthesis. To commit or save this particular calculation or the measure, we will go ahead and press enter. Once you press enter, on the right hand corner, you'll find total quantity right here. Total quantity sold right here. As you scroll down, you can see the measure is created here. Let's check and utilize this measure in the same table. We can close this from here. Select the table. Let's add the total quantity sold. As we can see, there is absolutely no difference between the explicit and the implicit calculation here. However, now, if we want to move forward and add the average here, we can have the similar average calculated there. But when we have sum of quantity, the implicit measure, if we are collaborating with someone, they will have the freedom to change the aggregate calculation right here. However, when you have explicit calculation, the calculation is fixed. The collaborator can simply calculate the percentages out of that. Nothing more than that. So aggregation cannot be changed. So if we want average quantity to be sold out to individual customer, we can go ahead and create the explicit calculation for that too. As we can see, what we have here is cost to company and the quantity plus the profit we have made out of that and the revenue. So let's calculate. Let's create a simple table where we want to analyze how many average days we take to deliver to certain estate. So here we have list of estate, and now we want to calculate average days we take to deliver. First, let's look at the implicit calculation, which is by default sum. So we'll go ahead and create a new calculation here. We are at the Home tab. In the Home tab, on the right hand side, we have a new measure. So let's click on new measure. We are going to call this average days to deliver. To avoid the spaces, we can also add underscore sign. In average days to deliver, we start with average function. Now we have days to deliver, and we close the parenthesis. Once you press enter, we can find average days to deliver is here. Let's check here. In this report, here, next we would like to calculate that if we are taking more than 5 days, meaning we are taking longer duration to deliver. So that is not a expected KPI. The average days to deliver, if that is equals to 5 or less than 5, that will be considered a good performance. For that, we add a new measure again. So currently, as you can see, we are in the measure tools. In measure tools also, we have new measure here. Measure tools is opened up because we are currently selecting a measure. Let's click on new measure and apply a logical condition. The logical condition is going to tell us about delivery performance. We'll simply go ahead and type I. In the drop down we have if. In the if here, see the syntax, it is pretty similar to Excel. Logical test is here. In the logical test, we are saying that read average days to deliver, the measure that we have here, if it is greater than or equals to 5.5. If condition matches, then the performance needs to improve. If result is false, it means it is just opposite, meaning we are doing good. So the performance is good. So we have one condition and two output. Now we can see our measure is saved here. Let's check on the measure. Now we can see within each state what is the average days and whether it is good or it needs improvement. Let's keep a slicer here for region. This region size slicer will give us more insights here. So within the central region, we need improvement. In East here, we are doing good in few states. We need improvement, and we need improvement in most of the cases here. Let's look at few more common functions like date functions. Currently, if you want to go ahead and create a table, we want to see year-wise sales we have done. We have delivery date and order date. Let's use the order date here. The moment we check on the order date, the entire hierarchy will be added here. We can simply check and decide to keep whatever we need right there. However, every time extracting and checking from here is not always desirable if we want to go ahead and utilize the year and month within another calculation. So maybe we want to simply go ahead and look for the Q1 sales. In those cases, we will not be able to extract Q1 right from here. So let's go ahead and look into most used date functions here. We add a new measure again. In this new measure here, let's get the year extracted. We can simply use a year function. In the year function here, we have to write a date. So date it will find here in order date. As you can see right now, when we are using year function, we do not have the option to select the measures here. The reason is there are few functions that can be used within calculating measures. However, few functions like year, month, quarter, and more, these can be used only when we are adding a calculated column. So here you will find some limitations related to context. To understand more functions, we have to look into calculated columns and calculated tables. So first we are going to add a calculated table for calendar, and then we will move forward and add calculated columns in that. We'll also understand why calendar is important to be added and how we can use multiple date functions and logical functions to create a proper calendar table. By learning that, we will cover the concept of row context and filter context too. Now, we are going to explore one of the most fundamental concepts in DAX, that is context. Understanding context is absolutely essential for writing effective DAX formulas. There are two main types of context: row context and filter context. Let's break these down. We'll see it with an example. For the example, first we'll add a calculated column. To add a calculated table, we will go to the table view. And here, let's add a calendar table. And within the table, you'll understand about row context and filter context. To add a new calculated table, currently we are at table view. In table view, we'll have table tools open here. In the table tools, we can see the types of calculations we can add. Currently, we are going to work with new table here. Once we click on new table, observe here on the right hand side, we have a calculated table icon, and here also we have a table. What we are looking for here is to create a calendar. A calendar in Power BI is a column which contains continuous date since the start to the end. This calendar table is helpful and required if we want to do any kind of time series calculations. The easy way to create a calendar table is use calendar auto. It's an automatic calendar. It will automatically figures out from the model wherever is the starting and the end date is. Currently we have one Excel sheet, so we are good with it. We can simply open and close. We don't require to add anything inside the syntax argument, as fiscal year month we can see is optional because it is in the square brackets. It can automatically pick up from the data model or imported data that we have here. As we can see, we have this calendar table here. The column is added, that is date column. This date column, let's select the date column here. Column tools will open up a new tab. This is not date and time. We are only looking for date here. There is no time component within it. And the format is a small date format, and we are good with that. Now let's talk about the context. Row context. Row context is essentially the DAX's awareness of the current row when evaluating a formula. It's automatically created when we work with calculated columns. For example, currently we have date. We want to go ahead and extract year, month, quarter out of this date column. So we will go ahead and add a new column here. And in this new column, see, a new column is added. So we want to go ahead and extract year. To extract the year, the function is year. In the year where our date is, in the calendar table date, so we can find it calendar table and date. With Power BI, we have to give the entire address, entire location of where the column is. So we are telling table name and then the column name here. This formula is evaluated for each row individually. So if we are asking it to extract month, it will go ahead and extract month from individual column, individual row here. So we can add one more column here and we can ask to get the month here. So the month calendar table here. You will have the month number. Now if we need quarter, we can add a new column again and get the quarter here. We get the date again. From the date, extract the quarter. And both the cases, it is going to be numbers. As you can see, it is January, quarter is 1. So this year is always seen as calendar quarter. If we want to see the month name, we will again write one more calculated column again in the row context because it will evaluate for individual row where we want to go ahead and look for a month name. For the month name here, we will go ahead and use the custom formatting, that is the format option. It is parallel to text function in Excel. In format function, we will give the value and format it. To extract the month name, we will use the function format. Format function helps us to custom the format of any given numerical value. And this value converts any value to a specified number format. So for example, we are getting the calendar date here, comma, the format we are looking for is month. So we can ask it to extract month. We will write M 4 times there and the month will be extracted. Next is local name. So we are not looking for that right now. And we close the bracket. This is not as per local or time zone. We simply want the month out here. So we don't need it right now. And this is format. This is month name. Every column that we have added, it is based on row context. It is calculated for individual row. Notice how it calculates for individual transaction. This is row context in action. Next is filter context. To understand the filter context here, let's go back to the report view. In the report view, let's calculate total profit. So the filter context, on the other hand, is about which subset of data is being considered for a calculation. It's created by filters applied to visuals, slicers applied on your report, relationship between the tables, filter arguments in DAX functions. Filter context is crucial for measures which don't have an inherent row context like calculated columns do. Let's see filter context in action with a measure. So let's add a measure here. Measures work on filter context. Let's calculate total profit. To calculate the total profit here, we use sum and we ask it to get the profit from the data. When you place this measure in a visual, for example, showing profits by region, when we place this measure in a visual showing profits by region, the filter context for each region determines which rows of the profit columns are summed. If we click on West region, in the slicer, the filter context changes and our measure recalculates to show only average days to deliver in West, sum of quantity or total quantity only in the region West. Similarly, here also we can see it will show only region West. This is the default filter context. This filter context can be modified within the DAX measures by using calculate functions. The calculate function is one of the most powerful functions in DAX because it allows you to modify the filter context within the formula. This is how the calculate function syntax looks like. As we can see here, calculate function evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters. If you look at the syntax here, it says that first you give the expression and then the filters are applied. So for example, we want to calculate the profit only for certain category of product. So let's see here, certain category of product, we have hatchback, MPV, sedan, and SUV. So let's calculate the profit only for SUV. To do that, we'll add a quick measure here. I'm naming this as SUV profit. And here we use calculate. And calculate, we are simply asking them to calculate the total profit. So here I'm using total profit. You can also go ahead and write sum of profit. In both the cases, it will go back and re-execute that particular DAX. Now here, we will go ahead and give a filter. A simple filter will be that go to auto sales category, which should be equals to SUV. This is the SUV profit here. See the difference? If we add the cards here, this is our total profit from all the regions and categories. This here is SUV profit, only profit that we have gained from SUV. This overrides any existing filter context within the specified filter. So if I go ahead and select central, for example, here, you can see SUV profit gets impacted by the outside filter right here. Context transition is what happens when row context gets transformed into filter context. This occurs when you use an aggregation function inside a calculated column or when you use a calculate formula here. For example, if we want to calculate what percentage of SUV profit contributes to the total profit. In this case, context transition will happen. If we click on new measure, we click on new measure and we will see it here. So we want to find profit contribution. We want to find profit contribution percentage of SUV. So here we'll get our SUV profit that we need to divide it by. So we can use divide function here. SUV profit is numerator. And denominator here, now we want total profit. So now we will write calculate here. Reason, we don't want this denominator to change or get filtered out because of slicers or simple selection of Central, East and North here, because this total profit changes when we select anything from out here. We want it fixed. So SUV profit is going to be fixed. It is from SUV. In the calculate here, we want to fix the total profit value. So we type calculate and we need total profit here. And here we use all function. This all function returns all the rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any outside or even inside filters. Inside all function, we'll ask it to keep the entire auto sales data intact and not to get this particular total profit impacted by any outside or inside filter. Here, the all function removes all the filters from the sales table, giving us total profit across all the product. Let's implement this to see which product contribute most to our overall profit. I'm going to add a card here, multi-row card, and let's see the profit percentage here. Let's convert into percentage too. So it is in general format right now. Now it's percentage. See. So the SUV contribution here is 25%. If I convert this into a simple table right now, maybe you want to see in front of category, you'll find that it is only giving us the SUV percentage here. It doesn't understand this at all, meaning this is a fixed percentage answer that we get. However, if we go ahead and add fuel type and we don't see the category here, now we'll have a correct percentage right there. So while calculating this here, it is able to hold on to the total profit calculation right there. So this is your profit contribution as per the fuel type. And see here, this is not 100%, this is 24%. That is only for the USV. That is only for the SUV. The same can be applied to calculate profit contribution for each product. I'll copy this here and let's create a new measure. Now we want profit contribution for all product here. Or let's say each product here. So now here we do not have SUV profit here. Instead of that, we will ask it to get the profit. And now here we are asking it to fix the profit right there. This total profit always gets filtered out. However, the second total profit, which is used within the calculate function and with the all function, this is going to be fixed in the output. When we calculate it like this, and now if we go ahead and create another visualization where we want to see each category contribution and profit. Let's convert this into percentage. You'll find the percentages right here, which amounts to 100%. If we go ahead and simply put total profit here, and calculate the percentage from here. By utilizing this, we still get the same answer. However, when the outside filter is applied, see the difference. If I'm filtering right now with the central, which is the interaction right now, if we are selecting central here, now we know that in the central, the all over contribution of these is 7.32% within central out of the entire profit. However, here we see 16% for hatchback and likewise. Reason? This particular profit contribution is coming always from the fixed total profit of 601.78, entire total profit. So these look same, but this profit contribution cannot be impacted from the outside or inside filters. Now that we understand the context, let's explore some advanced DAX functions that leverage these concepts. In this session, we will analyze auto sales dataset by using PowerBI Desktop. Continuing from the previous topic, we have an understanding of context in PowerBI DAX. Moving forward from here, we will guide you through every step from connecting to the data, exploring the data model, defining key metrics, using advanced DAX formulas like time intelligence, forecasting, dynamic titles, etc., to building rich reports and dashboards. By the end, you'll have a solid hands-on understanding of how to turn raw auto sales data into actionable insight with professional visualizations. Throughout the tutorial, feel free to pause and try each step yourself. We will also provide explanations for the main concepts and formulas. Let's get started. Open your PowerBI Desktop. We can go to Get Data and click on Excel workbook here or here. Browse and find auto sales data. Click Open. In the navigator preview, select the table, the sheet 1, and click on Load. Power BI will import the data and display it in Fields pane on the right. This creates a new table in your data model. At this point, check that order date and delivery date columns are recognized as date or time types. Under the column tools, this is the date. And numeric columns like cost to company, profit, quantity, revenue are numeric. Let's go to Power Query to adjust the types. To go to Power Query, go to Home tab and click on Transform Data here. This redirects us to Power Query Editor. This dataset now serves as our fact table of auto sales record. We can check the data types right here. From decimal number, fixed decimal, whole numbers to date, time, and the binary too. These numerical value can be converted into fixed decimal number, that is currency. We always add a new step. From here, we will go ahead and first rename from sheet 1. So let's rename this as sales. Let's close and apply. It will close the Power Query and load the data into Power BI. The dataset now serves as our fact table of auto sales records. In a more complex model, we might split this into fact and dimension tables. For example, separate tables for date, product, and dealers, and separate table for numerical variables like order date, orders, profit, quantity, revenue, traffic. But for now, we have one table containing orders, customer information, sales figures, and so on. After loading, notice that our data model currently has a single table. In a robust BI solution, we often create separate dimension tables, For example, we could extract a unique date table from order date column or separate tables for region, dealership, product, and customer. Creating a proper date dimension and marking it as a date table is important for time intelligence calculations. In fact, Power BI and the DAX engine requires you to mark one table as a date table to get correct results for time intelligence functions. For example, you could duplicate the order date field into a new table of unique dates, and under Table Tools menu, use Mark as Date Table. We'll assume a proper date table is in the place. This date table we are referring to is the calendar that we have created in the last few steps. So let's go ahead and see another way to create a calendar. So we'll go to the table view. In table view, we click on the new table. This is our date table, or we can also call this as calendar table. And we ask for automatic calendar again. We will select this column and convert this into date. Now this is a separate table altogether. We'll go back to data model and we make sure that this data table is connected to order date in sales data. So we are making sure that this date table is connected to order date here with the help of common column. As a relationship is created, observe that the cardinality is 1 to many, meaning date here and date table are unique. However, order date here is repeated, since multiple customers can place multiple orders on the same date. However, this creates a unique list of continuous dates. Now let's go ahead and mark this as a date table. We'll go ahead and we mark this as a date table. We'll click on the 3 dots or epsilon right here. And from here itself, we can mark as date table. We'll switch this on. We choose the column date. It is validated here. Let's read everyone. The built-in date table that are already associated with this table, that is the order date, it will be removed. Meaning, now we cannot use order date within visualization. We have to use this date table only, since it is going to be continuous date. Look at the icon will change like an ID rather than having a calendar like this. Meaning now this is a continuous date. As before, we can go ahead and keep on adding year, month, quarter here. That is going to be our row context calculation right there. Let's see a new way to create a calendar table. As usual, we'll go ahead and click on new table. This time, we are going to name it dates. Remember that Power BI DAX is a functional language. It has its own way to write. We can move to the next line here with Shift and Enter. Now, when we say it's a functional language, meaning we have to give indents, we have to open parenthesis, close parenthesis, add its places. It has a structure and format to type. Although it is used as a guideline, and since we are beginners, we might not have a full knowledge of how to write it. In that case, there are multiple websites that can help us to reformat the PowerBI DAX. For now, what we are attempting to do is we are trying to add a new table. In that new table, we want to first need a first column where we have calendar. Now in that, we have added the entire calendar date, meaning a continuous date without any gaps. Then we want to add year column, month column, and likewise. To do that, we will start with add columns. Now add columns here returns an entire table with multiple columns at once. So we don't have to add individual new column every time we want to add something new. So now we'll go ahead and type the entire code to get the full calendar table. This is add columns. Add columns is asking here what will be your table. The table here will be our calendar auto. That is automatic calendar here. I will take this to the next line too. Indent is automatically there. Now, within the syntax, it is asking us the name there. If you read the syntax, it is asking the name of the column there. So we will say the column name is year. Now, the expression, meaning the formula, should be year, and it should go ahead and get the date. Now, how do we define that date there? So it is going to be dates. Here is the date column right there. Close the parenthesis, comma. We need month. So we're getting month number. The function is month here. And here we have date. Likewise, with shift and enter, we will move towards the next line, and we can keep working with new columns right here. Now we don't have to add columns every time and write them separately. It saves us so much time. Editing is easier. We don't have to work with individual columns anymore. Adding, deleting, and managing your columns becomes easier. These are the exact same functions we have already applied before. Now, as and when required, we can go ahead and add more columns in here. Currently, I am adding some basic columns here. Let's see an example, then we'll keep on adding the columns. And see, here we are. In a similar manner, we can also go ahead and add the quarter name for year. So here, let's see, we have 2024 quarter 3. So we are utilizing our format function again. We are extracting year, then we are concatenating it with quarter here. So likewise, we can move forward and add more columns in here. Now, once we have our date, that is our calendar table, and the sales data here, first, we will make sure that our date column here is marked as date table, so that it is recognized as a date table here. We'll also make sure that in the data model here, this date is connected with order date to determine the relationship properly. And now order date will not be used for visualization purposes. Now we will use the date always from the dates table. Now let's move forward and understand DAX. Now we create key performance indicators as measures. We will go to report view. We will go to modeling tab and click on new measure. In this new measure here, let's define few KPIs here. First, we have revenue. So the first measure here will be total sales. We'll sum the revenue. This sums the revenue field across all records. Let's add one new measure. Units sold. This sums up total number of cars sold. Make sure your home table is sales data, meaning the formulas are getting saved within the sales data only. Our data has a profit column. So we right click and hit our new measure. To illustrate, we can write gross profit here. So let's calculate gross profit. We do have cost of company. So let's figure out the sum of profit deducted by sum of cost to company. This follows the example of a profit measure as an aggregate difference. We'll add a new measure in sales data. Since we have a difference, gross profit, let's find out profit margin percentage here. We define the profit margin percentage by dividing the entire profit by revenue. This will compute the profit as a percentage of revenue, avoiding divide by zero errors with the help of divide function. In divide function, numerator is sum of revenue. Denominator will be revenue. The numerator is going to be the profit. Denominator is going to be revenue. Sum of revenue. Alternate result, even if we leave it alone, it will be 0. Divide function helps us to avoid divide by zero errors. Now we can move forward and create visuals here. We can go ahead and figure out, let's see, total sales by individual region. We can choose to create simple bar graphs too. So first, let's figure out a simple table for region-wise total sales. We can convert this into a simple column chart. We can keep this column chart. This is region by total sales. You can go to the format. We can switch on the data labels right here. Currently data labels are in billions. We can choose them to keep it at the outside end. In the values, let's fix the units at million. We'll select the theme later. For now, we'll keep our chart right there. Next, let's see product by sales. We'll add the table again. So this is product and total sales. Now we have got multiple product here. The best here is the bar chart. Let's keep it right there. Again, we can switch on the data labels right here. We will fix the data label values at millions. We can make it bold to make the color appear here. Let's decide the decimal values to be 0. Let's give a background color right now so that it is the charts are easily visible. Right. Now let's see dealer wise. This is our dealership name and total sales. Here we can create a bar chart again. That's total sales by dealership here. As usual, we'll go ahead and switch on the labels. And we fix our labels with display units millions. Now, let's move on and see some time series calculations. To use the time intelligence functions, we have to make sure that our date is marked as table. Let's see a few examples. We'll make sure we are clicking on new measure again. A new measure here. First, let's figure out what is the sales YTD, that is year to date. For year to date, month to date, quarter to date sales, use DAX time intelligence functions like YTD, MTD, and QTD. Time intelligence in Power BI uses special DAX functions to compare and accumulate over dates. These let us easily compute year to date, month to date, quarter to date, year over year changes. For example, YTD here total YTD here begins on first day of the year, ends with the last date column after applying specified filters. Can sum the revenue from the start of the year to the current context. Dates we are looking for is from the dates table right here. Before these will work correctly, ensure your model has a designated date table as we have created just now. Next, for month to date and quarter to date, we will follow these similar time intelligence functions like these. So we're creating a new measure here. Let's see the sales month till date. We have total, MTD, and sum the revenue. Same will be followed with sales QTD. Let's also compare last year's sales versus current year sales. For previous period comparisons, we can use functions like same period last year, date add functions, parallel period, or previous year, current year, or previous quarter, previous month here. So let's use the very famous function same period last year. This is last year versus current year sales. We use the calculate function. In the calculate function, we are going to ask that go ahead and give us total sales, calculate total sales based on following filter. The filter we will give with same period last year. It is going to go ahead to the sales data. It connects with the calendar table and it will return the set of dates in the current selection from the previous year. So the current year is 2025. It will go ahead and select the 2024. If the current year is 24, it will go back and filter out your table by 22. If you're in current quarter, let's say you're currently at quarter 1, then quarter 1 of 2025, then it will go back and select the quarter 4 of 2024. It is not specified with whether it is an year, month, or quarter as we have seen so far. Same period last year, it will simply go ahead and select the entire rows based on that particular period. It can be year, quarter, month, or weeks. Here, we will simply ask it to filter down the dates column right there. This is last year versus sales. So let's see in the next page here. I'm adding a multi-row card for now. And this card here, let's look at. Let's add a table here. In this table here, first let's go ahead and get our year and month name here. So we have 2 year and month here. Observe that month is not in the sequence as we would think. Month is in the alphabetical sequence, and that's not what we expect, right? So we go back to table view and we'll select month name. Highlight month name here and ask it to sort by month number. When you go back, you will see now that it is properly designated. The sorting is fine. Now let's add the calculations we have done so far. This is sales year till date. This is quarter till date. This is month till date. As you can see, this is January, February, December. So the numbers you will find are absolutely different. This is yearly, quarterly, and monthly. Now let's compare last year's sales with current year sales. For that, we add one more table. Here, we are going to add year first. And let's add last year versus current year. What we see here is just 2025 sales. Let's add month name. Let's add quarter for now. Now let's see here, this is last year sales right here. Whatever sales we are looking at is from the last year. I would like you to compare this year. This is 2025 quarter 1. And look here, this is 2024 quarter 1. What we are actually looking at right now is 24 number right here. What we here have is last year sales. Let's bring this year sales here and immediately you'll see the difference. This is this year sales and this is the last year sales. Now we can see the comparison right here. To compare last year with the current year sales, we need to create more DAX measures. This is where the KPI measures will come in force. So let's compare profit for individual year. So right now we have last year sales with us and this is current year sales. If you want to see how far we have went from year on year or period by period, how far we have come around here, in that case we have to go ahead and see the comparison, whether last year is greater than current year or not. First, we'll create we will create new measures here. When we click on the quick measure, a pane will open up. Here we have certain inbuilt calculations here. We can aggregate as per category. We do have filtered calculation, and here we have time intelligence function right there. We can talk about year to date, quarter to date, month to date as we have written here. We also have an option for year over year change, quarter over quarter change, and month over month change here. Since we have seen the last year sales, let's see how do we track quarter over quarter change. In the base value here, we are looking for profit currently. So let's bring profit here. In date, we can click on add data. This is the date right here. Number of period is 1, we are fine, and we click on add. Wait for a few seconds here, and the function is written for us. So currently, Power BI has used a statement. First is variable, that is the name of variable is previous quarter, And calculate function with date add function is giving us the total profit for the last quarter. That is -1, that is last quarter. And now it's dividing it by the total profit here. Let's go ahead and bring this percentage profit. It is formatted in percentage automatically. Let's bring this percentage profit right here in the table. And here we are. Now we can see quarter-on-quarter growth right here. These are few examples of time series analysis. Now let's go ahead and create some visuals. We apply the functions that we have calculated, the measures, into some visualizations. Then we'll learn about analytics and Power BI. Let's outline the report pages we will build. First, we are going to create a dashboard overview. Here, we can use card visuals for KPI visuals to highlight high-level numbers. For example, you can create a card here for total sales, another card here for total units, so this is the card visual here for total sales. Following up the same here. Giving a gross profit here. You can add it for total quantity, that is units sold. You can also use Power BI's KPI visual to show actual versus target. Here is our KPI visual. And this KPI visual here let's look at total sales here as per month as compared to last year's sales. Once it is filtered down to last year or month, you will be able to see the excess. We are fixing the display on its callout values. We can use Format Painter. With colors here, we can see whether we are above the goal target or not. The target currently that we have here is our last year's sales. Next, from this page here, we have our total sales by region, total sales by dealership, total sales by product here. We can keep all of that at dashboard overview. The theme can be set and designed later. Now within here, we will see more here, category with sales. We'll have one more chart here for region, for state and sales. Estate sales can be easily changed into a map. We'll keep a small map here. In the bubble map here, we have the bubble sizes with total sales here. Let's go to the format your visual. In the bubble size here, currently it is automatic. You can ask it to use the data range right there. and we can now see it changing. You can also utilize the legend here or the color here as per the region here. That's great. Now we cannot have, now we don't need the title at all. So we can go to general here, switch off the title. We have got the legend right here. We are fine with the legend right now. We can keep it at the center. This is category by total sales. We can convert this into a donut chart. In the donut chart here, you will switch off the legends right now and we go to detailed labels. In detailed labels, we can ask you to only keep the category and percent of total right here. It is not properly visible here. We can go ahead and change the font style and font size to make it more visible. To quickly design it, you can go to view here and apply a certain thing for a quick design. From here, you are free to choose any design you need. This is all about your theme. Most of the time, this theme is provided by your organization. Currently, I'm sticking with a very simple theme right there. This is our dashboard overview. Next, let's create a sales trend page here. So we'll go ahead and see the sales trend page here. In this sales trend page, let's color the background. First, we'll create our line chart because we're looking for a trend here. From here, we'll add the year and month right here with year and month and total sales. Now we go to the analytics pane here in the visualizations pane. Here is the line chart. You can switch on the markers and the visuals. Since we're in the line chart, we will not be switching on the data labels here. We are more interested in looking at the patterns and any seasonal changes here. This is the overall total sales. Within here, we can also go ahead and add gross. We can go ahead and add here the legend. In the legend here, if we add category into the legend, we will be able to see the trend over all the three categories right here. When we go here into the lines, we select individual hatchback, for example. If you want to go ahead and give different colors to it just for the recognition, we can go ahead and actually do that from here. You can see the line right there. For hatchback, currently it is near to black. Likewise, we can go ahead and check for individual series. And if you're looking forward, we can go ahead and change the color and line here. Color of the line here. This is for individual category right here. So let's create the trend for all the three categories here. We'll add a slicer for category. Let's convert the slicer here with vertical list and single select. We are going to keep it on top of the line chart. When we do this, when we keep it on top of the line chart, we will make sure we go to format and ask it to bring to front always. So when you click here, it will still stick here. When you click, you can see individual lines right there. After this trend here, let's look for the trend of year and quarter with gross profit. For now, let's create a stacked area chart. You can see over the quarter, the sales has been going down. Here, let's add units sold into the mix. Now we can see units sold has been almost similar. Very little difference here. In the small multiples here, if we add year, we can see we do not have data for all the 4 years. We have data only for 2024. So it doesn't work. This is the quarterly trend of profit and profit margin. We can see it is going below over the time, even though total sales is currently going up. So currently we have total sales, units sold, and the profit margin. This is quarter on quarter here. And remember that this is only for the hatchback. For MPV it is going to be different, the sedan it is different, SUV is different. If you want select all option here, you have to switch on the select all here. However, when you say single select, all option will not be available. If you want all option, then we have to make sure that this is just checklist, not an individual selection. In the quarterly one here, we can go ahead and switch on the data labels too. See here, data labels doesn't make much sense, it looks crowded. So if anyone wants to look at the data set, they can simply hover the cursor over there and they can easily see all the 3 numbers right here in the tooltip. Let's add a separate chart for the comparison of profit margin over the fuel type. Let's bring quarter here into the legend. Now we can see in every quarter how within petrol it was lowest in the quarter 1. It went up. This is diesel and here. Let's switch the quarter and the fuel type. Easy to know now, right now. This is quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4. We can see here right now this is CNG, diesel, hybrid and petrol. Now this quarter is aggregate quarter for individual year. We do have only 1 year. So let me show you by adding the slicer here. If I add a slicer here for year, let me convert this into a vertical list. We see you have only 2 years, but 2025 we have absolutely no data. For 2024 here we have the data. So we are good with 2024 individual quarter right here. The numbers doesn't change. Remember that. Go to format and make sure you bring it to the front. So this here is our profit margin for petrol, diesel, hybrid and CNG auto vehicles right here. We can easily see right now if you look at CNG here. Alright, so CNG has been for quarter 1 and quarter 2, it has been the lowest. In third quarter, it was giving the highest profit margin, and fourth quarter it goes below. Similarly, we can track diesel, hybrid and petrol. petrol definitely shows us the increasing profit margin. Next year, we'll add with performance versus targets. And performance versus target, we'll go ahead and create few more DAX measures. These DAX measures are going to help us to determine how much traffic we had, how much customer traffic we had. Out of this, how many leads we are able to extract. And then we are going to compare this with the achieved revenue, sales, and profit. That is going to be performance versus targets. We are diving into exciting world of advanced interactive reports in Power BI. If you have ever wondered how to transform your static reports into dynamic, engaging reports, this video is for you. We will build a report focusing on advanced features like filters, drill-throughs, bookmark, dynamic tooltips, and KPIs. By the end, you will have a dashboard that not only looks amazing, but also tells a compelling story. Let's get started. When we talk about features like bookmarks and drill-through, this is a performance review report for the retail business unit that we have created in the previous video. First, let's add advanced slicers to filter data dynamically. As we have understood the difference between slicers and filters, first let's explore slicers. In the visualization panes here we have a slicer. First, we can click on the slicer here. Let's add region to the slicer field. Let's resize it to fit neatly on the left hand side. Currently, the slicer here has vertical list with the check boxes here. We can format it by using the format painter. Now observe here, when we click on East, entire dashboard filter out only to one selected region. We can also select multiple regions with Control and click. Clear the filter, we can clear the selections from here. Let's add another slicer with date. Let's drag and drop date to the slicer. Region here was a categorical value. Date here is a date type. As you can see clearly, when our data is date inside the slicer, we are getting a slider from the start date till the end date here. Let's explore the types of slicer here. To see the types of slicers, we click on Format Your Visual and we go to Slicer Setting. In Slicer Setting, the style of the filter is Slicer Settings. The style of the slicer is between the to date, then before the date, after the date. We can also find relative date. Relative date is if we want to go ahead and look for last, next, or this, it can be last month, last week, last year, or this month, next month, year. This is dynamic or relative filter based on your system date. Currently, then we have relative time. If you have date and time both, you can also use relative time filter, which is quite handy to do hourly analysis. Currently, we are going to keep at between. This is the date slicer. Let's add one more slicer. This time, we will see new slicer with the lightning bolt. When we click on new slicer, lightning bolt, let's add customer type. Customer type, we can see there are two cards inside one single slicer. To understand this, let's go to Format Your Visual. We open the slicer settings here. In New Slicer, slicer settings only give us the option for selection, what kind of selection we are looking for. In the layout, we have the option to select the arrangement currently. As we can see, we have two cards only, two types of customers. Instead of keeping a grid, we can keep a single row. The single row, we have two types, we can keep two buttons only. The new slicer will always have the cards inside it. It will not give us the option like vertical list between here. So this is the customer type. These are the two cards inside the slicer. I was setting the layout here. Let's use the Format Painter. After Format Painter here, it is quite visible. Buttons are not getting formatted. To format the buttons here, these are the buttons, we have more options for formatting. The new slicer gives us option to make slicers interactive like we are using an online application and to make it interactive with the end user. For example, when you hover the cursor over the corporate button, it darkens with the color. When we click here, it gets a shade darker, and when we select it, it becomes black in color. It shows the interaction. It also makes it look like we are actually pressing a button. So interaction is enhanced. To define these type of interactions, to customize these interactions, we have multiple settings inside buttons. 4 stages. First one is default. What is the default without selection format setting? When we hover, how it should behave when someone hovers the cursor over the buttons. When we press the cursor, how the change should look like. And when any button is selected, how it should look like there. We are going to start with default. Default, the background is white. Border is fine. In the fill here, let's follow the color here. You can increase the transparency too. If you want, you can also add an image. Currently, we are filling the color. We do have the option for shadow and glow. Now, when we hover over it, see here, it is now changing the color. We are fine with that. If it is changing the color on hovering, this is what we were looking for. Now on press here, it is giving us the third color, which is not good. So we will go ahead and choose the color from similar family, and it will get a little bit darker. Here I will reduce the transparency too. Now hovering is lightening up the color. Pressing is making it a shade darker than before. On selection, it is turning black here. Now we select here the state selected, and instead of black here, we will simply give the same family color here. Now let's see here. Hover, press, leave. Hover, press, leave. It looks like the end user is interacting with the buttons. We do have the glow option. So when someone hovers over it, it glows like this. This is a new slicer with more enhanced interactive features. Let's add one more slicer. This time we will be using the simple slicer. And let's add discount in the slicer. Since discount is a number, we will see a slider again. This slider is giving us the option from 0.05 to 0.025 here, as in percentage. So let's check on discount here. Currently, discount is a decimal number. So let's convert this into percentage. Immediately we can see now it is 5%, 25% here. Let's format paint it. Here we are. This is the second slider that we have. Discount everyone. It is a series of numbers from 5% to 25%. We can see in the slicer settings, the options that we have available are between, less than equals to, greater than equals to, with, drop down, individual numbers here, and the tiles option, similar to new slicer, and a vertical list too. Since it's a number, between slider looks much better. It gives us option to filter the entire page currently. For example, we want to see the performance report, the sales and profit, if we are giving the discount between 5 and 10%. So if we give the discount between 5 and 10%, this is the report. Now, if we give the discount on the higher part, let's say 20-25%, this is the report. Define the 20% here, type 0.2 here and press enter. These are slicers for date, categorical variable, and the new slicer too. When we have date and numbers, it gives us slider by default. When it's a categorical variable, it gives us the vertical list. And the new slicer will always give you the tiles. Once we've added the slicer, we do have other reports here. Report 2 and report 3. If you want to go ahead and reuse these slicers in the next reports, we can easily copy and paste. We are going to select the slicers here. We want to select the slicers here, copy and paste them in the next report. We can certainly do so. When you will copy and paste with simple Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, a dialog box appears. It says that, would you like to sync the visuals? It says that one or more copied visuals can stay in sync with the visual it was copied from. PowerBI simply want to say that if you will change anything in report 1 by using these slicers, for example, if you select South in report 1, automatically report 2 will also convert every chart and filters every chart and card with that particular slicer. It will be syncing the slicers on both the reports. For this demonstration, we are going to sync the slicers. We won't see any difference right away. To understand the difference here, let's go ahead and create a table. I'm creating currently a simple table with category, and region. Let's see total profit and sales and the discount here. To the discount here, let's convert this to average. It's a small report. Let's also add the quarter to track the changes. Now let's apply the slicers. We are not going to apply the slicers here. We will go to the report 1 and apply the slicers here. Let's select the corporate type customer in North region. And let's say we are looking for the last quarter. So we have made the changes on the slicers. In report 1. We click on report 2. You will find automatically it is selecting North. We are towards the last 2 quarters here, quarter 3 and quarter 4, with only North region. Meaning for report 1 and 2, all the slicers are synced. If we don't want to sync the slicer, we can still copy and paste. However, then both the slicers will be independently filtering the connected pages and graphs. That was types of slicers. Let's move forward with other component of the dashboard, that is drill through and drill down. First, we'll go to drill through. Drill through here enables users to navigate from a summary report to a detailed view of a specific data point. So let's set up a drill through from report 1 to report 2. To add drill through, we need one bird eye summary report and another detailed report. In this performance review report, we can see analysis by region, category and customer type, year and quarter, and the state. To deep dive in the report 2, currently we have added a matrix. With the matrix here, we can add more detailed cards. For example, let's go through the cards here. These cards here are here to show the KPI metrics. Currently, in the KPI metrics, we have sales. In one card, we can add only one metric. So here, this is the sum of sales, as we can see. Let's format it here. However, the title font is too big. We can go ahead and change that here. This looks better. We can resize and place it accordingly. So this is our sum of sales. In a similar manner, if we want to show other metrics, we have to add same card, and we can add only one number, one metric inside one card. If you don't want to do that, we have too many metrics to show. We do have an option of multi-row cards. Multi-row cards here can show multiple metrics within one single card. However, they will not be as presentable as a normal card. Normal cards, we have the ability to change the title. Here, we cannot change the title. We'll change the sum of discount into average. This is multi-row cards. Then we also have a new card here. Let's explore the new card. In this new card here, let's bring sales, profit, and units sold. As you can see right now, if we are adding numbers, we can also go ahead and add. It gives us simple tiles, exactly similar to the slicer we have seen before. Let's format. In formatting, first we have layout. In the layout, currently it is a single row. Let's convert this into a grid. In the grid here, we get to choose how many rows and columns do we need. Currently it is showing just one column, 5 columns and 3 rows. Now here, I am going to change the number of columns to 2 and maximum rows to 3. After layout here, we have option of callout values where we can decide the font here. I'm keeping the font as 24, quite visible. Let's decide this. Now we can format paint it. We can decide it to keep it at center. Decrease the font a little bit more. After the value settings, here we have the layout for vertical alignment. We have card settings here. These are the cards here. We can choose the shape of the cards. We can decide how far they are from the border, the alignment of the cards, and the background color of the cards too. Here we have the card settings. For this also we can use the format painter. Here we have got cards too. In general settings, under the effects, we will have the same background and border options here. Remember that these are for the back card visual, not for these buttons here. We can select the background color, increase the transparency. Looks much better now. You can also give a visual border with the increased rounded corners. Currently this is our new card. In this new card, currently we have added only numbers. Let's add a dimension or a categorical value like customer. When we add a categorical value like customer, let's say currently customer type selected one is retail. But if I And if I click on corporate, it will remain corporate. However, if we clear out the slicer here, it will still get stuck at the first customer corporate, which is quite misleading. Usually, adding dimensions inside the cards is avoided, unless you have a very good option to make it work. So inside this card, let's add the fourth metric that is left. That is our discount. Now we are going to have 4 cards here inside a grid. Sum of discount doesn't make sense. It should be average. We can go to the drop down and convert this to average of discount. So now we have KPI matrix available with us. We have got KPI matrix, everyone. With the KPI matrix here, now we have a detailed report. Now let's set up our drill through. I am going to click on report 1 in the back. And let's observe. In the report 1 here, below the visualizations, we have drill through cross report available here. When you hover over the cursor, over the cross report here, it gives you an information that it allow other reports to use this page as drill through destination. Meaning, we need to decide which will be our micro report and which is going to be our macro detailed report. Destination is the micro report. Currently, report 1 is from where we want to start, which should take us to the report 2. So this detailed report should be switched on for drill through here. To set up the drill through, there are a few pre-requirements. The pre-requirements are the report 1 is currently using category customer type, region as a categorical variable with the sum and profit. In the page 1, we also have a state and year and quarter used. These measures and dimensions should be used in report 2 also. If we go now to activate the drill through, we simply switch on the cross report and report 2. Switching it on, we need to add the drill through fields here, which means that which chart will have the ability to give us the drill through option and to filter out the report 2 on the basis of that. To add this here, let's go ahead and add region, sales, profit, and category. We are dragging and dropping. We have added category, profit, region, and sales. As we've added all the 4 here, you'll find that these looks like filter cards. And also give us the message that it is going to allow the drill through when it will be used as a category. Sales and profit are numbers. So when they will be summarized in any report, they will use this report 2 as the destination report. After adding this here, observe everyone. On the left and upper corner of your screen, a button will be added. This button will help us to navigate from one report to next. Let's see a review. First, let's bring the button where we can see it here. Let's click on report 1. In report 1, there seems to be no change. Let's find out by example going to top 5 state by sales. Sales is getting summarized here. So if we go to the chart here and we right click, we select, for example, Scotland, and we right click here. It allows us the drill through to report 2, meaning we will be looking at the entire report only for Scotland. Let's click on report 2 in drill through and see. Now we are looking at the filtered down report only for Scotland. What are the information available to us right now? In Scotland, we have done our sales starting from 25th January and the last order was at 2nd February. We have given the discount from 6% to 25%. Immediate insights, everyone. Plus, we have given total sales of nearly 50K. This is the average discount and the total units sold. We can also see the KPI cuts in the new cart matrix too. And what we were able to sell out? We were able to sell clothing, electronics, furniture, and groceries there. We have the detailed report within deep dive for one single state. To go back here, since we are in developing mode, we will be control and clicking here to go back. We'll go back to a normal report. Let's try more deep dive. Let's click on retail here. Now this report and the second report, since these things slicers are synced, both are showing us retail customers. In the retail customer type, the highest sales we have seen in the electronics here. So let's right click on the electronics and drill through everyone to report 2. So here we can see customer type is automatically retail. The first order was near 11th January and the last order was in October here. Similarly, we have given the discount in the range of 8 and 25%. On an average, it is 16.5%. Here we have the category only electronics. This drill through will help us in deep dive and navigation from the macro report to the detailed in-depth analysis. Thus, to navigate from a macro summary report to a detailed in-depth view for a specific data point and KPIs. Talking about navigation here, mark are a fantastic way to create dynamic navigation. With the bookmarks, we can set up a before and after view. We can set up a navigation with the help of buttons or with the help of bookmark navigation buttons too. So let's explore how bookmarks and navigation work hand in hand. Let's take an example for bookmark. To understand the bookmark better, let's go to the View tab. In the View tab, we have Filters pane here, then Bookmark and Selection. To understand the bookmark better, let's click on Bookmark pane. And Bookmark pane has to be opened up with the Selection pane. Why? Selection pane will tell us the list of the objects that are present in this particular page. And what is a bookmark? A bookmark here will help us to create multiple views within one single page. In real time, bookmarks are used used in a book where we go ahead and we place the bookmark on a certain page number so that when we come back, we can go ahead and simply go to that bookmark and restart exactly from that page. In a similar manner, in each page, we can set up multiple bookmarks and each bookmark will give us a separate view of one simple report. For example, let's create a simple bookmark here. So currently we have these objects and the slicers here. Let's say we want to see the sales report first and then we want to see the profit report. So let's create some space here. A profit report, everyone. Now this particular chart should appear later. We want all these 3 charts first. And later we want the sum of profit by region to appear. So we want 2 views. One view is entirely for the sales. And the second view where we have the detail for profit is also added here. Let's set up a bookmark. To set up the bookmark here, our objective is absolutely clear. In one view, we want to see all the 3 charts, but not the second one, not the profit one. In another view, we would like to see all the charts together. We'll use the selection pane here to select and hide the object. As we can see in this selection pane, we have the show and hide option here. For example, we want to go ahead and the profit chart. So I'm selecting the profit chart here. The moment we select the profit chart here, observe here, sum of sales is automatically highlighted in the selection pane. Now you can hide it here. You can click on hide this visual. Now it's hidden. And don't worry, it is just in this view here. Once you have hidden this here, we will go ahead and click on add. As soon as you click on add, this bookmark 1 do not have profit visual, only sales here. So we can go to the 3 dots here or epsilon and we click on rename. I'm going to name this as sales report, so we know only sales visuals are there. Next, we need all the visuals at one place. So let's unhide this visual here and add here. We go to the 3 dot. We rename this to sales and profit. We have these 2 bookmarks. Let's click on sales report. It is gone. Sales and profit, it's here. Now, these bookmarks can be used to make multiple views out of one single report. In a similar manner, we can use these bookmarks to switch between different type of charts within one single page too. Let's go to a new page for demonstration of bookmarks. First, let's create 2 visualizations. First visual, we are creating a simple stacked bar chart. For category and sales. A simple bar chart, everyone, for category and sales. I'm keeping it right here. Next here, let's create a line chart between profit and our date hierarchy. Date hierarchy, we don't want to see day wise here, and year and quarter together. We are good with this. This entire profit trend is for all the regions. We will scroll down under the visualization and we drag and drop region into small multiples. Now we can see the trend for individual region here. We do have the option to add legend here. The legend, we can add customer type. Now we can see trend of profit for each customer type. Let's format them. First formatting, we change the color of the line here. To series, we select corporate right now. And I'm going to change the color for corporate. Then we select retail series. I'm going to change the color of retail to the red family for now. Changing the colors, we have the option to switch on the markers. So here we have a very clear view of all the trends for the profit. We have a quick format for the background too. So here we have our 2 charts ready. Both the this here is for sales and this here is for profit. Now we want to switch between sales view and the profit view. So either we want to see the sales analysis or we want to see the profit analysis. So let's place these charts here first. And let's enhance the bar chart here. In the bar chart here too, we will scroll down. In the small multiples, we add region. In legend here, we add customer type. So the same color. We will go to the bars. In the bars, we select corporate. Corporate is blue in color. Then we select retail, which we have kept red family color. Be consistent in the colors, everyone. And now here we have sum of sales by category and customer type. And here we have profit by month and year. Now we want to switch from sales report to profit report here. To do that, we are going to utilize bookmark. Expand bookmarks and selection pane. Observe that we are in the report tree. However, we can clearly see previous bookmarks too. To complete the report, I am going to copy the slicer region into the report tree. When I paste the region here, it will ask us, would you like to sync the visuals? This time, we will not sync the visuals. Plus, we will change our report slicer from vertical list to a tile. Once we have the slicer, now let's create a bookmark. Create a bookmark here. First is the sales bookmark, another will be the profit bookmark. So first, we are going to hide sum of profit, that is the line chart. We add the bookmark, we rename it, and we will say this is the sales. Next, we view this here and hide, and we click on add, and then we rename again to profit. Now we can easily switch from sales to profit here. Yes, however, we don't want to see it like this. The end user should have the immediate option to switch between these within their canvas. If we are looking for that, we have two options. One is to add the buttons. Another is to add the bookmark navigation. So let's see the newly added bookmark navigation button. In the Home tab, we have View tab. To add the bookmark navigation, we go to Insert. On the right hand side, we have got buttons. And here we have Navigator. In the Navigator, one navigator here is Bookmark. When you click on Bookmark Navigator, on the left and upper corner, we can see the list of all the bookmarks at one place. However, we don't need all the bookmarks here. We need only sales and profit. If we go to the Format Navigator, here we have the option for bookmarks. By default, it is going to select all the bookmarks here. We go to the drop down, it doesn't give the option to select which bookmark we need. So let's see how we can make sure that we can only see sales and profit. Go back to the bookmarks pane. We will control and select sales and profit. Control and select sales and profit. Say both are selected. Now go to profit and right click. When you right click, you will have the option of group. Let's group them together. It says group 1. Let's rename the group 1 to report 3. So you will remember that this is the report 3 group. After rename, we go back to Format Navigator, and to view all the bookmarks, to view the selection between the bookmark and the group, we have to add or refresh the report again. So I'm going to delete this here. Let's remove it. And then go to buttons again, Navigator, and click on Bookmark Navigator. Still, all the 4 are here. Now we go to Format Navigator and Bookmarks. When we go to the drop down here, we have the option right now to select. Go ahead and select Report 3 Group. And see, now we have sales and profit. Now with Control, click on Sales. It is sales. We click on Profit. It is profit. To make the buttons look better, now we have options for formatting the style of the buttons. These 4 styles will remain with default over present selected, similar to Slicer. However, we will have more options here. Here we can also change the font styles too. I will give you a quick style setup to make it look like the buttons are interactive. First, the default style is the white filled text. Let's change the text to a slighter bold font. After the text here, we'll go to the fill color, which is going to match one shade lighter than the background. The border here will look same. Right now we are not giving any shadow or a glow. This is the default view. We can see that in the profit. Now when we hover over it, it turns white. We go to the hover here and we'll ask it to make it one shade darker. And in the text, we'll ask it to increase the font by 1. Now see, it looks like we are hovering over it here, a small change. After hover, we have press. Currently when we press, it looks like we are pressing it here. In the text here, it will remain same. To the fill here, it gives one darker shade. So when it is default, we hover and we press. Now the selected view is black. We change the selected view right now. Back to the darker shade here. Plus, we increase the font size with the bold font. See the entire process. This is hover, press, and select. Hover, press, and select. So now our bookmark navigator is working. However, our report looks like we are jumping from one page to other. Now we don't want end user to know that. So we are going to make sure that both of them are at the center. Both of them are at the center here. When I go to profit, go ahead and set the profit here too. Now let's check this sales, this is profit. Looks like we are changing the entire dashboard with the help of a few buttons. You can change the entire dashboard from sales to profit. You don't need to create two separate pages for that. Bookmark can also help you to switch between just one single chart within the entire report. This is how we can use a bookmark for navigation. Bookmark has major uses. We will explore the bookmark in an entirely separate video dedicated only for that. Now, let's go to the next option to make dynamic report. That is dynamic tooltip. Dynamic tooltips let users see additional insights when they hover over visuals. So what is a tooltip, everyone? When we go to a certain report and we hover over any chart, whether it's a bar chart or a tree map, a white colored dialog box opens up. This is called a tooltip. So currently the tooltip is saying estate and the sum of sales. We go here to the tree map. It is giving us more options here. So let's go ahead and see how we can go ahead and give a dynamic tooltip. To do that, first let's add a new page. In this new page, first we have set this page as a tooltip. Whatever we create on this page, it can be used as a tooltip. We'll go to Format Your Report page. And here we have Canvas settings. And Canvas settings, the default is 16:9 slide. We will go to the drop down and here we have the option of tooltip. The height and width is here. Now here we have a tooltip. We can see that the canvas is quite small. We can click on plus to zoom in. Now here we can design a tooltip. When we say design a tooltip here, so for example, if I go to this report here and hover over, we should be looking at a deep dive analysis within the Scotland. So right now we can see top 5 estates by sales. If I hover over the Scotland, I want to go ahead and see more details about it. So for example, in the page 1 here, I will open up the data pane right now. And let's say we want to see that how much profit we have gained in that country. Plus, we'll also add category for the details. Now, it has automatically chosen a type of a chart. Let's go ahead and convert this into a stacked bar chart. Easy to read the names here. We can go to here and switch on the data labels. For a tooltip, the name is quite huge. So I'm going to go to general right now and switch off the title altogether. We can see category and country and sum of profit. We don't need the, now here, let's format. We don't need to see country. We know these are the country names, but we do need the name of sum of profit, but we don't need the numbers here. And the numbers are indicating what kind of category it is. So we do not need this title here. So let's format. In the formatting here, in the first formatting, we go to y-axis. In the y-axis here, we need the values, but we don't need the title. In the x-axis here, we need the title, but not the values. Then we have legend. The legend, however, we don't need the title. We can see all the four are here. Plus, since it's a tooltip, we will decrease the font size here. So this is a small bar chart, everyone. First, let's explore edit interactions with filter and highlight. Once we have a dashboard like this, we would like one chart act as a filter or highlight, or simply do not interact with it. As you can see on the right hand upper corner, right here, there is an edit interaction button. You can set the interaction for individual chart and how it interacts with other charts here. Also observe, on top of each chart, there are two types of interactions. Either filter, highlight, or do not interact. We can find the setting interaction feature within Power BI to gain more detailed insight within the dashboard. Filter simply filters the bar charts or the line chart or the map chart here or a simple table. Highlight simply highlight that particular bar or part of a bar or part of a line where these edit interactions are usually set by default. However, we might need to change it as per our requirement. So let's see how to do that. Now, let's look at the steps to edit the interaction. First, we have to select the chart which we intend to use as filter or highlight. Then, we click on Format tab. In the Format tab here, on the left and upper corner, you will find Edit Interaction under the Visual Tools. Once the interaction mode is on, we have to first select the chart, and then we can select whether we want other chart to get filtered by the selection or to highlight, or we do not want it to interact. This interaction mode will be also available even for the cards that we add. We can add this interaction for the slicers too, not only charts, also the slicers. After edit interactions, which is a basic interaction available in Power BI reports. Next is bookmarks in Power BI. Bookmarks are a very useful feature within Power BI. They help us to save multiple views of one single report. How do we use the bookmarks here? Bookmarks allow us to create multiple views of a report page, like including filters, slicers, multiple visuals, hide and unhide. So one single page inside the Power BI can be converted into multiple views. And those multiple views either can be navigated like a slide or a picture to represent different perspectives or states of the report. Now, how do we apply bookmarks? First, we need to go ahead and switch on the bookmark and the selection pane. So we need to go to View tab and we have to click on the bookmarks pane and the selection pane to activate. Once we are there, and on the right hand side, we can see the bookmarks and the selection pane. We can go ahead, create our selections and add to create a bookmark. So for example, if we have a slider, for example, if we have a hierarchy to choose, we'll choose a hierarchy. When the hierarchy is freezed on our screen, we can go ahead on the right hand side and simply click on add a bookmark and name the bookmark. In a similar manner, if we have an entire dashboard, we want to spotlight one of the charts there, go ahead, select the spotlight and freeze that screen with the bookmark. Like this, you can also apply, for example, a country filter. So let's say you apply the filter for India and the entire data, currently the entire dashboard screen or your report screen is showing all the data that is related to India. Now, you can save or add that as a bookmark. Now we can switch between two views. First is the global sales and then sales within India. So we don't have to create multiple page reports here. By simply adding the bookmarks, we can go ahead and create multiple views and navigate through the bookmarks too. Let's go to the Power BI and see some examples. So since we have created multiple bookmarks, now we would like to navigate those views. This is very easy. There is two types of navigations, page navigation and bookmark navigations. In the new updates last year, now we don't need multiple shapes to be added, set the bookmarks, or we don't need buttons there. However, we can utilize that here too. To activate the navigation or use the direct navigation available here, we have to go to buttons drop down. So let's see these steps here. If we want to add, once we have created the views, if we want to add buttons, we have to first click on a chart. Once you click on a chart, format and data drill option opens up. Go to the format tab. In the format tab, we are going to find buttons. Once you find the buttons there in the drop down, go to the last section and you are going to find navigation. In that navigation, go ahead and select bookmark navigation. Once you select the bookmark navigation, you will see the list of all the bookmarks and the views you have created on multiple pages. Now you can go ahead and navigate. Let's see the example in Power BI. Currently, we have seen we can directly activate the bookmark. There is an entire strip of the buttons. We can click and navigate to whichever view we want. However, we can also choose to switch between only 2 or 3 bookmarks, not all the bookmarks there. For that, we can use button and images too. Meaning, we'll go ahead, we create a button or a shape and we assign a bookmark to that. For example here, once we have opened the bookmarks and the selection pane here, we can link the bookmarks to certain chart or to a certain image or a shape. It creates an intuitive and a very easy visual user interface. These steps will involve, we insert a button or an image from the Insert tab. We select the button and we go to Visualizations pane. In the Visualization panes, under the action, we choose the bookmark and the action type. Action type will be the page of the bookmark. We can use this to switch between 2 charts within the entire dashboard. You can also choose this to simply switch between 2 entirely different views of a simple page report. Once we go ahead and select the bookmark we want to associate with that button or image, we have to do that for multiple charts together if we want to switch between the 2 views. For each view, we apply 2 different images. Once the images are done, we customize the button and image style for better user experience and to set the theme of the page. And if we want to go ahead and hide and unhide them, accordingly, we will place them maybe overlap with each other or maybe at 2 different places as per the requirement. And once the bookmarks are analyzed, we can simply click on that image, control and click, and we can switch. In the developer or the designing mode, once it reaches to the user, the end user will have to simply click and it will switch the charts. Let's see an example in Power BI. Next, we'll see working with parameters. Now, parameters are far more different than the interactions and the bookmarks we have seen so far. Parameters are simply one step ahead of filters. Let's understand what parameters are. Parameters are found in every BI tool. Parameters in every BI tool allows us to dynamically change the charts and the visual based on the user input. Usually, parameters are just the range of values passed from the outside by the end user. For example, we have a chart where we have sales versus countries. Now, we can give an option to the end user where they can simply change the x-axis entirely. They can change the country to category, from segment, from states, city. They will keep on changing the dimensions and the chart will automatically update as per the dimension. You can also give them access to change the y-axis. Maybe they want to see country by sales, profit, total quantity, total number of orders, and likewise. So if you want to go ahead and change the dimensions, maybe we want to go ahead and change the filter. For example, we want to see we usually go ahead and tell them these are the top 5 customers or vendors we are working with. We can also go ahead and give them the access that, okay, you go ahead and see whatever top n numbers you want to see, meaning they will have the option to change the filter value to 3, 5, 10, 20, whatever they want to see. And that's parameters. That will change the data display based on any categories or numerical range they are selecting. There are multiple use cases for the parameters. There are 2 types of parameters here. First is numerical parameter, other is field parameter. As you can see in the example here for the numerical parameter, we have given a discount slab and a slider. So we can simply click on new parameter there. We can select an what if parameter, or a numerical parameter, we can give a simple number here. Once we create a slicer linked to the parameter and it is always created, there is a simple checkbox there. Now, further, we can use text measures to incorporate into the measures, into the filters as we apply. And these measures give the end user the flexibility to input the values within the calculation or within the filter or within the X or Y axis to change and view the reports. In the field-based parameter, we can go ahead and change the X and Y axis. Field parameters are very easy. We will simply go ahead, add the parameters there. And as we discussed, we can simply change product category, region, country, or segment. We can also go ahead and change sales and profit. These text parameters are written automatically there. When you are creating the parameter, at the back end, it is simply writing a DAX. And we can utilize that particular parameter in multiple calculations too. Now, let's go ahead to Power BI and see how parameters work. This page we are going to use as tooltip. I'm going to name this as tooltip 1. And we will utilize this particular page as a tooltip for other charts and the reports. To create this as a tooltip, first thing that we do is we go here to the right hand side, format your report page. We go to the canvas settings here. In the canvas settings, we will go to the drop down and select the tooltip. Now, as you can see here, the dotted lines here are showing us the true size of the tooltip. Vertical alignment will remain at top. We can also keep it at the middle. I prefer it here. Inside this, we can add cards, visualization, or simple tables. Use it as a simple canvas. However, the size will be different. Now inside this here, we go back to build visual and let's add the new cards here. In the new cards, let's add our sales. We have our profit, discount, and the units sold. These are the 4 cards here. As you can see, all the 4 cards are simply added one beside the other in a vertical manner. We can go to the formatting here. We do have the option of layout. We can ask it to arrange in a grid. How many rows we are looking for? So we can increase the rows by 2. How many columns we are looking for? So we can reduce that to 2. Now we have a grid. After creating the grid here, we don't need to see the overflow. We have just 4 cards here. We open the callout values. In the callout values, as we can see, font size are too big. We will stick to our font here. We will reduce the font to 12. As you can see, this is the values font. So the value is smaller here. We do have the option. We can align it at the center too. Once the values are done, we are at the label, everyone. In the label here, we can decide what kind of labels we are looking for. We can also reduce the font size here and make sure we are selecting the font size here. Font style and font size. When the size is selected, we will keep the layout at the middle. Then let's go to cards. In the cards here, we have multiple shapes. Let's go ahead and change the shapes here. We have the snipped shape here. We can change the shape. We can change the shape too by simply deciding here. The padding simply means the difference the space between 4 cards here. We can keep it narrow. Make sure the alignment remains at center. Within the cards here, we can decide the background color. Please utilize your organization colors for that too. You can also add the images at the back. So this is here. We have multiple borders. You can decide for the border colors here. So there is multiple options here for formatting. Once the cards are selected and created, now we can utilize this as a tooltip on other charts. So let's see how do we add this as a tooltip. If I go to report 1 here, in this report 1, this is a simple column chart here. So let's look into the column chart. The tooltip that we have currently is simply saying region is west, sum of sales is that. And we can easily see that within the chart too. So let's add a better tooltip. To add a better tooltip here, first select the chart here. We will go to the format your visual. Under the visual settings here, and we have general settings. In general settings, go to tooltips. In tooltips, we have the option that what you are looking for. Are you looking for a report page or the default one here? You can say we are looking for a report page And once you go to the drop down here, you will automatically find Tooltip 1 cards in the drop down. Once you select this here, Tooltip 1 cards, when we hover the cursor over here, you can see the card appearing right there. And the number will keep on changing as per the selection. When we see it like that, the size is too big as we see in the column here. We can go ahead and customize it too. As you can see here, we have multiple options for the tooltip. If we have something typed there, we can go to the tooltip 1 card here. It looks smaller here. However, we click outside. We go to the format page and canvas settings here. In canvas settings here, within this tooltip, we can customize it too. So when you go to tooltip, you can see height is 240 and width is 320, right? And we want it to make it smaller, so we can go to custom here. First thing that we do here is we make it smaller like this, right? So for example, if we're keeping it smaller within this custom tooltip, let's see, I'm going to keep it here smaller. Does that make it smaller in the report? Let's see. It doesn't. It still leaves the white space. So we go ahead to custom, page navigation, and the canvas settings, we will go to custom. In custom here, let's reduce this size, height 200, and width here to 250. And you can see, now this looks much better. Now we can see the report one. You will see the size will be immediately copied. Now likewise, you can decide on the size of the tooltip cards here. We can have another type of tooltip cards where we have multiple visuals added here. These visuals should be added again within the canvas of the tooltip. Now when we go to build visuals here, so it's, for example, waterfall chart. So let's add a waterfall chart here. We'll add this waterfall chart within the quarter and the profit. You can easily see it here. This is sum of profit by quarter. We can go to the settings here. First, switch on the labels. Now on the y-axis here, let's switch off the values. We don't need the values here. Once we have this here, we neither need the title. This is cleaner. Now we can go to general. We have the title here. Let's reduce the title by 9. Font size will be 9. Let's select our font style 2. This is simply profit by quarter. Now, above this here, we can also add a donut chart. Don't worry about the alignment and the size here. First, we are going to add this here. There we go. Now, let's create a donut chart between customer type and the sales. Since it's a donut chart, we will simply present only the percentages and nothing else. So we go to the settings again. First is, we have to keep the legend. We have to tell them what type of customers are. Or we can simply add it into the details label here. In the detail label, you can say that simply go ahead and tell us category and percentage. We will go to the slices and let's change the color here. That's retail and corporate. Same here, we have to go to general and we can edit the title right here. This is sales by customer type. It's a small tooltip. If you want, you can color the background too, or you can make the background purely transparent. So it can simply refer to the backend. These kind of reports, which is detailed there, right? These kind of tooltip can be applied to several other reports. So for example, this is our country, sales and profit here, the bookmark that we have added, right? So for this here, let's add a bookmark. For this, let's add the tooltip. To add the tooltip here, we go to General again, we go to Tooltips, and now in the report page, just observe here, currently the tooltip has multiple text here, that is the automatic tooltip. Now we have tooltip card for visuals. Once we activate that, automatically you can see the entire chart right now is getting filtered out with the help of the dimensions and the category and region too. Similarly, if we click on profit here, we have another chart, right? So we select on this chart too, and we select our tooltip visual, and this is a line chart for individual quarter and the year, and you will see changing here too. It's a quite a fantastic visual here. You can always go ahead and color the background similar. This is all about the interactions here. Let's have a quick recap. We started with a simple report. We have edited the interactions here. We have also added the interaction with the slicer and multiple sliders. We have explored in the new lightning bolt slicers and new slicers and the old slicers here with the help of edit interaction too. Then we moved forward and we have understood about date slicers, cards, and multi-row cards too. In the third report here, now we have seen bookmarks. In the bookmarks here, we have understand that we can navigate through in the bookmarks with sales and profit likewise. Then we have seen how to add the tooltip cards here. So right now, this is the report that we have created before, and we have explored multiple different types of visualizations with the interactions too. Thank you. I will see you again with the DAX and the parameters. Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we will learn about data transformation in Power BI. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So what exactly you mean by data transformation in Power BI? So data transformation can be a little similar to data cleaning. So before any kind of data analytics, you might be receiving raw data from a website source, a SQL database, or an Excel file, or multiple sources, right? Once after you receive the data, whether it is batch mode data or streaming data, you are supposed to clean it, right? You might have to clean up the discrepancies like the blank rows or the blank cells or any irregularities in data, such as wrong data type, right? Such discrepancies from the data should be eliminated in the first stage of data analytics. So that's exactly where data cleaning and data transformation comes into the picture. So you have various tools for data cleaning and data transformation like Excel, SQL, but if you are a Power BI user, then good news for you. Power Query in Power BI can assist you in terms of data transformations. So in this tutorial, we will be discussing the most important day-to-day data transformations which a data analyst takes care of in the process of data analysis is what we are going to discuss today. So let's quickly switch to Power BI. But before that, let's have an overview of what kind of data we are exactly dealing with today. So we are dealing with Superstore dataset, and that's in Excel format. So this is our Superstore dataset, and we have 4 tabs here. The first one is Orders tab, where we have Customer ID, Order ID, Date, Ship mode, and Customer name. And in the second tab, we have Stores dataset, which has the details about the customer, from where he or she is, the state, city, postal code, and which category or subcategory did they purchase, and order, sales, discount, profit, everything, right? And here we have some information about any of the orders which were returned and some people over here. So these are the 4 tabs that we are dealing with today. Now that we have an overview on the data that we're dealing with, let's quickly now switch to Power BI. So now we're on the Power BI window. You can just discuss changes. There you go. Let's quickly import the data from our downloads. This is the dataset that we want to deal with today. Now, it might take a little while to connect to that particular dataset and load the data onto Power BI. Just a couple of minutes, since the dataset is a little too heavy. It's about 10,000 rows. So let's wait. Shouldn't take long. There you go. The data got successfully loaded. So you have the option of loading what kind of data you want. You have 4 tabs as we just discussed. You can load the orders tab and you can load the stores tab. And in case if you want the returns tab, you can also load that. And if you want all of those, just load all of those, right? Now, I just want the 2 tabs, orders and stores. Now here I can just directly load to get started working on this. But in case I don't want any kind of discrepancies, in case if I have a doubt that this data might not be cleaned, I shall go with data transformation. So ideally you should go with data transformation. Check your data first before any kind of analytical processes. So let's go with that. Transform data. And shortly we should be having the Power Query window open on our desktop screens. So there you go. You can see the complete dataset has been successfully uploaded, both the stores and orders datasets. Now let's quickly check the data from our dataset. So here you can see we have orders date, right? But I can see 42682 and 42533. This is not in the form of date, correct? So this is the simple step that we discussed, changing the wrong data type. So you can just click on the lower arrow button over here, and or you can right click, and here you have an option to change the type, correct? So it is considering it as a whole number, which is wrong. So you can change it to date. Replace current. So now we are trying to change the order date from a data type of whole number to date data type. So there is some error. If you click on error, or if you just navigate onto it, Power BI should be able to show you what error was it. And just in case if it's not working, okay, we are unable to parse the value provided. So you can just remove that and try it in a different way. Change type to date and time zone. Date. I think this should be helpful. Or if it's not working here, let's quickly check what could be the error. Date time. And now let's try to refresh the data. It is taking a little while. We also have another information that to deal with. We have the first row as row headers. So we should be declaring Power BI that we also have a row header over here. It's taking a little while to refresh. Meanwhile, let's quickly check into the stores data, and here we have customer name. So let's try to apply second type of data transformation, which will be like, let's say, split column. We have the complete name of the customer. Let's try to split it into first name and second name. So by delimiter, and we can give multiple options over here. Leftmost delimiter, let's say a person has 3 parts of his name: first name, middle name, and second name, or the last name. So, but we just wanted to split it into first and second name. So we would go with the first leftmost delimiter and split the data set. Press OK, and it should help us to split the data, first name and second name, and we can also name the columns separately as first name and second name instead of customer name. It's taking a little while than the ideal time, but it's completely alright, since considering the 10,000 rows of stores data and 10,000 rows of orders data, it is alright, not a problem. Now let's try to take a look at the orders data set if it has successfully changed it. No, it is still showing us an error. I don't know what's wrong here. It's maybe incomplete. Let's quickly refresh all instead of preview and check if it can help us. So there you go. After refreshing, the first order date is changed to date data type. So what we missed is when you change the type, you're supposed to add a step. So what exactly I mean by that? Now we are trying to change the second one as well. So just wait for a while and it will give us a choice if we want to add a new step or not. That's when we select the option yes, please add a new step. So what do I mean by steps? So applied steps, you can see something over here, right? So every alteration, every change, or every modification that you're doing, every transformation you're including onto your data will be recorded as a macro. So that can be implemented if you are loading a similar data set for the next batch. Let's say this is 2022 data, and if you're trying to analyze the 2023 data and every column is similar, then you can just follow these applied steps and the same implementation will be automated. You don't have to spend time in doing the same process once again. There you go. So this time it has recorded this step and it automatically has taken a new step over here. Change type step 1, change type step 2. If you don't want the step to be added, you can just select the red X mark over here. It will remove it. And similarly, when you go back to the stores data set, here you have the first name and second name split successfully. And now let's say you want to have unique customer data, right? In that scenario, you can just even remove duplicates from this particular column. Just remove duplicates and you'll just have unique data. It's possible that one customer might have come here to buy the same product, buy the same product on different dates, or one customer might have done a repeated purchase. So it's possible, but again, if you just wanted to know if there is a way to eliminate duplicate entries, then you can do that. So for now, let's not delete the customer IDs here, because one customer might have visited the same store for multiple times and might have purchased a different product, or might have made the same order with multiple products, right? So there is a possibility for that. Let's not disturb the data set. So I just wanted you to know if there is a way to eliminate the duplication from the data set. Yes, it is. Now let's also check another possibility of data transformation. So let's say you wanted to add a new column and identify or include some mathematical operations. For now, let's say I have sales, quantity, discount, and profit, but I don't know what's the rate, right? So here the sale is for $261 and quantity is 2, but I don't know what's the rate of one product. So I can include that. You can just select the last column, or where you want a new column, just go to the add new column here, and here you can just choose the custom column. Should be somewhere over here. Yeah, this is the custom column. And now if you click on the custom column, you can rename the custom column to rate of product, and here you can choose the mathematical operations to be applied on the columns. So sales column, insert, or double click, divided by quantity. Okay, now it should give you the rate of each product, individual product. It is taking some sizable time. It shouldn't take so long. So there you go, you have the rate of product. And now let's say you want to combine multiple data sets. For example, here I have stores data set, but my stores data set doesn't have any data related to orders, and orders does not have any data related to customers. Now I want to combine these two. Is there a way? Yes, you can do that. Now let's get back to stores, and here go to home option, and here you have something called merge queries. So now the stores data set has been selected in the first data set. Here just select the drop down and select the second data type, which is orders. So here you can see stores was the current one, which is in the first place. Now select based on which primary key you want to combine both. So I want to go with customer ID because both of my datasets do have customer IDs. So I'll go with customer ID and both datasets will be combined. At the end, at the last column, Power BI will show me a new table, not a new column. It will give me a table combined with all the columns in one column. You just have to expand the column and select which columns from the second dataset you want to include in your overall dataset. So let's do that practically. So here you can see I just have tables. If I select the expand column option over here, you can see I have a lot of columns here. So just deselect everything. I do have row ID, I do have a customer ID. What I need is order ID, order date, shipment mode, and customer name. I do have it. So that's all I need. So just press on OK and I should have them included in my new dataset altogether. It might take a little while. So there you go, we have the new orders ID, order date, ship date and ship mode added to our dataset. Now just click on close and apply. And your dataset is all ready for data analysis. Apply changes, so it is taking a little time. So at the end, you just have to click on the apply changes and your data will be ready for analysis. So that's exactly how you can perform data transformation in Power BI desktop version. So there you go, the dataset got successfully loaded all over here, and you can just drag and drop them onto the visualizations part and you can work on your data. We will learn how to build a star schema using the data modeling process in Power BI. Power BI data modeling is crucial for effectively analyzing and visualizing complex datasets. When data resides in multiple tables or sources, it can create challenges such as inconsistent relationships, redundant data, and slower query performance. Data modeling resolves this by uniting disparate datasets into coherent structure, enabling efficient data retrieval and streamlined analysis. A well-designed model often employs the star schema, which is a relational database structure that organizes data into a central fact table surrounded by dimension tables. The fact table contains numerical metrics like sales or profits, while dimension tables hold descriptive attributes like product categories or customer names. The star schema simplifies querying and enhances performance by minimizing redundancy and maintaining clear relationships between all the datasets. This structure is particularly advantageous for reporting and business intelligence, as it ensures faster processing and more intuitive navigation for users. By implementing a robust data model, Power BI users can overcome fragmented data and unlock actionable insights with ease. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now we will understand what exactly is a star schema in Power BI. So in other terms, people also prefer to call this as a snowflake schema in Power BI because the shape of the schema represents a star shape or a snowflake shape. So basically, there will be one fact table which stores the major part of the dataset, and there will be some sub tables or the subordinate tables which store the relevant data to that particular fact table. So the fact table maintains many to one relationship with these dimension tables, right? So basically it will be interconnected with each and every table in the particular schema, and you can extract information in the way you like. This might be a little confusing theoretically, but let me navigate you through this session through a practical demonstration. Let's actually create a dataset using generative AI, and moving ahead, we will extract or we will pull the same data onto the Power BI platform, and then let's look at the star schema practically. Now, let's go to the ChatGPT or any of the generative AI platforms to create the dataset that we are looking at. So this will be my prompt for creating a star schema. So we will be trying to generate 5 different data tables with 2000 rows each. So we will be creating one fact table, which is the sales data, Followed by that, we have 4 dimension tables, which are customer data, product data, orders data, and shipping data. So this is the prompt that we will be using today. Now, let's select the entire prompt, copy that, and get back to ChatGPT. And here, you'll just paste that prompt and then hit the go. I've already created one such data table. It would take a little time to generate the data set. While ChatGPT is working on creating it, let's look at the data that I already have in my inventory. This is the data that we have in inventory. So as for the inventory, the sales data, which happens to be our fact table, has order ID, price, discount, cost to company. Let me expand this, profit and rate, right? And then the fact table is then connected to the dimension tables, which is about the customer information, customer data, customer name, state, city, etc. And the product details, to which category or which product is being bought by the customer. And then we have the orders data and shipping data, right? So shipping data includes the type of shipment mode chosen by the customer and also the order date and the ship date. Let's save this. Now let's have a look at the generative AI prompt that we just wrote. So there you go. So ChatGPT has successfully created us the dataset, and here the link is. You can just click on this link and you'll get the downloaded dataset, which looks something similar to this one, right? Now, how exactly star schema or snowflake schema works? Now, let's say I have this order details here, the sales data here. I have order 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's say I wanted to track this particular order with ORD 0005. So I want to find out the customer who bought that. Now I can get connected with customer data having the order key, order number as the key in between, which is common in between both the tables. And based on that, I can extract the customer details, the customer name, the customer city, the customer state, country, and region. And now let's say I wanted also to extract the product details of what the customer 005 has been buying, or on the order number 005 is at, right? Now, if I trace down the order details further, I can identify the product ID, product name, and product category along with the subcategory of the product name, which happens to be tables, right? And now if I drill down a little more bit, then I have these many number of traffic, leads, and orders received to buy 13 quantities of that particular item called table. And they preferred, kind of same day delivery. So this is how the star schema works. All tables are interlinked to each other. Now, let's quickly switch to the Power BI platform and try to extract or pull the same data set onto the Power BI platform. And then let's wait for Power BI to generate us a schema. There you go. Now we are on the Power BI platform, and now the data that we are working with is in the form of Excel. So let's prefer the Excel workbook as our source. Now this is the data, the demo data that we just created. You can just open it and the data will be pulled for you onto the platform. It might take a little while. Let's wait. So here we have the data ready, and we have 5 tables according to the discussion. 1 fact table and remaining else are the dimension table. So the customer data, orders data, product data, shipping data are the dimension tables, and the fact table is sales data. And then you can just load or transform. As far as I'm concerned, my data is clean and I don't have to proceed with the transformation. But just in case if you want to perform some data cleaning, then you can go ahead with transformation of data. And if you have to look at an exclusive tutorial on data transformation using Power Query, then we have linked it in the description box below and you can have a clean reference to it. So far, so good. I'll continue with loading the data since I'm confident with my data set. Just load it, and it might take a couple of moments. The data is slowly loading. Let's give it some time. There you go. The data has been successfully loaded. And here you have the view of your data set. So here we have leads, order ID, quantity, etc., product details, and the sales details, all of them that you needed. And if you proceed with this particular table view, you can see the tabular version of the data set. And here lies the most important part of today's discussion, the model view. And if you go here, the Power BI platform has already created the relationships between your data sets. And if you just rearrange a couple of those schemas, you can literally make a star pattern out of it. And also, if you look at this particular position here, you can see that we can establish some new relationships, or you can try to edit some existing relationships with the manage relationships option. Now you just have to drag and drop a few of these tables over here so that you can exactly maintain a star type of pattern. There you go. So that's how you can generally create a star type schema, or also known as the snowflake type of schema in Power BI. Today, we will learn how to use Microsoft Power Query. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Let's get started with the topic, which is how to use Microsoft Power Query. So, imagine you have a lot of data. It can be an Excel file, it can be a PDF, SQL database, cloud, or anything. If it is data, it's your data, right? So you have a lot of data. Now, you have the source of the data. After that, I'm absolutely sure that the data is not clean enough to perform some analysis. So you go through another step where you have to clean your data from unwanted rows and columns, which doesn't make sense or might have some invalid data, right? So you need to make sure that your data is completely accurate and has some standards for your analysis, right? So that's the next step, which is clean and transform. After the clean and transform step, you have the next step, which is load that particular data to your platform. It could be Excel, it could be some data visualization tool like Tableau, Power BI, etc. Right? And after that, you generate some meaningful information of that. You create some pivot tables, pivot charts, and line graphs, etc. Right? So which makes some sense out of that data. You'll understand what exactly is happening with your business, how many leads or how many traffic orders, what's right, and which is the best performing product, which is the worst performing product, and you need to take some decisions on your business which can make some impact on your overall profit or revenue, right? So imagine if you want to do this for a year. If you get 1 year's data and you do it in a day or two, it's fine. And if it's on a monthly basis, you get month-on-month data and you want to do it, okay, it could not be worse. You can spend 1 or 2 days and it's fine. But what if it's week on week? You start to think, right? What if it's a daily task? It's a mundane task, right? You have to do all these steps, step by step, repetitively, and it doesn't make you interested anymore in that particular type of job. And the major point of this is you end up spending more time on cleaning the data, transforming, loading it. And the worst part, you don't get proper time, specific time which you want to actually dedicate to plan out something and bring up strategies to improve your business, right? So what if you could automate this, right? What if there is someone who could perform all these steps for you in the way you want, and you can actually have some time to produce some pivot tables, pivot charts, and then understand what exactly is happening with your business and find out some critical points where you can improvise and bring up some good revenue. What if there was someone who can perform all these steps for you, clean your data, transform it the way you want, load it to your platform, and help you create your pivot charts and pivot tables, and actually save you a lot of time where you can spend all that time understanding your critical points where you need attention, you can fix them and plan some strategies out to bring out some good revenue, right? That exact someone who can do all these steps for you and automate your data cleaning, data transformation, and loading tasks for you is exactly the Microsoft Power Query. So you can use Microsoft Power Query either in Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Power BI. Right? Now let's kind of generate some data. So this data will be generated using ChatGPT, and we will not generate data which is not small, like for a week on week analysis or a day by day analysis. We will create data for years. So we will take 5 consecutive years starting from 2020 to 2024, and we will have some data generated using ChatGPT, and we will automate that data and try to get some analysis done, right? Let's jump on to ChatGPT. So before we go to ChatGPT, I have a prompt written here. So this particular prompt will guide or explain ChatGPT what exactly you want, right? So you're giving some, like the Excel data right over here, we have order date, order ID, ship mode, and customer name, customer ID, everything, right? So we have the sales, quantity, discount, profit, etc. So in the same format or a similar format, if not the same format, we are explaining ChatGPT that we need these columns, the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. And we want all these files in a downloadable Excel file links, right? So you can also specify this column should have certain things, and this column can have certain things, right? So we will copy this prompt and head back to ChatGPT, and you can just paste the prompt and hit enter. There you go. Now your request is being analyzed, and shortly you should be receiving some downloadable Excel files or some recommendations from ChatGPT. I've already performed this process and we have already downloaded some data. So there you go. You have the data from 2020 to 2024. You can just click on this to download the file. So I've already done this job, and I've downloaded the files. So those files are exactly in my downloads here. So if you go to downloads, here we have orders data for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So this orders data has just one file, which is orders 2020. So we will perform the data cleaning. So first we will specify the source of the data. Then we will perform the data cleaning and transformation process. Then we load this particular Excel 2020 data into Excel. And then we load this Excel data into the visualization tool. We'll use Excel for this. And then generate some pivot tables and pivot charts. We will only do this for one file, which is 2020, right? Now, what's the surprising part is this particular file will also get data continuously for the next year 2021, for the next year 2022, for the next year 2023, and the current year 2024, right? When we just copy paste or cut, copy paste these files into this particular folder, the same transformation steps, the same data cleaning steps, and the same data loading steps, and also including the analysis, will be done for you in the Excel pivot table, right? The process has been just automated, right? So you can see that happening. For that, let's open a new Excel file. So I have the Excel folder right over here. So a new blank Excel workbook will be opened. And if you go to data, here you have get data. As we said, it can be a file, it can be an Excel file, XML, JSON, PDF, it can be from cloud, it can be from a SQL database, any other source. If it's data, you can work from it. So we will give a file here, right? So just, okay. So we will give a file here. So select file and go to the last option, which reads as from folder, right? So go to downloads and select that orders data. Yeah, go to downloads and select that orders data. Remember, this particular folder should have only one file according to us, which is 2020 data, the first year's data, right? Select the folder and open. And this should include the data of only one file, which is orders 2020, right? So if you have multiple files, you can either combine, transform, and load. If you have just one file, you can just go with the transformation option over here, or you can load if you are comfortable with what you have. So I feel there are some minor changes which I would like to make to my data, so I would go with the transform option. Now the Power Query window will shortly open. Now with the Power Query window opened, you can select the orders 2022 Excel folder and it will be loaded. Now let's try to click on the content button over here, which should load our data. Now you can go with the first file. So here's the preview as we expected. We have the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. Let's press on OK. So the data has been successfully loaded, right? Now we have the first column as source name, which we will not be needing anymore. And you can just remove that. Order ID is fine. Order date is fine. Is it? No, right? So you can just select both the columns and change the data type, right? So here you have the option of change the data type, where you will change the data type from a whole number to date, so that you get a date, right? So you have that. The first transformation step, changing data type, has been recorded here. So this is like Excel VBX or macro, which will save all the steps and will apply to all the upcoming files, right? You have to change the type of delivery date as well. So we will be finding the how many days it took to deliver, or if the delivery got delayed, right? So we can test that. And here, if you see, yes, we requested customer ID and customer name. So we got customer ID along with the name. So we don't want that. We want that in two separate columns. We can do that. So you can just select the entire column, go to the split column option over here, select by delimiter. So I think it all automatically recognized that for us, but there is one loophole. We have a space delimiter space option. So just press OK and they should be helping us with the customer ID. So let's rename the customer ID to just customer ID and this to customer name space name, right? And that's done. Here we have product, which is fine, quantity is fine, traffic is fine, leads is fine, orders, and here comes the money part. So we have revenue, cost to company. So we don't know the profit yet, right? So to calculate the profit, what you need to do is subtract revenue from cost to the company, and automatically you will get your profit. So in some instances, you might get a negative value. Don't worry about that, because that can be a discount offer or some 50% off, 75% off that you regularly sell out your products which are selling in less numbers, so that you can just, move out the products from the stock. So that can be done. And order status. So we have order status as delivered in transit, not delivered yet, or order cancelled, right? So we might have to rule out some status here, right? So we are calculating profit here. So we don't want the profit for cancelled orders or not delivered. Okay, maybe, okay, not delivered orders. This might be considered as the cost to company and revenue, because it takes some delay to refund the amount to the customers. So we can just add a filter to this particular column, and we will unselect not delivered products and order cancelled products. So not delivered happens when the vendor is not available to deliver the product to the delivery agencies. So in that case, the order gets automatically cancelled, and the order will be the money will be refunded to the customer. So we will rule out these. Now the data is clean. Now, as we thought to calculate the profit, select these two columns, first revenue, then cost to company, because we are subtracting cost to company from revenue, right? So we will go to add to column and standard, and here we have some options. So we will subtract that. So we will get the profit here. So now you can name it as profit. Done. So we just move that column to the money part of this particular data set. So profit, cost to company, and revenue are the money parts. So we will change data type from just values to currency, right? So then that should be converted into the dollars format. Now the first one, we don't need this source name, so you can just rule out this. You can just remove this column, and there you go. Now you have a clean data. You have the order ID, order date, delivery date. Yeah, we forgot the another part of this particular data set transformation, where we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. Okay, I think we changed order ID, so we don't want this. So the first, okay, let's change this to the whole number as it was. Okay, so order ID, fine. Now we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. So we will select the delivery date first, and then the order date second. Go to add column, and we will select subtract in days, and we should have that. Now let's change the subtraction name to days to deliver. And you can move this column, right? Select the whole column and hold it, drag it, and you can move this column along with the dates part of this data set, where we have the ordered date and delivered date, right over here. And you will find how many days it took to deliver a certain product. Now let's recheck once. Order ID, order date, delivery date, days to deliver, customer ID, customer name, what product did he or she order, and what quantity, and the traffic which we received to the website, the number of leads we got out of those traffic numbers, the number of orders we got out of those leads, and what's the revenue we got out of those orders, and what was the cost of the company, and what is the profit that we made out of that order, right? And we also have the order status. Remember, we only considered two types, right? We considered in transit and delivered statuses only. We ruled out cancelled orders and not delivered orders so that we have accurate results of our profit made and revenue made out of this, right? Now I'm completely satisfied with my transformation and the cleaning of my dataset. Now let's go to home, and here we have the option of close and load. So we will go with that, and this particular dataset should be loaded to the data visualization where we have selected Excel, right? So we have the orders data for 2020, correct? Okay, let's not add date here because after all we will have some more data for 2021, 2, 3 and 4, right? So let it be the way it is. And if you just check the filter here, we have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year, 2020. And if you go to the delivery date, which let's say if you have an order placed on December 31st and it got delivered on January 5th or something, so you'll have a little bit of a part of 2021 data, which is completely all right, not to be worried about. So the main important thing is order date. So we want the order dates of 2020. So that is loaded here, right? Now you can just select the whole data set over here, and you can add or insert some pivot tables here, right, from the selected range. And let's go with the default option, which creates a new sheet and everything in a new location. Right here you have it. Now let's say you wanted to make out some insights from this data set. Let's delete the other sheet which we don't want, and let's name it as pivot. Now the products will be loaded to the columns, and profit will be loaded to values. So you have a data set over here, sum of profit from beds, chairs, cupboards, sofa, teapot. So here you have the pivot table which has sum of profit, bed, chair, cupboard, sofa, teapot, and grand total. Sum of profits made from these, and these. Now select this entire data and go to the insert option here. Go to the pivot chart, and here automatically here you can see that it is suggesting or recommending us to go for the bar chart, which is a lot more better. Just select OK, and you have your pivot chart over here, right? And see the grand total here, 224811.4.15. Now this is only for 1 year of data. Now what we will do is go back to the downloads folder, select the remaining years, which is 2021, 2, 3 and 4, add that to the file location. So let's quickly go to our folder here and go to downloads, select the folders. I'm going to cut them from here, go to orders data and paste them here, right? Now our job is done. If we go back to the data here, go to home and data. Okay, so now that we have added the data to our folder, go to the orders data and here select the data segment and just select refresh all. So everything is refreshed. Now let's check the order date filter, and we will have all the 5 years from 2020 to 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's press OK for that. And if you go to the pivot table, you can also see the changes here. Just press refresh all, and there you go. You have the updated data right over here. Now that saved a lot of time for you, and now that time can be utilized to plan a strategy and focus on the lower parts of your business and improvise them and bring a big change to the revenue. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on how to use Microsoft Power Query.
Ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro. So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is Key Performance Indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So, database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So, data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So, dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is structured query language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
In today's session, we will learn some important tips to crack the business analyst interview questions. Now, without further delay, let's get started. So, in this particular video, we will discuss some of the important tips that will help you to crack the upcoming business analyst interview questions and make you one of the most highly sought after business analysts in 2024 and beyond. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So before you attend any of the business analyst interviews, you need to basically take care of your groundwork. So few suggestions on that are, first one, check the job postings. When it comes to checking job postings on platforms like LinkedIn, Indeed, and others, it's essential for aspiring business analysts to stay informed about industry requirements and trends. Regularly monitoring these job postings not only keeps you updated, but also helps you tailor your skills and preparations to align with the current needs of business analysis field. The second suggestion is about research the company. Researching about the company is a crucial step in preparing for a business analyst interview. It involves gathering insightful information about the company's history, values, mission, and recent achievements. Think of it as decoding the company's DNA, enabling you to demonstrate how your skills and expertise can seamlessly integrate into their unique business environment. The third tip is about understanding their domain knowledge. Delving into the domain knowledge of the company is like unlocking the secret language of their industry. It's about comprehending to specific challenges, trends, and intricacies that define their business landscape. This understanding goes beyond generic industry knowledge and focuses on the nuances that set this particular company apart. Now, the next one is analyze if your skills are transferable. Evaluate the transferability of your skills. Identify how your existing expertise can seamlessly apply to the requirements of business analyst role. This analysis ensures a smooth transition and highlights your adaptability. Now, the next one is align your resume to their domain request. Align your resume like a customized business proposal. Tailor it to emphasize skills and experiences directly relevant to the business analyst role. This approach captures attention, showcasing your perfect fit for the company's specific needs. Or in some situations, you can also hire a resume writer to do that for you. Or in some situations, you can also hire a professional resume writer to do that for you. Hiring a resume writer streamlines the process. Professionals craft a compelling document ensuring key skills and achievements that stand out. It's an investment in presenting your best self on paper. Now, moving ahead, we will discuss some of the important technical skills required to become a business analyst. Starting with the CRM tools. CRM tools are customer relationship management tools, are the digital solutions and enhance interactions with customers. They centralize customer data, track communications, and manage relationships efficiently. Popular examples include Salesforce, HubSpot, and Zoho, and these tools are essential for optimizing lead generation, improving customer satisfaction, and boosting overall revenue. Moving ahead, we have business intelligence tools. Business intelligence tools like Tableau and Power BI turn data into actionable insights. They facilitate efficient analysis and visualization, aiding marketing analysis in competitor analysis and revenue generation. Moving ahead, we have business acumen. Business acumen is savvy application of business principles. It requires understanding trends, financial literacy, a strategic mindset, and much more. For marketing analysis, it's key to interpreting data, spotting opportunities, and contributing to revenue generation. It's like having sharp business intuition for informed decision making. Moving ahead, we have a project management skill. Project management skills ensure efficient planning and execution, vital for market analysts, orchestrating successful campaigns and collaborating effectively with stakeholders. A green belt in project management could be beneficial. Moving ahead, we have data analytics fundamentals. Data analytics fundamentals involve extracting data from data sets like Excel, database, web, etc. It's about interpreting information to make informed decisions, a core skill for marketing analysis and driving effective strategies. Moving ahead, another important tip is about brushing up the fundamentals. Brushing up on fundamentals means refreshing essential skills. It's about staying sharp and maintaining a solid foundation, crucial for marketing analysis to navigate challenges and drive success. Now, moving ahead, we will discuss the experience. Now, experience is more about the current roles and responsibilities that are you playing with your current organization. Aligning your current organization roles and responsibilities involves tailoring your current task to match the requirements of the new job. It's about highlighting relevant skills and experiences to show a seamless transition, demonstrating that you're a perfect fit for the desired position. Now, moving ahead, we have soft skills. And in soft skills, the first one that we are going to discuss is about the dress code. Professional dressing is about presenting a polished and appropriate image. It involves choosing attire that aligns with the workplace culture, reflecting a combination of competence and respect. The next step is maintaining a confident smile while you're answering the questions. Smile confidently for a positive impact. Confidence in delivery enhances your message. Lastly, in soft skills, we have answering language. Use corporate language. Utilizing corporate language for enhanced connection and reliability, and it ensures clear communication and fosters a professional rapport. Now, moving ahead, we will also face some of the critical questions which might be different from your skill set. Questions like, why should I hire you? Now, these are some of the important questions which doesn't have to do anything with your current roles and responsibilities, skill set that you have, or technical mindset. It is completely about your mentality, how you approach to work, how you approach to your team, how you approach to your responsibilities. So the recruiter wants to know how you think about this particular question. So give a wise answer. You can tell him something like, you can hire me for my strong analytical skills, experience in competitor analysis, and success in lead generation. I am confident in data-centric approach that will contribute positively to the company's growth. Thank you for considering my application. So basically, you're highlighting your strongest points and also you're giving a subtle answer why they should hire you. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the second question. So this question is really common. They might ask you for the reason for leaving your current job. So give them some bright and brilliant answers. So you can say, I sought new opportunities to further apply and expand my skills aligning with my career goals. I believe this role is a better fit for my expertise and aspirations. Now, the last question is, what are your key strengths and weaknesses? So you can say my key strengths lie in strategic thinking, data analysis and effective communication. I excel in competitor analysis and digital marketing. As for the weaknesses, I'm continuously refining time management to enhance efficiency. Now, apart from this, you can also cross-question your interviewer about your agenda. Agenda that covers some critical questions that will impress your interviewer. So some of those questions are as follows. You can ask your interviewer that how can the current company help me meet my career objectives? Questions like what new skills will I get to learn when I join your company? And questions also like what does a typical day look like with your new organization? Or if you have already joined, what does it look like a normal day in your current organization, right? So questions like these can impress your interviewer, and it will explain how enthusiastic are you about your new role and how enthusiastic are you about your new work environment, right? And with that, we have come to an end of this session on tips to crack business analyst interview questions. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Today, we will learn about the Power BI interview questions and answers. So, Power BI is one of the most trending BI tool in the business industry today, and most of the data analysts are supposed to have a comfortable understanding of Power BI tool. So, if you are about to attend an interview for a data analyst or a Power BI developer, a small set of Power BI interview questions and answers are found to be the most frequently asked questions. So those important questions will be dealt in this particular session today. Firstly, the first question is, what are the different types of filters in Power BI reports? So if you are an experienced candidate or a beginner, these type of interview questions are the ones which you're definitely going to face. So coming to the answer, what are the types of filters you'll be facing in Power BI reports? So there are three main filters available in Power BI, which are visual level filters, page level filters, and report level filters, which are almost self-explanatory. So if you want to be someone who stands out of the group, just mention a couple of more like slicers, which can also act some type of filters there, right? So visual filters, page filters, and report level filters are the three main types. And if you want to add onto it, you can also add in some slicers. Right now, let's proceed to the next question. Explain DAX in Power BI. So what exactly is the meaning of DAX? And to improvise your question or to improvise your answer, or if you want to outperform, you can also explain with some of the explanations or implementation of DAX in your nearest examples. Like if you're a beginner or if you're a fresher, if you're working on a portfolio, then you can give the example of your DAX implementation on that portfolio. Or if you're an experienced candidate, just explain your latest implementation of DAX in your previous projects. So the answer for this question is, DAX is basically the full form for data analysis expressions and is a formula language used in Power BI, Power Pivot, and SQL. DAX includes functions, operations, and constants that can be used as a formula expression to calculate and return one or more values. So DAX, just understand it in this way, right? So if you are about to perform an analysis, or if you're about to extract some insights, for example, you own a superstore, right? And you wanted, okay, let's assume that you own a superstore and you have 5 regions, north, south, east, west, and central, and you are providing products from a few categories, let's say IT, mobile phones, desktops, everything. And now you wanted to identify one zone which is giving you highest sales in mobile phones, and you wanted to identify one zone which is giving you least sales in mobile phones. In such scenarios, you can just write up a formula equals to mobile phones product and products minus products which are less than a number, specific number. You actually wanted to identify products less than 100 mobile phones, right? You just want to know if there is any region which is selling less than 100 mobile phones, then you can extract that. So the expression what you're writing there is nothing but a DAX expression. So apart from this example, you can also put up some complex examples if you're an experienced candidate, or if you're a fresher, then you can come up with some DAX expressions that you build on your portfolio projects. Moving ahead, we'll discuss the third question. How does Power BI integrate with other tools and services? So there might be a situation where you might have to get connected to different sources of data, right? So let's say you wanted to import Excel data as well as some service like a cloud service. You want to extract data from a cloud service as well. So how can you do that? And if you want to do that, can you do it, right? So that's the question. So basically this is a kind of question which comes up from two different zones. Can you integrate or can you connect to two different sources of data? Or in case if you can connect, how to connect, right? So it's like, is it possible to connect? There's also a question to beginners to test your knowledge on the fundamental knowledge in Power BI. They want to know if you can connect data from two different zones. It's not like two Excel sheets. They want to know from two different platforms altogether. Let's say I have data in Azure. Let's say I have data in SQL. So can I connect them both? Yes, you can do that. So the answer for this question is Power BI offers extensive integration capabilities with various Microsoft products like Azure, Excel, SQL, and some third-party services as well, like a website, any application, or a database, SQL databases, Excel spreadsheets, and other cloud services like GCP, AWS, etc. So that's possible. So you just have to, let's go for a demonstration on this. Not a complete demonstration. Let's cancel this. So here, if you just, it's just like a overview how to connect. So here, if you see, we have Excel workbook, semantic models, data flows, Dataverse, SQL Server, web, OData, feed, blank query, and if your source is falling different from these available ones, you can just click on more and select any one of these options right here, correct? So with that, let's get back to the next question. What are the differences between Power BI Desktop and Power BI Service? So the terms are self-explanatory. If you're an experienced candidate, then you can define the answer right away. But if you're a beginner, especially if you're a fresher, then you must be a little cautious here. So if you are building your portfolio, if you are learning the fundamentals of Power BI, then you are doing it using Power BI Desktop, right? But if you are a professional or an experienced candidate, then you are developing the interactive dashboards, you are developing the interactive charts and graphs and everything, and you are providing that visual, only the dashboard to your end user, who is your client. So in that scenario, your client will be given the Power BI service module, right? So they will be having a service access only just to watch the visuals. So the answer for this question is Power BI Desktop is a free application. So it's not completely free. So there are situations where you might have to deal with some huge data, or you have to deal with some parameters like security, everything. In those scenarios, you might have to go with the licensed version. So for a learning purpose, it is a free application installed on a local system that lets you connect to transform, visualize, modularize your data, and few more implications that you can do. And on the other hand, Power BI Service is a cloud-based service that allows you to share, as discussed, only to share and collaborate on and distribute your Power BI reports and dashboards with others within your organization. So client is partially a part of your organization because he has some business to do with your organization. So basically, understand it in this way, Power BI Desktop is something which allows you to build. It will give you the blocks, you build the visualization, and then you give a screenshot or you give a picture of that particular build to the end user. He can have a visual on it, how it is performing. He doesn't have to worry about how it is working in the background. He doesn't have to worry about how big or how large is your data set, how it is extracting, what API is it using, he doesn't care about it. All he cares about is the visual, how is his business doing. So in that scenario, if you just want to give a picture, that's when you use the Power BI service. Now, let's go with the next question. How do you handle security in Power BI? So this is a question given to the experienced candidates. So you can think about it about the access, row-wise access. Let's say you are the leadership team, and next is the manager, next is the individual contributor, correct? So here the full access, the full visuals of your business, how your business is going on, how are the leads, how are the revenue, how is the RPL, how is the traffic, everything is visible to the leadership or the manager, correct? But when it comes to the IC or individual contributor who is just working on traffic, he will have access only to traffic, not the leads, not the revenue generated, not the RPL and everything, because he has nothing to do with it, and that is something which you can't reveal to an IC for data security purposes. So you can also consider this in the way of inheritance, right? So you can divide it based on the level of the employee, right? So level wise, you can provide the access to your employee, to your manager. If you're a developer, let's say, so based on the employee level, based on the manager level, based on the leadership team, you can give separate access to separate candidate. So the answer for this question is Power BI provides row-level security RLS, which allows you to control access. So you're basically controlling the access to the data for different users within your organization. You can define rules on the dataset that filter the data based on the user role. Additionally, Power BI integrates with Microsoft Azure Active Directory to provide authentication and authorization. Now, the sixth question. What is a content pack in Power BI? Content packs are a type of package that includes a related set of dashboard, report, and data elements they use to share insights, reports, and datasets with colleagues and organization within a broader audience. Power BI also offers organizational content packs, which allows users to quickly connect and analyze data from popular business applications. So basically, content pack, you can imagine content pack as a set of charts, graphs, or a complete dashboard or dataset elements. So when you integrate all those inside a bubble, that particular bubble can be considered as a content pack. Now moving ahead, we have the seventh question. Describe a scenario where you improvised performance of a Power BI report. So let's say this is, so basically before we answer this question is for an experienced candidate, not for an intermediate or not for a beginner level, right? So if you are someone who has 3 to 4 years of experience, that is when this kind of questions are suited. So explain a scenario where you improved the performance of a Power BI report. So there are certain scenarios where, let's say you're working with business data, Amazon sales data. So you have Amazon sales data or any other data for a beginner purpose. Okay, let's say some XYZ company. So you're working with XYZ company and you have a sales data from a past couple of years. And your client asked you, last year this particular dashboard was working fine, but down the line when we entered the new quarter or new annual year, I can see there is some discrepancy or I can see there is some delay for the Power BI dashboard to load. Now there can be multiple reasons for this. The first reason could be the hardware setup, or maybe the data is increasing day by day, so the hardware is not supporting. So that could be one reason. And provided if there are some visuals which are already created, visualizations or graphs or dashboards, and we are not mostly using them, so those can be one of the reasons. So in these scenarios, you can just give some explanations which you already faced in your current organization. For example, like you can say the client is not willing to scale up the hardware, like the data hardware which stores the data or something like that, is not ready to scale up the hardware, but he wants to use the same hardware, but he wants you to increase the speed. In this scenarios, you can eliminate the data which is not currently in use. Let's say you're using 2020, 21, 22, 23 and 24 data. Now all you focus on is the year-on-year growth. So you just need 2022, 2023 and 2024, not 21 and 20, right? You can erase that data from your existing hardware or servers. This will ease up the load on Power BI and automatically there should be an increase in speed. Another one, if you have already created some visualizations which you're not currently using, let's say you already created 2 to 3 dashboards and you rely on one dashboard alone, not the rest of those two, you can delete those visualizations. So something like that which can help you. But to consider this question as an assignment, I would like the viewers who are an experienced data analyst to answer the question in your way possible so that the viewers can benefit from multiple answers. So you can write down few scenarios where you face this problem and how you solved it. It can be a one-line answer, it can be a points which you can mention, right? A set of points which you can mention that helped you to improve the performance of your Power BI end report. So the answer for this question which I have is, in one scenario, I improved the performance by optimizing data model, reducing the number of unnecessary columns and rows in data sets, and utilizing summary tables to decrease the data volume that needed to be processed. I also replaced complex calculations in the report with simpler ones which were possible and used direct query mode for real-time data requirements to speed up a report loading times. So this can be a good answer. You can also add up some answers from your end as well to benefit the viewers. Now let's go with question number 8. Explain the difference between a measure and a calculated field. So this can be an important question for freshers especially, right? So me personally, I've asked this question to the candidates many times. So the answer could be a little tricky, right? So most oftenly the question can be asked as what's the difference between measure and a calculated column, or measure and a calculated field, or measure and dimension, right? So the answer should be like this. Just pay attention to what the answer, interviewer is asking you and answer wisely. If he's asking you the difference between measure and dimension, it's clear, self-explanatory. So something like measure is something which can be measured. The number is a measure. Let's say the salary is a measure. The average of marks obtained is a measure. Marks obtained in a specific subject is a measure. Rate of interest is a measure. Traffic is a measure, right? So when it comes to dimensions, something like a character data type, maybe, and name of the store, and let's say we had various regions in the previous question, north, south, east, west, central. This particular data which cannot be measured is called as a dimension. Now for this question here, what's the difference between measure and a calculated column? So calculated column is something which you generate out of a calculated field, right? Whenever you try to, let's say you have the quantity and you have the price, but you don't know rate of each product, correct? In such scenarios, you can write up a calculated field and build a new column called rate of product. That particular column is a calculated column, which is newly generated after writing a calculated field. So the answer for this question is, calculated column creates a new column based on existing data using formula. It adds to your new, it's added to your existing table as a new column, as we discussed. Measure creates a dynamic calculation that summarizes your data. Measures are used in visualizations to analyze trends or answer specific questions. Now with this, let's move on to the next question. Describe the process of publishing a Power BI report to service. Now this can be an answer for both, this can be a question for both freshers as well as experienced. So now you can give it a try. You can give me the answer for this. You can write down your answers in the comment section below. And everybody has their own way of answering this question. But as simple as that, let's keep it normal. Now in Power BI Desktop, go to Publish and choose Power BI Service. Select the workspace to publish and configure settings like sharing access. Click Publish to upload your report to Power BI Cloud Service. So this is the answer given by most of the experienced candidates. But when it comes to freshers, it's okay if you answer in this way. Create multiple charts, create multiple graphs, understand the requirement of the end user, build the required charts and graphs, integrate all those charts and graphs to the dashboard. It's also a good way to tell it, but if you're an experienced candidate or if you're a beginner, just try to include these points as well. Just go take a step ahead and go a step further and answer. Include these points in your answer. Go to publish, select Power BI service, select workspace, right? So these will enhance your answer and make you stand out from the other crowd. Now, let's continue with the 10th question. How would you handle missing data in Power BI? So this can be answered for both, this can be asked for both beginners as well as experienced candidates. So it's obvious if you're a data analyst, it's obvious that your data will not have completely filled rows and completely filled columns, right? There is a possibility that you might have blank rows. There is a possibility that you might have blank cells. There is a possibility that you might have irrelevant data. There is a possibility where it can be a typing mistake and you might insert special symbols in place of numbers and special operators in place of alphabets. Everything is possible. So in such scenarios, how could you handle, right? So there are multiple approaches. So let's say if you are going through some column which you feel is not mandatory to create your report, you can ignore those cells and you can just delete it. And in case of there is a discrepancy in your existing data and you find that is important, then you can always have a way to go back to the source who provided you the report or who provided you the data, ask to complete them, ask to give them the right number. Or in few scenarios, you can also, if you don't want to eliminate any kind of rows and columns, you can also have an option of taking an aggregate value in it. Maybe the minimum value, maybe the maximum value, may be an average value in that particular missing cell. So there are multiple possibilities, and if you feel like adding those answers, you can also feel free to add them so that everyone is benefited. So my kind of answer is there are several ways to handle missing data. Filtering, where you can exclude, simply that's the first one, you can just ignore those and exclude those missing values. Replace missing values with some aggregate values. Custom logic, create a DAX formula to address missing values based on specific scenarios. Now let's move ahead with the next question. How do you connect multiple data sources to a Power BI report? So the answer is Power BI allows connecting various data sources. You can directly import, directly use live connections, or create composite model to improve and combine data from different sources. So this is not just the Power BI dashboard. You're here, it's not just the Power BI desktop. You're not just importing data. It's related to the real-time dashboard report. So if you have a report and you ought to connect some external source, some real-time streaming data, you can do that using some live connections and APIs. Now let's move with the next question. What are data flows in Power BI? So the answer for this question is data flows in Power BI are cloud-based preparation and management tools that allows users to ingest, transform, integrate, and enrich big data from various sources. They are designed to simplify data preparation and enable scalable data integration and storage across multiple Power BI projects. Now the 13th question. How can you handle data updates in Power BI? So this is also one of the simplest but also the trickiest question. Let's say you already connect. Let's say we are dealing with Excel data, and your client provided you the Excel data, and you already created a dashboard out of it. And out of your knowledge, you don't know, right? You might not know what happened after they shared you the data, and the client gets to know there is some discrepancy here, there is some irrelevant data, or there is some missing value in the data provided to you, and they add it and you missed it, correct? In those scenarios, how can you handle data updates, right? You can either refresh. So there are multiple answers for that. So let's go with the answer. So data updates in Power BI can be handled through scheduled refreshes or real-time streaming datasets. Scheduled refreshes. So let's say you provide some 6-day or 1 week or 1 day based on requirement. You provide a scheduled refresh and it will act upon it, and it will refresh its source every single time. It basically refreshes the dashboard you created. It will extract the data from the source and it will create a new report out of it. So scheduled refreshes can be configured in Power BI service, allowing data to be updated at specified intervals. Real-time streaming datasets can be used for dashboard tiles that require continuous updates. Now, the 14th question on our list. Can you explain the concept of a slicer in Power BI, right? So those who already are comfortable with the Excel, they might know the answer for this. So it's completely similar, right? So let's discuss the answer. A slicer is a Power BI visualization used to filter the data. Basically, it's nothing different from filter, right? It's just an option like a drop down that you create in Excel using the data validation. That's the same in Power BI as well as Excel. You just have a slicer option where you can provide your selection and it will give you an end report. So basically it's a filter. So it provides a way for users to filter the data that is displayed in other visualization on a report page. Slicers offer a more interactive and intuitive way to make selections and see the data that changes dynamically as selections are made. Let's say you have class 10, class 9, class 8 and you wanted to just check the results of class 8. You just select the option of class 8 on the slicer and you have the report. So that's how it basically works. Now, the last question for today's session. What is direct query in Power BI? So the answer for this question is direct query is a connection type in Power BI that allows you to directly connect to a supported data source, enabling real-time reporting capabilities without importing or copying data into Power BI while it offers up-to-date data. It also limits certain functionalities and might impact performance based on the query load on the source system. So with that, we have finished the top 15 Power BI interview questions and answers that are frequently asked in a data analyst interview provided for both freshers as well as experienced. Should you feel that we missed out on any of the important questions that you might have already faced in your previous interviews, please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and so we can have them answered, or you can also provide us the answers so that it can benefit both of us and also the viewers. Now, having said that, we have come to the conclusion of this session.
So that's a wrap on our full course, guys. Now, if you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.